to the Spice Isle of the Caribbean. We're here in downtown St. George's in beautiful Grenada. As we can see, beautiful outfield here at the Grenada National Stadium, but some overhead clouds that may want to pose some troubles for us today, like we had all match. Good morning and welcome to day number 4 of this exciting and enthralling battle, the Windward Islands Volcanoes against the Guyana Harpy Eagles in the Cricket West Indies Regional 4-Day Championships 2023. It's round number 2, and like I said, the final day about to begin, and it's set up nicely on a knife's edge. Where will it go? We'll have to wait and see. Umpires Gregory Brathwaite and his counterpart from Barbados, Jonathan Blades, are making their way into the middle. They'll be followed by the Windward Islands Volcanoes very shortly, and the batters, the overnight batters for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, Matthew Nandu and Tevin Imlach. With the Guyana Harpy Eagles 35 without loss in the 15th over of their second innings, looking to get 294 to win their second consecutive match in this year's tournament. And if they do so, they'll firmly be on top of the points table heading into the interval. So, nice pictures, beautiful sunshine, and you can see on this side, as we can see, Richie ensuring that all is well with the camera lens. But it's beautiful sunshine here in Grenada, and that's as we look down towards from the south to the north over the Darbo Hills. With me is Jason Skeet once again. Jason, it is really on a knife's edge this morning.
If there was ever the meaning of balancing on a precipice, this is it right here. The Windward Islands Volcanoes looking to induce a victory here. They need it. It would do really, really good for their confidence, especially coming out of their first encounter against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They really need this win. They ended in a draw last time around, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles will no doubt, as you say, would really love to be at the top of the table, heading back to their familiar territory. So if there was ever the meaning of balancing on a precipice, this would be it. Some overnight developments as well, and you're going to bring us up to speed with that. That, of course, will aid to the entire dangling, really.
Right, in over number 15, it was in the 6th over when Chandrapal Hemraj was hit on his head by a nasty bouncer, looking to hook and looking to perhaps protect himself as well, but it crashed into his helmet and he left the field on 3 runs. He retired hurt, and overnight the Guyana Harp Eagles, they have applied for what is called a concussion substitute, and after all medical checks and all indications, that has been approved. So Chandrapal Hemraj will take no further part in this match, and he has been replaced by Akshaya Prasad, who has been the substitute in the last round and also in this round for most of the match. As you can see, some of the beautiful houses here in Grenada. Is that the Darbo Hills?
Those are the Darbo Hills, and very nicely, neatly knit community, really. They've always been serious lovers of the game of cricket and generally a whole lot of sports, because within this area you find cricket, football, a lot of athletics. So a lot of the young children from within this community, the River Road Darbo community, they've gone on to do really good things, and a prime example is our own Junior Randolph Murray. He's right here from River Road, and
MBE. All right.
Yeah, and he too is from this community. So it's a community that has produced a lot of sportsmen and women. And so what you're seeing there is the close-knit of the houses representing the close-knit of the people within the community as well, supporting each other.
Lovely pictures there as well. And we're getting ready for the first ball of day number 4. Ryan John, and he's getting in his stride now to bowl to Matthew Nandu. Nandu overnight, not out, along with Tevin Imlach, did not out batters at stumps on day number 3. It was really an abbreviated day when you think about it. In total, there were 8 stoppages for rain in the match already. So Nandu is on 18, Imlach is on 3.
Yeah,
13, sorry. Yeah.
The entire team, all the teams would have credited themselves with keeping their heads on their shoulders, because with all these interruptions, it really is not what you want in the game of cricket, whether you're batting or fielding.
So John to continue into his 3rd over. First run of the morning. It's off the bat of Matthew Nandu, who just steers it down to backward point for an easy single. So Nandu is on 19. Plays for the Everest Cricket Club in Georgetown. And his DCC, his partner who plays at DCC, takes strike. That's Devin Imlach, DCC, Demerara Cricket Club, home of the legends in Queenstown, Georgetown. So Clive Lloyd, Lance Gibbs, Travis Dowling of recent time, Roy Fredericks, Christopher Barnwell, Derwin Christian. Some of the names coming out of DCC. So Devin Imlach looking to make a name on the international scene, but here he is in first-class cricket. He also gets his first run of the morning. It's an easy single. So that's the end of the over that started since yesterday. 15 overs gone in the run chase, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles looking to get 294 to win, 37 without loss.
Well, partly sunny, breezy with a stray shower, so not much threat of rain today as compared to yesterday. The forecast did indicate a 33% cloud cover, so we should be getting a whole lot more sunshine than we did yesterday. So that's a good thing. The 42% chance of rain, heavy rain. So it's just a little bit under the halfway mark, which sets it up for a really nice day of cricket, barring one or two minor interruptions, if it happens at all.
One match of the round already completed, with defending champions Barbados Pride defeating Jamaica Scorpions by 6 wickets. Other match on in the round, Leeward Islands Hurricanes against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at Stumps on day number 3. Leeward Islands 243 for 7 in reply to 418 for 9 declared, made by the Red Force. There's also West Indies women in action today, playing their first match in the ICC Women's T20 World Cup. That's happening in South Africa.
England are always a good team to look out for, women's ICC.
West Indies batting first after 5 overs, 34 without loss. That's a healthy start for the West Indian ladies. 34 without loss against England. Greaves begin from the River Road end here at the Grenada National Stadium in St. George's. You mentioned the forecast moments ago, but there's some lazy clouds, some little bit grey, not so dark, drifting away. Is that anywhere close to rain at the moment?
It could possibly be, and that's what the weather forecast really spoke about. Some heavy clouds, yes, but not much rain. And you would notice moving from the north, coming over, heading to the south, from east, moving to southwest. A lot of the heavy clouds are moving in that direction, which opens up this little area here for good sunshine over the National Cricket Stadium. The threat usually comes from northeast.
Here's a threat right now. Justin Greaves, who had 5 in the first innings. Also on the international scene, India completing an easy victory against Australia to keep their Test Championships final hopes alive. Tomorrow, West Indies will begin the second Test match against Zimbabwe in Bulawayo. All to play for, really. They would like to end that series on a high. First match ending in a draw. It was badly affected by rain on days number 1 and 2. Chandapal, that's Tejan Chandapal, player of the match in that last encounter with a double.
And if ever there was the perfect definition of following in one's footsteps, Tejan Chandapal following in his father's footsteps, Shivnarayan Chandapal, that would be the real ultimate definition right there.
So one match already completed in this round number 2, Cricket West Indies Regional 4 Days Championships. Barbados Pride bouncing back from defeat in the first round to beat the Jamaica Scorpions badly, you would say, by 6 wickets.
Yeah, Barbados Scorpions needed that win. As the defending champions, you really want to, come in with a win under your belt, at least moving out of the first 2 rounds of matches, because anything less than that would have placed them in a very uncomfortable position. They still feel that they can fight their way back from this present predicament.
Second division cricket begins today in the Georgetown Cricket Association back home in Guyana. So we're having some matches at the world famous GCC ground border, Queen's College, the school ground, and at Everest Cricket Club, my club. 2 matches at each venue. End of the over. Good testing one from Justin Greaves to begin with on day 4. It's a maiden, 37 without loss. After 16, the Harpy Eagles looking to get 294 to win. Cool conditions so far this morning. A little bit of a breeze, a gentle breeze, nothing really to shout about. We say good morning for the first time to Junior Randolph Murray MBE. I don't know why Jason Skeet forgot that last part of your name. Good morning, how are you, sir?
Good morning, John. How are you doing today?
Yeah, it's another good day to be here.
I guess he forgot to give me my flowers. I need it all the time.
Yeah.
It's good to be here. Lovely day at the National Stadium. A bit overcast, but it's this first hour here will be very, very important to the volcano bowlers and also to the Happy Eagles batters. They can't afford to lose any quick wickets here to put themselves under any necessary pressure.
Nice. So in addition to cricket returning to Georgetown after some rain over the last few months in Guyana, hockey also returns to Everest. It's been a long time that hockey did not go back to Everest for one reason or the other, but that is now put to bed. Hockey returns, and it's good to see people getting into sport at all levels. Preston McSween starts down the leg side.
Yeah, that's a wayward delivery by Preston McSween first thing this morning. I guess he's a bit tight, not taken cleanly by the wicketkeeper Walker behind the stumps. I guess they're second, third over of the day, so they're all getting into the work.
But Ryan John, who had to complete his over that was started last evening, did not look too bad. Look up, a bit like if he was loose and ready.
Yeah, he looked spot on.
After 3 balls, he's out of the attack. That's not the plan they wanted.
Yeah.
They wanted Preston McSween in the attack, and this time he strays on the legs of Matthew Nandu again. Nandu will get at least 2. Demba had to chase it 3/4 way to the boundary in front of the Jumbotron that says that the score is ticked over to 39 without loss.
Yeah, there we see Preston McSween is straight into the leg stump of Nandu, who was equal to the task. Just flicking him through mid-wicket for 2 runs. He's looking very well, very organized. Rotating the strike nicely. I think once they continue to the 2 batters keep that rotation going, we're in for a good day of cricket.
It's an early start because we lost some time yesterday due to rain. So we're starting 30 minutes earlier. We'll go until 12 in the first session and then continue with a regular 2-hour session after that. So we can play until at least 5:30.
Yeah, at least both teams will need much time as possible out there because of the time lost in the game so far. As we can see, the hills there looking a bit darkish there, Johnny. Probably might get a shower here or there pretty soon.
3 slips, no gully. There's Nandu neatly just working it into the onside again, just to the left of the umpire at square leg. So picking the gaps nicely this morning, Matthew Nandu. He's into the 20s quite easily. 23 now to the young man, the 19-year-old who lives in Canada, plays his cricket in Georgetown.
He looks pretty organized this morning. I think Preston McSween needs to get the line and length on spot on as quickly as possible. There's batting track looking very, very flat. He's flattening out a bit. And Nandu is well equal to the task, just walking him around square leg for 2.
So after that maiden 5-wicket haul yesterday for the young man, Shamar Joseph, a lot of congratulations coming from all sectors, not only in Guyana but also around the region as well. It's always good to see young talents coming through and making a mark almost immediately.
Yes, I think he had a good day yesterday. Bowled pretty well, aggressive, hitting his areas consistently, and he was rewarded. By getting 5 wickets.
So not the best of overs from McSween comes to an end. 5 runs conceded, 42 without loss. The Guyana Harpy Eagles Steady start this morning for the Harpy Eagles, but they're fed by some loose bowling generally.
Yeah, I think it's a good start. I think they're sticking with the plan. I think the Volcano bowlers need to get it right. Need to hit in those areas consistently. If they're not doing that, I think the Happy Eagle batters will just taking it away nicely with ones and twos and building their confidence and hoping that they can get to that mammoth 294 today and scrape a victory.
Start of the day, they were 259 runs away from that victory target. So they've already wiped off some 7 runs from that. And news as well coming in. Chandrapal Hemraj, who was hit on his helmet last evening by Darius Martin, has been replaced because of that concussion rule. So the new person in the team now is Akshaya Prasad, left-handed batter as well. He's more of a middle-order batsman. He can play at the top, but of recent has been in the middle. So Hemraj will play no further part in this match, and the new person in the team is Akshaya Prasad, the left-handed batsman, as Grieve starts a new over.
I think that Prasad will looking forward to that opportunity, to grab it with both hands. Once you get out there, he will be looking to put a score on the board and make it very difficult for the selectors of the Happy Eagles. And hope that senior stakesman Hemraj will have a speedy recovery and should be back doing his thing as soon as possible.
So at some point in time, should the Guyana Harpy Eagles lose some wickets, you'll see Akshaya Prasad making his way into the middle. So don't be surprised, viewers and listeners. He's actually been officially added to the team, replacing his teammate Hemraj. So Akshaya Prasad played before today 5 first-class matches, just 52 runs with a high score of 21, averaging 7.42 across those matches. But it started since 2017. It's been a long run really, but not getting consecutive matches.
Yeah, there's a big gap there that you're not playing consistently. So I think you need to grab this opportunity here at the moment.
Made his debut early January 2018, not 2017, 2018, but January. So it's been around, but like I said, not getting that extended run. So you had a match here and there, one here, one,
Probably today could be the day. Once you get an opportunity, you can go in there and apply himself and probably help the Happy Eagles to a victory.
3 matches for him last season. 13 and 4 against the against Barbados Pride, 4 against Jamaica Scorpions, 3 against TNT Red Force. So not good numbers coming out from Akshaya Prasad, but he is a much better player than that. Played for Guyana on the 19 level. Bowled some tidy left arm spin as well. In fact, he was one of the more prolific players when Guyana won that title in 2016, and some of the players from that team went on to represent the West Indies that won the Under 19 World Cup.
Yeah, pretty well. I guess probably lack of playing consistently.
Nandu showing good judgment outside his off stump. Good stuff from him. But Prasad also played for CCC in limited overs, some 50 overs games, and won the title with them as well in 2018.
So he can handle himself with the bat. So he'll be looking forward to this opportunity in this innings here, and hope that he can put his feet down and make a statement.
Justin Greaves looking to make a statement very early. We're seeing a little bit of drizzles, Junior. Here is him, number 66 on his back, running away now. Wide of the mark. Maiden. Score remains on 42 without loss. Nandu is still there holding form on 24. Tevin Imlak is with him on 14.
Well bowled again by Justin Graves. He's a senior pro in the team, hitting his lengths and lines very nicely. Watchful there by Nandu.
So today's farewell Spice Isle. Tomorrow I'll be somehow back home in Guyana.
Are you sure about that, John? I heard you'll change your ticket. Jason, I'll love to pay for you for an extra week.
Oh, we'll have to get in touch with my agency at Sunita Travel Agency to tell them, you know what, Jason will be extending my flight. Maxwell starts in Nova.
Imlak is looking very organized there this morning. He looks, man, ready for the task ahead of him of the day. As you can see, Preston Maxwell hitting a nice area there, but I think that's the way he needs to stay. Just keep bowling that area, that in-between length, more consistent.
Imlak failed to get off the mark in both innings in Antigua against Barbados Pride. Got 3 before he was trying to pull a short one and feathered one back to the wicketkeeper off Maxwell for 3. He was not very pleased at all with that decision. You can see his disgust when he walked off the field. Went for 3, but now he has a little bit of a start. 14, some 43 deliveries already faced, so he's spending time at the crease, which is very important. He is a classy batsman.
Yeah, you can see he looks a bit more hungry in his innings here. He looks more organized, but I think Preston Maxwell have a bit of different ideas.
Drizzle's beginning to get a bit heavy now, but I'm still seeing brilliant sunshine.
Nothing to worry about, John. The hills are all clear. Just a little drizzle here, probably a little extra moisture for the bowlers out there, but nothing to worry about at the moment.
Over the 3 days, our match referee Carl Felix said there were 8 interruptions for rain.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
But at least the interruption wasn't for too long, though.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Can be a bit frustrating, however.
Yeah, it sure is.
But this pitch, Junior, continues to be a very good one. Look at that bounce and carry.
Very good pitch. I think the groundsman should be very proud of the surface they are prepared for both games. I think and the batters and the bowlers are really enjoying it. They want to put your back in and bend your back. You're sure going to get some results. And once you apply yourself as a batter, you're sure you're going to get some runs on your belt.
Nice, tidy stuff from McSween. Seems to be hitting his own now. Coming into his own belatedly. First over was a bit ordinary.
Yeah, he looks like he's properly warmed now and hitting those areas nicely. But Imlak is equal to the task.
Can we expect some spectators here today? It's a weekend, it's Saturday.
Yeah, it's Saturday. I think most of the people might be doing a bit of a Saturday morning shopping, getting the fruits and vegetables in, and hope that probably after lunch you might see a bit of a crowd coming in, hopefully.
Hopefully, yes. McSween about to complete another over. Imlak helped himself to at least 1. Looking for the second sent back by Nandu. Yeah, good quick fielding from the fielder on the fine leg boundary. Coming in quickly to prevent a possible second. End of the over, 43 without loss.
As we see Preston straight into the leg stump of Imlak. Just giving away a single there. He was spot on with the first 5 balls, but I think Preston McSween loves to go hunting, he loves wickets. But I think once he builds pressure and keep the batsmen quiet, they will make the mistakes.
At this level, sometimes you just got to be a bit more patient now.
Very, very patient. Let's hit your areas nicely, get bored doing the right things.
The batsmen as well will have to show some patience. Don't want to be bogged down too long, but also you don't want to be chasing some deliveries that are not on. So the shot selection must be spot on. So here is Greaves to continue. The partnership grows to 40. Remember, it was very early when Chandrapal Hemraj left the field after being hit on his head. It was 3 without loss in the 6th over. That was a nasty blow.
Yeah, nasty blow, short ball into the helmet. I think the bowler he loves Martin. Looking at him for the past year or few months playing in this venue, he loves hitting the batters in the helmets. I remember when I was T10, probably sometime last year, Andrew Fletcher was flattened by a bumper by Martin straight in the helmet.
Oh wow!
So it's something he loves doing, something he's accustomed doing.
Oh, in the air, but also in the gap at fine leg. Flicking, but getting the top of the bat, but 4 runs nonetheless to Imlak. He moves up to 19.
Well played again by Emlak. He looked this morning very businesslike, very busy. As you can see, Graves been a bit straighter into his leg stump. Walks in into his wicket and flick him down to fine leg for 4 runs. Well played.
Two slips and a gully. You'd want to bring them into play. So you need to come off of that leg stump line. Justin Greaves, a 5-4 in the first innings. Fresh in his mind, I'm confident of that. Bang on target. So is Valentine's Day a big thing in Grenada?
Yeah, it is. All the lovers go to get a rose and chocolates and but I'm not a big believer of Valentine. I think it's something. Once you love someone, Valentine should be every day.
All right.
The rose and the chocolates to be delivered all the time. But I think it's tradition, and I think people really look forward to the Valentine's Day.
So I guess it's very commercialized here as well.
Very commercialized.
So on Valentine's Day, a big conference will be starting in Guyana, the International Energy Conference and Expo at the Guyana Marriott. Guyana is now the talk of the world because of oil and gas.
It is, John. That oil. Lots happening in Guyana. I've been there sometime last year, and when I got there, I was a bit surprised to see all the developments in Guyana.
Yeah.
It seems to be a different place.
The upward trajectory.
It's going up and up.
In attendance will be the President of Guyana, His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Irfan Ali, his counterpart from Suriname, His Excellency Chandrika Prasad Santokhi will also be there. Honorable Prime Minister of Guyana, retired Brigadier Mark Phillips, Honorable Vice President of Guyana, Dr. Bharat Jagdeo, the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources, Vikram Bharat, will all be making presentations at that forum. And from all indications, it's fully subscribed already, that expo.
Should be something big, Johnny.
Will be. 4 runs from the over, 47 without loss. The Guyana Harpy Eagles looking to get 294 to win.
Yeah, and they're looking very organized. The Happy Eagle batters there, looking very businesslike. Imlak, look, man, on a mission out there. He's right behind the ball and, doing the right thing. And Justin Graves hitting his ears nicely. So it should be a good battle here in this first hour.
So what we've noticed is that drizzle that we had earlier has disappeared. And I think you were spot on in saying that it would not interrupt cricket.
This is my area, Johnny. The River Road area is mine area. Born and bred in River Road. So I think I have an idea what's going to happen here in this venue.
Very well bowled from the left arm seamer. McSween continues to be very economical, landing in good areas so far. River Road. That river starts all the way in the mountains.
All the way in the mountains, come all the way down to St. John's River.
I've had a few trips along that road.
Where do you went, John?
Tempe.
You went to Tempe.
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 Oh, I say Tempe.
Yeah.
I have to get a little bit of Grenadian accent into Tempe.
Tempe. Did you went to the Granatan area? Did you went to the rainforest area?
Well, I think the entire Grenada is like rainforest, isn't it? It's really cool in the mornings here, man. Yeah. I went as far as Guave.
Wow.
Guave.
Jason took you there to get your oil down.
No, I move on my own, man.
Oh, you're Grenadian now, John.
Yeah, I think so. I'm a West Indian, man.
West Indian.
It's quite a nice drive. Lots of things to see. And there's a part between two parishes, between St. John and St. George. That is not claimed. It's empty.
It's empty.
Yeah, because the signs that say welcome to St. George's or welcome to St. John,
Yes.
they have like a gap of 20 feet. It means that when you're in the middle there, you're in the middle of nowhere.
Well, Sir Johnny. You're really, really exploring Grenada, John.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good. And at least I love my country, and I know you enjoy your stay here so far. And as I said before, Jason will give you an extension, so you'll be fine.
On top of the bunks nicely.
The person there looking pretty lovely in this overhead, hitting those areas nicely. And the pitches seem to be batters friendly at the moment, and the batters seem to be really enjoying it this morning. And it's going to be a tough ask today by the bowlers, but once they keep doing the right things and keep it hitting the areas and links and line consistently, I think something can happen, and we are in for a lovely day of cricket.
So West Indies women in the 12th over now, 71 for 3. Runs for Imlach. Stays this one down to wide third. 2 more will bring the 50 on the board for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 50 without loss. Good start in over number 21.
Good start there by the Harpy Eagle batters. Nice partnership building there at the moment. You can see they're hungry for this game. They're rotating the strike nicely. I think once they continue to do that, I think the Volcanoes captain Athenaeus will have put up a change of his plans.
West Indies women, like I said, in over number 12 against England in the opening match of the ICC Women's World T20 in South Africa. 71 for 3.
Hope that they can at least put on 120, 125 and give the English women something to think about.
Over completed. The Harpy Eagles making steady progress, 51 without loss. Yeah. They're on course to at least past 100, and of recent we've seen other West Indies women struggling to get to 100.
Yeah, at least it's been very disappointing looking at them trying to get to 100. But I hope that this big stage, the World Cup, will help them and motivate them. And I think Coach Walsh would love to see them get at least 150. They're on course at the moment, so a lot of big hitters at the back end. So we're looking forward to that big score, 121 to 150.
World Cup started yesterday with an upset with the home team, South Africa, being defeated by Sri Lanka women.
I think that was an upset, John. I was looking forward to South Africa getting a better start.
Yeah, South Africa is my second favorite team in that tournament,
And who's your first team?
West Indies.
Just checking, Johnny. Just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Runs again, could get into the boundary. Darius Martin is quick. He must be quick, must be fit. He's a police officer in St. Vincent.
He looks lean and mean down here, the fine like boundary.
Yeah, so we prevented the boundary. But the 50th partnership is on the board now for Imlach and Matthew Nandu. So good workman, like half-century partnership. 96 balls in just over an hour of batting together.
Yeah, good work there by Happy Eagles batters. They know they have a big task ahead of them, and they're really applying themselves and putting on a good show with a.
Oh, look at it! Hit it too hard this time. Got the inner part of the bat. Bat face closed upon impact.
That's what happens when the bowler is hitting his length consistently. I'm not looking to hit him hard, through extra cover, inside edge, get a single.
The other match of the round, like I said, Leeward Islands Hurricanes batting against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 270 for 7 their first innings, replying to 418 for 9 declared made by the Red Force. That game is at the Sir Vivian Richards cricket ground. Had some rain early up in the match. In between the rain, Trinidad and Tobago 418 for 9 declared, a good total on the board. So cricket starts today, second division in Georgetown. Yesterday the Premiership won in Trinidad and Tobago, where they play 3-day cricket. Really lovely. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah.
Yeah, good idea by the Trinidad Cricket Board. I think we need to see our batters in the region get enough time on the wicket, applying themselves and getting the habit of batting along and scoring big runs. Good idea.
Some of the young Guyanese are playing across there. Anthony Adams playing for Power Gen. Kevlon Anderson for Prisal.
Freestyle, my former club. So he's in good hands.
He's in good hands. Those guys were on the fringe of selection for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, but missed out for one reason or the other. But still playing cricket, and it's a longer version of cricket. 3 days in Trinidad and Tobago, and you can say it is a very competitive level, semi-professional.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea by the players. If you're not in this mix here, I think you should look to keep yourself active. You can keep yourself playing cricket. You know, when I used to play, I used to be doing the same thing. You know, going to Barbados, going to Trinidad, just to keep myself playing cricket and good competitive cricket. So I think it's a really good idea by the players.
Hodge at first slip is very wide. I'll say good morning to the guys at Premier Insurance, one of the sponsors for that big expo I was telling you about, International Energy and Energy Conference and Expo. Premier Insurance on board. That's a new big name in insurance in Guyana, you know.
John, are you part of an insurance company?
Yeah, we're very good mates actually. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles began day number 4 in search of 294. They started on 35 without loss with Nando on 18. Imlak is on 13. They're both still there. It's now 54 without loss. Imlak is on 25. Matthews with him, also on 25. A nice partnership of 51 so far. And Junior Murray. And they're really making progress. Early days yet. 9-1 over still remaining in day number 4. You can say a result is on one way or the other. More from you, and then it will be Jason Skeet.
Yeah, early days yet. We can see the Happy Eagle batters are laying a proper foundation for the other batters behind. I think once they do that, I think put themselves in a position whereby they can fool themselves and trying to win this game. But I know for sure that the Volcano bowlers are thinking differently. Ball again by Preston McSween, hitting those areas nicely. Imlak equal to the task. Ball again by Preston McSween. He seems to be really into his work now. Imlak is equal to the task, very watchful, very selective in his shot play. A ball again by Preston McSween. He's really into his work now. Running in, flowing very nicely. Imlak on the other end, very, very watchful. Waiting for the mistake from Preston McSween.
There's a loud appeal there, and he's given him immediately as he has been working and chipping and nagging away. Preston McSween picks up the prize wicket of Tevin Imlak, and I'm quite sure that this is the absolute perfect start that the Windward Islands were hoping for.
Well bowled by Preston McSween. I can see He's been hitting his areas consistently in the previous over. And once you continue doing that, I think that's the result you're going to get.
Well, he was always pitching just in line, and Imlach a little bit tentative as to whether or not to really come forward early. He started coming forward, halted a little bit, and then continued to push forward. And really and truly, the umpire had absolutely no other choice but to raise that dreaded finger. So the Windward Islands struck this morning. Has struck this morning 54 for 1. Still a lot of cricket to be played here because we're just, 8-9 minutes after 10 o'clock. And with 90 overs expected in the day's play, what is normally scheduled with a 10 o'clock start, I'm quite sure that we can get that in. So still a lot of cricket to be played, but this game is dangling and it can really go any direction.
Yeah, as you can say, at least once the Volcano bowlers do what they're supposed to do, hitting the areas nicely and building pressure, I think we're in for a very interesting day. I think the Happy Eagle batters have the job clear for them now at the moment. They can't afford to lose too many quick wickets here. So I think we're in for a good day. Weather permitting, it looks pretty lovely at the moment. The sun is out. It's a bit clouds about, but it should be a good day.
Well, the Guyana Harpy Eagles have sent in Kimal Savory, and he will join Matthew Nandu, who looks well set on 25. He has not been in any rush, really. He's been very calculated, very watchful, understanding the situation before him. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles will really need him to continue as we now watch Preston McSween, who will continue from the double end. He's getting the ball to do some things there. Brings up the end of the over, 54 for 1. The new ball, the new batsman, Kimal Savory, negotiated that one with some degree of discomfort, but he's there still to get off the mark. And Matthew Nandu on 25. The Windward Islands Volcanoes feeling a little bit more confident, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles, of course, being a little bit more watchful.
Yeah, good over there by Preston McSween, hitting those lengths, those areas very nicely and be rewarded by a wicket. But I think the Happy Eagle batters, we see Nandu very watchful, very organized, and new batter, Savory. They got a job ahead of them.
All the Windward Islands Volcanoes dressing room, all on in a position of watchfulness, really. You may see some of them sitting on their seats with their feet up, but it is by no means a reflection that they are totally comfortable. They are very watchful, hoping that something could really happen here. Darius Martin will continue from the River Road end. Well left. Good ball. Greaves.
Yeah.
Justin Greaves, that is.
Yeah, well ball again by Justin Greaves into his his work. Been very organized this morning, hitting those areas nicely. Really running in. He had a fiver just in the first innings. I know he's looking forward to getting a few more wickets on his belt here.
John Ramsing will be very much more familiar with a lot of the pronunciation of the Guyana players. Is it pronounced Akshaya? Akshaya Prasad. He is the replacement because Chandapal Hemraj was brutally struck by Darius Martin. Brutally struck and was hit plumb really flush. Nothing to cushion it in and between. He was sent back to the dressing room with the highest possible degree of discomfort, save and except an open wound. So he was replaced by Akshoya Prasad. The Guyana Harpy Eagles applied and was granted the concussion. The concussion rule came into play, and Junior Murray, he too had his share of what could have been us applying for the concussion rule yesterday, and but he's been all right. He's been well. He's been well. He's been well. Wouldn't go into the details on that, but he's been well.
I can refresh your memory.
No need to. Some good tidy stuff there from Justin Greaves. He would probably want to just come a little closer to Savory. He's a new batsman. He would probably want to, Greaves that is, would just want to come just a little closer to him to get him into some action, not allowing him to just watch the ball go past the outside and picking up the pace. He would probably want to get a little closer so that he can bring him into the action. Don't you think?
I think it's a good idea. I think Justin to come just a little closer, make him play some of the deliveries and, have him thinking a bit.
He's getting some movement both ways. The ball drifting one way and then pitching and coming back the other way. So movement through the air and movement off the seam.
The conditions here are lovely, overcast conditions. So I think the bowlers are utilizing it very well. You can see another good over there by Justin Graves. Very watchful there, very happy Eagle batters.
55 for 1. The Guyana Harpy Eagles in search of 294. Of course, they won their first encounter, and winning is a habit. So you would think that if any one team here would have the advantage, it would be the team who has been accustomed to winning. The Windward Islands has really not been in that position, Junior Murray.
Yeah, well said. Well said. I think they came from the first round and with a win on the belt. They're very confident. They believe in themselves. But I think the situation they're in now is a very ticklish one. They have to be very careful with their shots play.
Preston McSween has always been right there, just making sure the batsmen are engaged. Matthew Nandu, you remember him from the very first game of the season, round 1, where he played against the Trinidad and Tobago, not Trinidad and Tobago, sorry, but where he played against the Barbados Pride, and got a really, really nice century. And so he knows what is required of him, I'm quite sure.
Yeah, he loves batting.
Driven well, good shot, just waited just a little bit longer for it. Good chase on the boundary, but the ball wins. He tried very well there, but couldn't prevent the ball from going over the boundary. All that effort went to not for him, really. A good, firm push there from Matthew Nandu. You were just speaking about him, Junior.
Yeah, I think the Preston McSween went up a bit too much into that slot, into that driving area, and Nandu pressed him lovely. Stretcher cover boundary for 4. As you can see, a diving Larry Edwards, who's on the field for Milius, but then was not successful.
I was trying to figure out who the fielder was, who the substitute fielder was. Didn't see him too clearly. So, yeah, but Preston McSween, that's the price you pay when you engage the batsman. Don't think he should be too worried about it. Matthew Nandu did very well to beat that packed offside field, Junior.
Yes, short well played. I see a diving Ryan John, short cover there, couldn't stop it. I think Preston, he loves wickets. But I think once he build that pressure, I just want to see him building some more pressure.
The West Indies women in action, 88 for 3. They started pretty well. At one point, they were 35 without loss, I think, when we started, Johnny. And then a bit of a mini collapse there up the top of the order. 83-43 in the 14th over.
They're going along nicely. Hope they can get past 100.
Junior, they're in the 14th over. 83-3. That doesn't represent going along nicely, if you ask me, in 2020.
They've been scoring, some very low scores. So I just hoped that being in that position with a few overs to go, they can go past 100. Because they haven't passed 100 for a while. So
well, they're playing England. England is by no means a team that you can relax on. These English women cricketers, they understand what's before them. And so too is Nandu, understanding and being very watchful. Just plays up to mid-off. That's the end of the Preston McSween over. Just the one glorious classical drive to extra cover. 4 coming off the over. 59 for 1. Kemal Savory just latched in there with just 1. And Matthew Nandu, he's moved on to 29. Slow and steady, Matthew Nandu.
Hey, another good over there by McSween. Very watchful there by both batters, by Nandu. He looks very organized. He looks like he loves batting. And once he stays out there, I think he can lay a proper foundation for the Harpy Eagles.
So 2 slips, a gully. There's a man at point. There's a man on the cover boundary. There's a mid-off, mid-on. Just 1 on the onside, really. This is interesting. And the Greaves continues to bowl to his field. Just the 1 man on the onside, just the mid-on.
Yeah, it's a very interesting field. It just shows that Justin Greaves will be hitting that area outside the off stump very consistently. He's bowling with a plan. He's bowling on one side of the wicket. And hope that he can get a little close to Savory, where he can induce an edge. 2 slips in a gully waiting.
Captain Athens is at second slip. He's got just about everybody catching, save and except
Martin.
So no doubt the Windward Islands in hunt of wickets. They understand that they would need to take wickets, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles understand that they would need to bat. I don't think it would be wise for them to lose another wicket before the luncheon interval.
Yeah, I think they need to bat deep into the day and putting themselves in a position where they cannot lose.
Well, they need to put themselves in a position where at least they can have a go at it. And once you set yourself up nicely between now and halfway through tea, or just after tea, oh, he was fishing there, lured him, sort of like a magnetic field. Justin Greaves, just that delivery, that ball, been loaded with magnet and drawing the bat.
Yeah, it was well bowled at length, we keep talking about all the time, but in between length. Savory wasn't too sure how to play or to leave alone. You can see the movement, the outward movement into the glove of Walcott.
Oh, indecision is the mother of disaster. This time he came across, moved the back foot a little bit more, and came across and got to the pitch of it very nicely.
Yeah, you can see Greaves coming just a bit closer, but just a bit of an in swing there. I say be very, very watchful. You can see Justin is using all his experience. He's a thinking bowler.
He's been getting a lot of support, really. That's Justin Greaves. His team is really backing him. He's been getting right there. Robinson is right there at gully. His captain Athens is at second slip. Kevin Hodge is at first slip. He's got just about everybody right there within that inner circle. What would be a very in a circle, so to speak.
Yeah, they all enjoying themselves out there. At least they know the task ahead of them. Keep motivating the bowler.
Oh, not sure if that was a chance, but what I can tell you, it was well struck, cleanly struck by Kemal Savory. Got every bit of the middle of the bat onto it, and it whistled past Justin Greaves all the way down to the boundary for 4. Good shot.
Good shot.
Brings up the end of the over, 63 for 1. With that shot, good way to end the over. Matthew Nandu is on 25, and Kemal Savory, he's there on 5. And we've got drinks on the field, Junior Murray. It brings up the end of just about the first hour of play, just a little bit under an hour.
Yeah, good shot there by Savory. You can see Graves came up a bit straighter, as you can see it here now. It's a bit. It was in the air a bit. It was catching. It would have been a fantastic catch by Graves.
Surely would have been the catch of the match if you ask me, because to go down that low and get it with that kind of pace coming in from a fast bowler.
Yeah,
Would
good
have been the
shot.
catch of the match.
Good shot. They take him to the water break, refresh himself, and he can come back after the water break. And this will be my water break here, Jason. See you sometime during the course of the day.
All right, well, we say goodbye to Junior Murray, even if it is just for a brief moment. And the man with the 3 first names, I don't know if he has any more names that we don't know about, but the man with the 3 first name comes in. Randall, Clyde, John, Clyde, Randall, Clyde, John, Randall, John. What was it? What is it?
Good morning, Jason.
Good morning, my friend.
It begins with Clyde,
Clyde,
Randall,
John.
and there's another one, but
Oh no.
we leave that for another time.
Well, there is the water break on the field. Let's bring you up to speed with what's happening around the region. The Leeward Islands playing Trinidad and Tobago. The Leeward Islands are 283 for 3. So the Leeward Islands looking to see if they can pull something out of the hat. I'm not quite sure. This one seems to be heading for a draw straight down the middle. The West Indies women 88 for 3 was. Well, we've got some action here. Yes, Clyde John has brought it into play. So the West Indies women, they too have their issues to deal with. Another wicket going down. We told Junior Murray that this English team, they're not to be played with. 114 for 5. Yeah, 114 for 5. That's the latest score coming out of England in the 17th over, the end of the 17th over. 114 for 5. So the West Indies women, they would have a lot to do. Charmaine Campbell just going for 34, caught at the wicket. So Clyde John, pretty even Stevens here, early still at the Grenada National Cricket Stadium. The Guyana Harpy Eagles and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. A dicey one.
It makes for a very interesting day's play. Which way it would head, we're yet to really see any big, swerve in terms of an advantage to any of the teams. So definitely it will go down to maybe the final session, or looking at how Guyana is going forward. There's no haste to say that they want to up the scoring rate. They take whatever is on offer by the Windward Volcanoes. The bowlers have been bowling pretty steady, and so it's even Steven. It's a match that has a lot of interest. Anyone seizing an advantage here definitely is going to push towards that victory. So we're looking to see who will be the person to make that first move. What do you think, Jason? Who?
This time, Maxwell is moving into the batsman. That's Matthew Nandu. He's moving into him. That's a good move from Justin Greaves, from Preston McSween, moving into Nandu and just pushing him on the back foot, climbing just a little bit. So he has been bowling that line to the shorter batsman, Matthew Nandu. He's not by any means a tall man. so it wouldn't take much to get something into that bow tie area. But he's a good, clean strike of the ball. Nandu, he's pushing up to the offside, and good shot there. There's a very packed offside field, so he's not interested in trying to drag anything onto the onside. He is going to. He has been picking his spots and waiting, sometime going a little bit earlier and crafting his singles through a pack offside field.
Yeah, he is compact. Looking to play the ball back where it came. When you coach youngsters, you want to ensure that they understand how to get the ball back to the bowler, back. Good delivery. You want to get it back to where it came from. It's the basic of being able to have good temperament, being able to stay out at the wicket and bat for long periods. When you go across the line, you increase the chances of getting out, maybe by the bottom edge or maybe a top edge. Yeah. And so you want to ensure that you teach the basics. And Nandu looks as if he really has the basics covered.
He's come from a place where the basics are very well taught. He's come from a place of good cricketers who have been steady with the basics. Clive Lloyd and Carl Hooper. A lot of these batsmen understand the importance of the basics and using it well. Shivnarayan Chandapal, in recent times, he's seen Matthew Nandu what those who would have gone before him would have done. Good Saturday in Grenada. Good Saturday for cricket, Clyde.
Yeah, weather looking good. One or two bits of clouds here and there, but nothing really threatening.
Ooh, threatening is the right word. Look at that delivery. And if there was ever the definition of the word threatening, that was it right there. Unplayable, if you ask me. That's the one word I would use to describe it.
Yeah, definitely, Maxwin. Hitting the right areas, threatening the outside edge of the batsman, ensuring that he draws him into that little push. Maybe 2 coats have vanished now, not one.
Good shot again by Nandu. Savory that was. Just waiting on it for just a little bit longer. Just waiting on it and just pushing it through the offside. So both Matthew Nandu and Kimal Savory, they've been doing pretty well, being a little bit more watchful and just taking their time and crafting the ball through the offside. Brings up the end of the over, 64 for 1. And the Windward Islands in search of wickets, and the Harpy Eagles in search of runs.
Yeah, good to see the rotation of the strike by Savory and Nandu. You saw the soft hands. I'm not really looking to hit the ball hard to the fielders, just dropping the hands and running through for an easy single. So definitely, I am thinking here that there is a plan to up the scoring rate. Without taking much chances. So we're still looking, hoping to see if there would be a sign of somebody trying to steal the advantage. This even Stevens game as it goes along, very interesting.
So Justin Greaves just making some adjustments there into the field. He has brought the mid-off, moved that mid-off and put him to a more wideish long off, and then bring a man into just a little bit right of mid-wicket. short, but just a little bit right of mid-wicket. He was very specific with where he wanted the fielder there, so no doubt he has something up his sleeve for Kemal Savory.
Looking at that field, you want to imagine that he is going to try to stay a little bit closer to the batsman, challenging the edge just a little bit more. That's why the man at short mid-wicket was moved a little straighter so that he doesn't get that easy single.
He's been trying to come in just a little bit closer now, operating more on middle and off and not so much the proverbial fourth stump, really. That's Justin Greaves.
Yeah, definitely. You see that plan just to try and maybe get that edge, get him pushing at one and getting that edge through to the keeper. So a good move there by Greaves, really showing that he's thinking about his bowling, hoping to pick up maybe another fifer.
Oh, well played by Kemal Savory. That ball was always drifting in, looking to york him, but good foot movement, came onto it very early. Good batting, smart batting by Kemal Savory, and just taking his time with it, not rushing, and playing it up to the onside and just picking up an easy single.
Yeah, very good batting. Means Savory is there and he's thinking, he's ticking. I'm ensuring that he gets a bit of a strike in, get a score behind his name. Has enough time to do that.
All right, well, just some more adjustments, not just the one man on the onside for Nandu. So Ryan John has been the athlete, moving from point and going to mid-wicket, depending on who's at the wicket. Ryan John maybe using that as a bit of a warm-up too, because we could see him being called into the action at some point.
Yeah, I know that the pieces of the Volcanoes would be itching to have the ball. They would want to have that ball in their hands as much as possible.
Good ball shaping away from the batsman, but well played by Matthew Nandu, very watchful. Brings up the end of the over, 66 for 1 the Windward Islands against the Guyana Harpy Eagles, with Kemal Savory on 7 and Matthew Nandu is there on 30. More from Clyde Randall John, and then it will be John whatever Ramsing. He may give us a bit of an idea about all the names that he has, if he has more than 2 or 3, but we'll hear.
Yeah, so again, as you were saying, Jason, John is in the attack, so maybe he actually was warming up, moving from mid-wicket to gully, and now he has the ball in his hands, itching to get the continuation of the good lines and good lengths that they have been hitting. These medium pacers, they've really been impressive, and it's good to see. It's a good sign for our cricket here in the Windwards. It's good to see that we still have some fast bowlers who are able to be patient and put the ball in good areas and then enjoy their work.
So McSween spelled this morning, 6 overs, 1 for 17, is out of the attack. Now Ryan John, who bowled 3 balls this morning, is back in. Savory just a tentative push, he's just gotten there. But already we see a 12-run partnership developing with Matthew Nandu. Nandu holding firm so far. Looks good for 30, he got 100 on debut. Very first innings for the Guyana Harpy Eagles in the last game in Antigua and Barbuda, when they were playing the Barbados Pride. So he has some form, he has some confidence, despite missing out in the second innings in Antigua and the first innings over here. But class is class.
Class is class, and I think class with patience is what we're seeing from Nandu. In his 100, he batted for a very long time. And here again, you can see him, just occupying the crease, ensuring that he plays on merit. He remains focused, hitting the ball back where it came. If there's need for the soft hands, you see the soft hands coming through. So far, hitting a very good, sweet cover drive this morning, getting it to the boundary. So he has the temperament that says, he can be successful at the top there.
He chalked up the first of 400s. Since then, Kimani Milius 192. Alec Atene is 141 and Darren Bravo 100. All bringing up three figures this season. So lots of runs being scored. Why not?
Yeah.
There for the taking, have a go.
Have a go. And again, we say that wicket is good for batting. So definitely you will want to be, remain out there and get as good a score as possible behind your name.
Seen a couple of 5-wicket hauls as well. We've seen 3 across here at the Grenada National Stadium in 2 rounds so far. Ryan John, who's in operation right now, was the first, 5 for 18. Then Preston McSween in the first innings of this match. And then the last innings, it was Shamar Joseph. A maiden 5-wicket haul for him, and just his second match, just like the 2 at the crease. Nandu Unsavory playing his second match as well for the Harpy Eagles. So lots of young players coming in and putting their hands up.
Yeah, it's good. We've been, looking at these players since under 15, seeing and understanding that their development is important. The way they go about the game, I think they've really matured well. And so definitely, it says that unlike the condition that we have right over the stadium, the future of the batting is bright.
Unlike the conditions, yes. And I see umpire Jonathan Blades looking over his right shoulder towards the rainy area. It can get a bit dark, and that gives you the indication that rain can be around. Oh, it's drizzling, so Machu Nandu taking some shelter. Oh no, it's getting into the eyes now of the batter, and I think the umpires may be tempted to call on the covers. The groundsmen are not even close to the covers, however. So,
yeah, it is a bit of a passing cloud. This time it's a bit faster in terms of moving across, so the umpires may be tempted.
yeah, that angle on your monitor is not exactly giving the right picture of where the rain is coming from. That one is actually looking towards the Cemetery Hill. You need to look across to the east. Here's Ryan John nonetheless. Bowls bang on target. John, he completes a maiden over upon his return. And that's the area we're seeing some rain coming now. It's now 66 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, and that's the area that you always have to look to tell, whether it's going to interrupt or not.
So we already had 8 interruptions, according to our astute match referee, Carl Felix. I was unable to keep up, and I'm sure we all here, it was kind of difficult to keep up, but nothing beats Carl Felix. So there we see above the hills a little bit of bad weather coming through, and the umpires will call on the covers now. So we have an interruption again. So Mr. Felix, please take note. This is number 9. It's now 6-6 for the loss of 1. Machu Nandu still there on 30. Just gotten to the crease. Kemal Savory on 7. 6-6 for 1. The only batsman to be dismissed for the Harpy Eagles so far. Devon Imlach leg before to McSween. In the 23rd over of the innings, he went for 25. Having faced some 62 deliveries, just 1-4 in that innings. After a nice fighting partnership of 51 with Nandu. He was a judge leg before. So McSween getting him for the second time in the match. Do remember Chandrapur Hemraj has been replaced. The concussion rule coming into play. So the concussion substitute is Akshaya Prasad, who's going to bat if needed, instead of Chandrapur Hemraj, who will play no further part in this game. He retired hurt for 3 after being hit on his head by Darius Martin. So we have rain here at the Grenada National Stadium. Clyde, can you say from your local knowledge if this will be a long stoppage?
It's coming down a bit heavy, but right behind it, it seems to be a bit clear. So definitely, we will have maybe a 10-15 minutes delay, just to ensure that the covers are off and they're off properly and so on. So this interruption most likely will give us a 10 to 15, maybe 20 minutes delay, definitely.
At 66 for 1, do remember the Guyana Harpy Eagles began on 35 without loss, looking to get 294 runs to win. They're still 228 runs away. It's still anybody's game.
Still anybody's game. Even Stevens, well balanced game. Again, we're looking to see which team would be able to seize the advantage. So far, the bowling looks threatening. It looks as if it wants to get the wickets, but you definitely see the plan where the bowlers are just putting the ball in the good areas and asking the batsmen to give the wicket away. I wouldn't say that they're attacking per se, but they're just keeping consistent lines, length, asking the batsmen to play and give away that wicket. So definitely, if the batsmen run out of patience, I think this is where the game is going to change. But as long as the batsmen remain patient, remain, playing the ball as consistently as they're doing and as properly as they're doing, then we still have to wait to see where it will go.
31 runs added this morning for the loss of 1 wicket from 14.3 overs. So just under 15 overs and just over 30 runs. It means that they're scoring just about 2 runs and over, and they've lost 1 wicket already, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They need to really look at that scoring rate if they really want to get to 294, and the Volcanoes will be happy to pick up wickets at regular intervals. We will take a break, and when we have live action right here at the Grenada National Stadium, we will be back. But just to let you know that rain has stopped play on the 4th day. Is the first session of day number 4, the morning session, with the Guyana Harpy Eagles 66 for a loss of 1, looking to get 294 for victory. When we have play, we will be back to bring you the action. Do join us. Pleasant morning once again, and welcome back to the Grenada National Stadium in downtown St. George's, venue for second round clash in Cricket West Indies Regional 4-day encounter. Guyana Harpy Eagles against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. It's the first session of the final day, and it's quite an interesting one so far. We've had play starting promptly at 9:30, the scheduled 9:30 start, but then at just about 10:39 we had some rain here at the National Stadium in Grenada. The players went off, and now at 11:13 we're just about ready to resume. So it means we've been off the field for about 40 minutes or thereabout, and we're hoping that it will be the last interruption of the day. We've had 9 interruptions already in this match, and it's really not doing very well to the players and to everyone involved in this match. Alright, as it is, the Guyana Harp Eagles in their second innings, 6-6 for a loss of 1, set a target of 294. So they're still 228 runs adrift of that. In the morning session, they've added some 31 runs, losing 1 wicket, that of Tevan Imlak for 25. 14.3 overs bowled in the morning session so far. Here's Greaves to continue. So Greaves begins from the River Road end here at the National Stadium in Grenada, bowling to Machu Nandu. So Nandu still there, holding firm on 30. Kemal Safri with him on 7. Chandrapal Hemraj retired hurt yesterday after being hit on the head. It was 3 without loss. Hemraj was on 3 at that time in the 6th over, and he has been replaced by Akshaya Prasad, the concussion substitute. So Hemraj will take no further part in this game, and Akshaya Prasad will bat a bit later on if needed. Chance for run out. Misses the woodwork, and now they'll be able to get the overthrow. Kemal Savory was running for all his worth. Not sure if he's thinking that it was 1 to win and that was the last ball of the match, but he was going somewhere that no one really knew, and he's lucky to get back. With me, Clyde John. Clyde, a little bit of anxious moment for Savory.
Yeah, definitely a bit anxious there as you see him just dropping it soft hands, Nandu. Savory.
In all fairness to Savory, he saw Nandu getting out of his blocks as well, and then turned back because it got very quickly to the fielder. Dropped it with soft hands, but I guess the timing was there for him, and it went to the fielder at short mid wicket very quickly. Almost resulted in a run out. You don't want to run out at this stage, chasing 294.
Definitely, you do not want anything like this. This could be, a disastrous run out and could cause a slide. So definitely, you don't want to offset what has been going on so far. You want to make sure that you stay out there and you bat as many overs as possible as we see that the sunshine is back and the conditions are ready, good for cricket, good for batting. You will want to stay out there and continue grafting and ensuring that you build that partnership and really put your team in a good position for a victory.
Savory very watchful. Imlak, the lone casualty this morning, leg before to McSween for 25. It was 1 for 54 in 23rd over, ending a 51-run partnership with Nandu. Second time in the match that Imlak dismissed to McSween. The first innings, he was caught behind trying to pull a short ball and feathered it to the wicketkeeper. This time around, leg before. Caught in a tangle, and appeal aborted. Savory, he's on 7, batting a long time with Nandu, and a partnership is developing. Just 13 runs so far, but just a little bit too slow to Guyana Harpy Eagles if they're going to really look to get anywhere close to 294 to win this game. And with 1 wicket down already, and a new person being exposed into this game because Akshaya Prasad did not play the last game. Hemraj, unfortunate to be hit in the head and is replaced. So the batting can be a bit shaky because the women only managed to get 169 in the first innings.
Yeah, I think they're looking to maybe just bat themselves into a position where it would be easy for them to pull off a victory. You have had it in Bramble still to come. You have experience of Leon Johnson, so you have persons there who can really challenge the Volcanoes in terms of scoring and scoring quickly. So definitely, I think the plan seemed to be to bat, until lunch and then maybe make that sort of challenge based on the remaining overs that you have and the batsmen that are in. So let's look and see.
Leg by to end the over. So the over completed after rain. 67th and 168 now for the loss of 1. 30 overs gone. Yeah, still to come. Leon Johnson, Akshaya Prasad, Anthony Bramble, Kevin Sinclair, Veer Sami Pamal, Shamar Joseph. They're all very capable with the bat. And Niall Smith runs with beating the fast bowlers. And I'm sure with their defensive technique, they can hang around if needed. So 68 for the loss of 1. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, like I said, the target is 294. 82 overs still remaining in the day's play. So in terms of time, lots of time. But runs are out there, you just need to go get them.
Yes, most definitely. You still, in spite of the stop stats that we've had, the conditions of the field is really good. The ball will travel quickly over the ropes once hit properly, and you have a good condition, a good wicket that is playing through. So definitely runs are there to be had.
Kenneth Demba is now going to come into the attack. He had the most wickets last season for the Volcanoes when they played in Trinidad and Tobago. 15 wickets, of which 9 came against the Guyana Harpy Eagles in that game at the Queen's Park Oval, including a 5-wicket haul. So Kenneth Demba, that would be fresh in his mind.
Yeah, definitely you would want him to, come into his own in this game. He hasn't had much wickets in the 2 games that has been played.
When you look at the number of left-handers as well in the Guyana Harpy Eagles batting lineup, you can understand why Demba will be very much happy to get his hands on the ball. The 2 at the crease in Nandu and Savory. Then there's Johnson. Akshaya Prasad is also left-handed. Shamar Joseph. So all of these left-handers. So the off-spinner will be looking to spin the ball away, trying to make it a bit uncomfortable for these batters, and no doubt looking to get their wickets. Nice bounce and turn, so some encouragement for the off-spinner very early in his spell. Good bowling.
Yeah, and that's the area you want to hit as consistently as possible, ensuring that you draw the batsman into that shot where he doesn't have control.
So we're keeping an eye on West Indies against England in the Women's World T20 in South Africa. We're also keeping a check on what's happening at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Ground in Antigua. Leeward Islands Hurricanes against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Edged and taken. And that is exactly what we're speaking of. The left-handers will be the victims that Kenneth Demba will be targeting. And very early in his spell, he gets the wicket of Kemal Savory, stretching forward, edge found, and taken quite easily at first slip. Savory goes for 7, and it's now 68 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, that's what we have been saying, and you can see them there, exploiting that little area outside of the off stump. You look from our vantage point, you would see that there are some footmarks. And there he is, just outside that stump, turning away. And again, Savory just pushing a little bit hard at that delivery, and getting that edge, so it carried all the way to the slip. I think if he was playing with a bit of a softer hands, maybe it would not have carried so far. But the lunge forward actually gave the ball that momentum to carry it into the slip. So good long batting, but unfortunately it has come to the end. Denver picking up his first wicket.
Leon Johnson, the captain, makes his way into the middle. 68 for the loss of 2 in the 31st over, with Kemal Savory being dismissed for 7, having faced some 36 deliveries. 1-4 in his innings. So Matthew Nandu is still there on 31, joined by his captain now, Leon Johnson, another left-hander. So Demba will be very pleased to know that another left-hander is walking out. He really enjoys bowling to these left-handers, and as an off-spinner, makes it just a bit easier.
Yeah, the ball moving away from the left-handers off stump makes it a little bit difficult. There are some footmarks right there, so definitely you can get that ball dropping in the footmark. It means that it may just turn the other way instead of going the conventional way. A lot can happen. You can get that extra bounce. So definitely a lot can happen there. And so Demba would want to make sure that he remains, tight outside that off stump.
Demba picked up a wicket in each of the innings against the Red Force. So 2 in that game, 1 in the Guyana Harpy League's first innings, and 1 here in the second innings already. Johnson long forward. Defense killed that ball. And it's a wicket maiden for Kenneth Demba. His first over in the second innings. And he has a wicket in the bag already. 68 for the loss of 2. Nandu 31. Johnson yet to get off the mark. Over at North Sound in Antigua, the Leeward Islands declaring, they were bowled out. I thought they were bowled out for 302. Just 100 overs on 1 ball. So the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting a second time, 25 for the loss of 1. So Red Force in their first innings, 418 for 9 declared. Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 302. Batting a second time, 25 for 1. They may want to chase quick runs. They may want to be tempted to bowl the Hurricanes out the second time. It's day number 4 over there as well. And like I said, we're keeping an eye on what's happening in South Africa. West Indies women got 135 for 7 when they batted. The last we heard, England women in reply, they're 49 for 1. We'll give you the latest in a moment. It's the West Indies women's first encounter. Decent score on the board, 135. Not too bad. Because Junior Murray alluded to the fact that recently West Indies women struggling to get to 3 figures. Nice bounce and carry again from Justin Greaves. Continues to look good. Bowling from the River Road end, bowling from the end that he got most of his success in this game.
Yeah, bowling pretty well. Really keeping a steady line and length. Keeping a steady line and length, having the batsmen leaving as, not really wanting them they do not want to be pushing at the deliveries, and so he has maintained a steady length, which is good for him.
Very close to cut, but he managed to squeeze it down towards third man for a single Nandu. England women so far in the 7th over, 67 for 2. So they're scoring at a very fast rate. 67 for 2 in the 7th over. Looking to get 136 to beat West Indies women. It's the opening match for both teams in the Women's World T20 down in South Africa. New Zealand and Australia play the next game of the day. That can also be a big one. Upset in the first match with the home side. South African women going down to Sri Lanka women. But that's cricket.
That's cricket for you. It's a good start to the Women's World Cup. Tells you that you can look out for anything, because I think there is a lot of improvement in the women's game. Teams are taking the women cricket a lot more serious, and so you see a lot more effort, being placed on these ladies. So it's good to see, and one would just look to see how the remainder of the tournament would progress. West Indies will want to ensure that they put in a good performance, sort of redeem themselves on the international scene, because they haven't been doing too well for persons who have won this.
Flicked away. Runs for Leon Johnson. He's going to get off the mark in grand style. 4 runs to him at mid-wicket. He opened his account with that boundary. And it's now 72 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, good shot there. Bad delivery. Badly lined. The length was okay, but the line, I think, was bad. And so he just got inside and whipped it over a vacant mid-wicket. Again, you see Leon Johnson come out and from that first scoring shot, you're asking yourself, what would be the plan?
I'm sure he would want to bat until lunch, like you said earlier, and then assess the situation. Just 5 in the first innings for him, but he's been around a long time. Over completed. At the end of it, 73 for the loss of 2. The Guyana Harpy Eagles in their second innings looking to get 294 to win. So Matthew Nandu still there on 32. Like I said, Hemraj retired hurt in 3 and will be replaced in this team by Akshay Prasad. Definitely Mlak like before McSween 25. Kemal Savory caught at first slip of the bowling of Demba for 7. The 2 batsmen to be dismissed. Wickets going down 51-68. It's now 73 for the loss of 2 with Johnson, who's just gotten there. 1 scoring shot for him. But it's going to be Nandu to take strike, and look at how he's taking his guard. Just like Shivnarine Chandapal, the man he idolizes. And Chandapal's former teammate has made his way into the commentary position. So, Junior.
Hey, Johnny, how you doing?
Set up nicely this morning. Yeah, I'm doing good. Dembo, wicket in his first over, continues.
Yeah, I think Denver will have a big role to play. He have a long spell ahead of him. There's lots of left-handers in this Happy Eagles team, and there's a lovely rough outside the off stump there. So he'll be targeting that rough area and looking to carry the batsman to slip.
Denver can be a very key man because, like I said, in the last game he played against the Guyana Harpy Eagles, he picked up 9 wickets in the match, including a 5-wicket haul, and then finished the entire tournament with just 15 wickets, so just 6 wickets otherwise.
Yeah, I think he'll be a key man here at the moment. Lots of left-handers getting the ball to turn away from the batters. So I think he has a big role to play here in the outcome of his game.
I'm sure you're pleased to know that the West Indies women got past the 100, 137.
Yes, I'm very pleased to see them getting over 100. Coach Courtney Ward should be very happy himself.
In fact, it's 135 for 7 they made. But England, in reply, they've just lost their 3rd wicket, 74. But they're scoring at a very quick rate. They're only now in the 8th over.
Yeah, very quick rate. I think the seasoned team gel together nicely, and they know what they'll have to do, and it should be a very interesting game.
Swept nicely by Johnson, the captain, runs for him. Half stopped by the fielder down there and goes into the boundary. Darius Martin just cannot hold on to that one, and it goes through his hands and into the boundary for 4. Confident sweep shot from Johnson to end the over, and after 33 overs, the Guyana Harpy Eagles 78 for 2.
Well played again by skipper Johnson. Just one ball line along the leg side. Swept him around. The back was square. Diving Martin. Unfortunately, didn't get there. 4 runs.
It's Saturday morning, Junior, and I noticed some of your students are on the back in the nets.
Yes,
Junior Mori Academy is alive.
Yeah, some of the guys, there's a under 50, under 19 tournament starting very soon. So some of the bigger kids are getting ready for that tournament. And some of the younger kids, I can see them there in the Junior Mori Royal Louis stand looking at the game.
Then I noticed some of the players are actually in the nets at the back.
Yeah, these are the bigger ones, getting ready for the under 19 tournament. The GCA will have an under 19 tournament starting on the 25th of February. So St. George's Parish is preparing themselves for that tournament.
It goes from here, then it goes on to inter-parish. I guess they have a Grenada team to play in the inter-Windward Islands. And soon enough we'll have the Windward Island side.
Yeah, so that's where it all started. Yeah, so I think we all played at that level, and our career started on the under 19 level. Some of them on the under 15.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 wickets in the morning session, but the scoring rate not necessarily the fastest. Not too sure. Be gauging from that what is the plan of the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Well, I guess at this moment we're trying to get to lunch and then assess the situation and then take it from there after lunch.
Both teams will be looking to make some adjustments after this round because there's a long break. Tournament set to resume on the 15th of March with round 3. So some players may find themselves out of the side and some of the fringe players can find themselves in the side. So you may find players trying to just secure themselves for that next round. Beautifully played by Nandu, but we just get a single protection on the boundary at backward point.
Well played again by Nandu. Just a bit wide outside the off stump. And Nandu just choked him nicely. Behind point for 1. Yeah, I think what these players will be putting up their hands, performances. As I always say, as a player, you got to pick yourself. Don't let the selector discuss your name. So once you perform, I think the selectors have no choice.
And this one is driving loosely, Leon Johnson. Big appeal, but not outsays umpire Jonathan Blades.
Well bowled again by Justin Grave into his work. Into that in-between length and Johnson. Wide. Full wide. Leaving Johnson. I don't think he got on edge here. There's no edge there. Not on said umpire. The umpire's having a good game so far.
Very good. And then you look at the reaction of the wicketkeeper. He just was happy to accept
Yes.
without any form of celebration. Graves in a long spell. Now into his 12th over. None for 22 so far. Ends with a very wayward delivery outside the off stump of Johnson. He allows it to go by. He remains on 8. Nandu's on 34. 79 for the loss of 2 wickets. On the victory target, some 294. So, all to play for really. They have to play until lunch and then see where it goes. More for you, Junior, and then it will be Jason Skeet.
Yeah, well bowled again by Justin. Very watch play by Captain Leon Johnson. I think the 2 batters there will be thinking about bat until lunch. They don't want to lose another wicket here now at the moment to put extra pressure on themselves at the moment.
John Ramsing will drift off to have himself some sugarcane. I'm quite sure he would be very familiar with the sugarcane. Guyana, of course, one of the bigger producers of sugar, and he would no doubt enjoy and indulge in the raw material. Before we get to the processed version, he would enjoy that. Saturday morning, market morning in beautiful Spice Country, Grenada. Saw him across by the market getting some vegetables, fruits and vegetables. He seems to be big on that. Big on fruits and vegetables, John Ramsing. Saturday morning, traditionally good market morning in Grenada. Junior Murray, I know you've been big on fruits and vegetables all your life, really?
All my life, Jason, I'm big on fruits and vegetables. Trying to keep it as healthy as possible.
Healthy is the watchword, of course. And a healthy position here for both teams, because there you see John Ramsing enjoying his sugarcane. Had to get that in. 79 for 2, and really it's still very much hanging in the balance. Nobody just pushing their heads forward yet. It can really go any way.
Yeah, I think the game is really in a balance at the moment. The Happy Eagles batters are trying to stay as tight as possible, not too much loose shot, very watchful at the moment.
Ever threatening Kenneth Denbar. He's been bowling a lot better in this game in particular. Didn't see all that bounce and turn in the first round of matches when the Windwards played Trinidad and Tobago, but he's getting some movement here.
Yeah, he's very into his work and nicely. He's loving those left-handers there. Lovely rough outside the off stump. So he should be he'll be licking his fingers there, and hoping that he can get a couple wickets before lunch.
That's the end of the over. Nandu would probably want to consider in his next over, the next time he has to face Denver, if he should just maybe get there just a little bit earlier, meet him, because Denver is flighting the ball, so good opportunity for him to employ the use of the feet and get to the ball a little earlier, maybe a little fuller, and use some of the gaps he might have in front of him on the offside.
Yeah, I think Nando Demba is doing very well. He's a bit of variation there, a bit of flight, and hoping that he can get Nando out of his crease and probably allow a stumping.
All right, well, 79 for 2, and the hard working Ryan John has now been brought into the attack again. Ryan John, he's had some good moments with the ball and the bat, of course. And good morning to my good friend Zico up in St. David's, Grenada. Zico, I know that you are an ardent cricket lover, never missing a ball, Zico, really. And he knows Ryan John very well. Ryan John just rushing in just a little bit. The ball. I'm thinking that Leon Johnson, the captain, he has to show some mettle here, really. He would also need to get involved in the scoring and get among the runs.
Yes, I think he's not pretty much in good nick. He has been getting some good scores, so I think this is an opportunity for him now to show what he can do. He's a seasoned campaigner.
Not moving the back foot just too much, just coming forward and playing it, but not moving the back foot, Junior. Generally, is that a sign of discomfort or insecurity from the batsman?
No, I think each batsman have the different techniques.
Okay.
Yeah, that they play. Some wait a little longer, some move around in the crease a bit. So I think that's his way, and that's what he's comfortable doing.
Why were they always telling me move the back foot, come across? Why were they always telling me that when I was playing cricket?
This and time has changed.
Okay, I'd live with that. This time he does, and gets a scoring opportunity. So there might just be some degree of truth.
I think a lot has been changed where cricket is concerned, and probably in my time now and this year here now, a lot has changed. Different rules have been brought in, different way of batting, different way of bowling, but it's all for the betterment of the game.
Shaping away movement. He'd want to bring that a little closer to the batsman, and if he does that, it could bring Robinson into play, because Robinson is at gully, and with that kind of pace and a healthy hedge, with Leon Johnson pushing, it might just bring the gully into play. Hodge is also at first up and Athens at second.
Yeah, I think probably John is trying to set up Johnson here to a couple going away, and then probably get a little closer and see if he can induce an edge, and the slips and the gully and the keeper is waiting.
That was... it stood in the air for a little while, and there was the shout of catch, and really, the fielder down there, that looks like... it looks like Darius Martin. Darius Martin didn't make a move forward, and if he had just come 2-3 steps forward, it would have been an easy catch for him. I don't know if he lost sight of it. The replay might show us at some point if we do get it, but it stood in the air for a while. It was a comfortable chance for Darius Martin, really, if he had just take 2 steps forward.
Yeah, I thought it was a chance. I think it was a very lazy movement there, but as you can look at it here now, full wide, introducing that rash shot. And Darius Martin, they're coming in very lazily, I think that's an opportunity for a wicket.
Oh, this time he's even more glorious in the drive and all along the green. Yeah, Darius Martin had the golden opportunity there really to just take 2 steps forward and picked up what would have been an easy wicket. Maybe he lost it, but there was a shout from all around the slip cordon, catch it, and everybody was in high anticipation that he probably would have taken it.
Yeah, I wonder what went wrong there. The stage of the game, I think you're trying to win a game here. At the moment, you're trying to get wickets. The Captain Johnson, big wicket. You will go there, you will put your body on the line and trying to get that wicket.
He didn't even need to put his body on the line, just 2 steps really. 83 for 2 at the end of the over. Leon Johnson moves on to 10 and Matthew Nandu is there on 96, 90 and 36, sorry, slow and steady. Guyana Harpy Eagles are still 211 runs in the hole, but they've got time on their hands. And Deva threatening. Kenneth Denbar continues to operate from the Dabo end.
Seems to be enjoying the speller bowl, and you can see him smiling and having fun out there, which I think is a good idea.
He would normally pitch in that length and get one to just shape away from the left-hander. We saw it twice, and the latter of the delivery is picking up the wicket.
Yeah, should be targeting for that rough outside the off stump there, gets extra bounce and turn there.
And overthrows, gets Nandu an extra 2.
Yeah, a bit of sloppy feeling there by Ryan John. Moving along to his right, picking up, throwing to the keeper, wayward throw to the keeper, no one backing up. Bit of sloppy work there. I think the Volcanoes got to get a bit tighter in the workload and keep the pressure on Happy Eagle batters.
1 is 1.
1 is 1, as we say.
1 is 1. The batsmen are already there, 3/4 way down the wicket. 1 is 1. Very good shot, just waiting on it just a little bit longer, just waiting on it was Leon Johnson. Could have gone earlier, but I mean, it might just have brought up a single, but that is a good indication that Leon Johnson is getting into his own. I mean, a batsman who is not a Nick would have looked to play very quickly, but he actually waited on it just a little longer, and nice stroke.
Yeah, well played by Leon Johnson. Short, wide, slow side off stump, went back and cut him for a single.
This time very watchful. Denbar thinking. It's the end of the over. Matthew Nandu staying in control, staying on top of things. He's there on 39. 91 deliveries for his 39. So he is basically operating at snail pace, but he would understand that occupation of the wicket at this stage of the game is very critical. Leon Johnson, his captain, is there with him on 11 and 87 for 2.
Nandu is fighting for the Happy Eagles. Very watchful. He might seem to be bad and slow, but at the stage of the game, I think him and Captain Johnson will need the body as long as possible, carry it to lunch, and then see what happens after lunch.
Well, we also heard that the current president of Guyana is an ardent cricket fan. That's President Irfan Ali. We understand that he's an ardent... Irfan Ali. Good shot again from Johnson. Good fielding work. He made up for it this time, definitely. Kenneth Denbar made up for it this time, definitely. Not Denbar, that is, sorry. But Martin. Darius Martin. Good shot from Leon Johnson. Look at it again.
Yeah, the short ball wide side the off stump. Deep point. Martin run around, dive in, and saving 2 runs for his team.
He didn't get to the boundary, but what was even more important was how he waited on it and then struck it with power. good fielding work on the boundary there as well. So good cricket.
Good cricket all around.
Yeah, Ifran Ali, a very ardent Irfan. Oh, okay. You guys are very comfortable with these names. Forgive me. But he's an ardent cricket fan, lover of the game.
I think he's also a very close friend of Leon Johnson.
Yeah, always in contact, wants to know what's happening with the team and how things are going, and always on top. Wanting to make sure that everything is pinpoint, and also stays on top of things with the Guyana Cricket Board. I've been told, always in conversation with them, supporting them, giving them the support they need. And that's always good, because it sort of gives the players the confidence, knowing that, when you've got the support at the highest level, really and truly you can go on to be as great as you really can be.
I think it's a very good idea. Once ahead, he's in charge. I think it's really a good idea.
Shaping away. He knows that anytime he gets close to Leon Johnson now has shown that he has the capability of just waiting and punching. So he probably is trying to get Johnson to play a drive wide outside the off stump. So Ryan John is not tempted to come closer to Johnson.
I think in bowler Ryan John, he knows what he's about. I think he's trying to set up Leon Johnson. A couple balls going away, closer and getting closer, trying to induce a loose shot.
I'm quite sure, John Ramsing, you would know any other top government official into the game, really? Any other top government officials in Guyana into the game? The Minister for Sport, he played some cricket as well? Okay. Well, that's a good thing. It's a good sign. When your Minister for Sport knows the game and play the game. You ever considered being the Minister for Sport, Junior?
Not really. Jason, not really into politics.
Swan. Could have really been two there, but Matthew Nandu decided he would like to get a little taste of the pace.
I also think that there was some quick feeling there by substitute fielder Larry Edward, who's on the field for Kimani Millers. I think he's a quick feeler. He loves his feeling, and he gets around there very, very quickly.
So a very packed offside field here for Matthew Nandu. If he has to play anything on the onside, there's just one man at mid-on, and he will have to drag something from way outside the off stump. And that brings up the end of the Ryan John over. After 6 overs, Ryan John, 2 maidens, 15, nothing in the wickets column. The wickets column has been occupied by Preston McSween and Kenneth Denbar so far. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles are 90-2.
Good going there by Ryan John, still in his craft, trying to get the batters to make a mistake, hitting his areas nicely. But the Happy Eagle batters are equal to the task and really trying to fight it out until lunchtime.
125 for 3 are the English women against the West Indies. In reply to the West Indies women, 135 for 7. In the 13th over, 125 for 3, pretty much gettable. They've got just about 7 overs to get little or no runs. So all things being equal, England women seem to be heading for a comfortable victory against the West Indies women.
Seems that way, Jason.
The game between the Leeward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago seems to be heading for a draw. But neither of these two teams in front of us here, the Harpy Eagles nor the Leeward Islands, would be thinking a draw just yet. They would both think that they've got a chance to pull out a win. Denbar getting some bounce and turn from this end.
Yeah, I think he's varying it nicely, slowing it up, pushing it through. He's doing a good job so far.
Well done.
End of the over. A maiden.
Another good over there by Denver, keeping the batters there very, very quiet. Looking for that lovely rough outside off from there to try and create something just before lunch. Hope they can take one of the batters there with them in for lunch.
Yeah, I'm quite sure. And we looked at how the Windwards have been performing over this at the start of this season. And remember, Dr. Kishore Shallow, who is the president of the Windward Islands, spoke about the extensive work that has been done at the Windward Islands level. I mean, the franchise itself now being based in Grenada and keeping a lot of the players together so they're more cohesive and operating better as a team. He also spoke about his intent to move to the top tier of the ladder, wanting to... he is in fact challenging for the position of president of Cricket West Indies, the only one declaring his intentions thus far.
Yeah, I think the administrative part of the Volcanoes. We discuss it after this over.
It's a quick single here and well run. Yeah, so Dr. Shallow did, in fact, that with his background being, administration and dealing more with the business side of things, looking at the possibility of increasing sponsorship and revenue generation is on the cards for and a good way for good direction for West Indies cricket to be heading.
Yeah, I think it's a good way. It's a way to go. Just wanted to mention about the new Windwards. I think that was the main topic of this discussion before the season. Get into the players' minds, give them different mindsets, get them to love what they do. And I think so far, as you can see on the field, the attitude of the players, you can see that it's really showing up in the play.
Well bowled, well left, well taken. Yeah, he also, made mention of, some of the plans that he would have. Didn't give too much details on it just yet. Obviously, working on a plan. It's always good to have a plan, and that plan will be revealed over time. So I'm quite sure that a lot would be revealed. He's currently sitting as the vice president to... Vice President of Cricket West Indies, so he's been no stranger to the position of governing the organization.
Yeah, I think he's probably ready to pick up that role as president. Probably see a lot of changes in our cricket. Get back the senior team to winning ways. The women's team to winning ways, and get back to where we used to be. It's sometimes it's very sad looking at the cricket to see what's really happening. But with the talent we have around, I hope that we can see the change coming very soon.
Well, the development of talent is by no means showing any signs of shortage, not within the Windward Islands. A lot of these players here are new players, and new, we say, within the last 4 or 5 years or so. and they've really put themselves forward, playing on the front foot, putting their, and I'm saying playing on the front foot, meaning that, actually stepping forward and stepping brave, and playing some good cricket all around, batting, bowling, out there in the field, good mindset.
Yeah, I think once you have a good mindset and good attitude towards the game, I think your game on a whole will be rising. So, which is very important to the players out there, not only to the Volcano player, but players in the region, which is very important to West Indies cricket.
So kudos to him and Mr. Dwayne Gill, who's the vice president of the Windward Islands. So they've been working pretty well. And, doing some good work.
Yeah, I think they've been working well. I think they're good mates. They both love the cricket, and they both want to see not only Volcano cricket rise, but they want to see cricket on the whole in the West Indies get back to where it used to be.
Good over from Ryan John, just 3 runs coming off of it, and the Windward Islands are 93 for 2. Kenneth Denbar will continue. He's been bowling very well, very threatening. He will be into his 6th over now, very threatening and asking a lot of serious questions to the Guyana Harpy Eagles. In the meantime, Matthew Nandu has quietly moved up to 40 off 94 deliveries. And Leon Johnson is there on 16. We've got just a few people enjoying taking the game. Presley is here with us. Presley, he was listening on the YouTube platform as well, and did in fact indicate that he would join us. So Presley's here.
Yeah, good to see a few people in the stands. It's Saturday, just about lunchtime on a Saturday. I think the people have done all the shopping at the market already, so they come and have a lovely evening here at the National Stadium.
Nandu really just getting himself set in this Guyana cricket team. He has shown that even when he doesn't get a big score, it would take some work to get him out. He is settled in nicely and seems to understand that there's no need to rush, because he's got some time, and there will come a time when I'm quite sure he would let loose.
Yeah, I think so. His as you know, his role model is the legend himself, Shivnan Shanapal. So Shanapal loves to occupy the crease, as we all know, and we can see Nandu there doing the same and fighting for the Happy Eagles.
This time he's forward. Leon Johnson just stretching forward long and meeting the batsman right at the pitch, right at the wicket, at the pitch of the delivery.
Two good runs there by Captain Johnson, just behind square.
And that's over. And with over, that's lunch. So a very good morning of cricket, really. Save and except just the quick interruption we had with rain earlier on, maybe just about an hour or so. But lunch on day 4, 96 for 2, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And they no doubt are making a press for victory. And the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they too would love to see a victory. They need a victory more than anything else, really. They've been in hunt for it for quite some time. So the lunch break of the Harpy Eagles are 96 for 2 here at the cricket stadium in beautiful St. George's, Grenada. Matthew Nandu is on 41 and Leon Johnson is there on 18. Just 2 extras coming off. So a very tidy, spell by the bowlers. The Guyana Harpy Eagles still need 198 runs to win. Very gettable still at this stage of the game. So no doubt they would think that they would have a chance as well.
Yeah, good morning session. I think it's a very balanced session. The Volcanoes got on a few wickets, and Happy Eagles keeping the scoreboard ticking. So I think they're going to make up their mind and have their lunch and decide where the game goes from here after lunch.
All right. Well, we will see you after lunch as well, just to bring you up to speed, really. The 2 wickets going down. Kenneth Denbar in his 6 overs, 3 maidens, 12, and just took the 1 wicket, the wicket of Hodge. He caught Hodge with a ball that was pitching just in line with the off stump and turning away, and a good catch by Alec Athenes, by Kevin Hodge, sorry, at first slip. Good work done there by Kenneth Denbar. And the other wicket, Preston McSween, 2 maidens, 28 runs, and the 1 wicket, leg before, caught Tevin Imlak, leg before. The umpire really having no choice. So those were the 2 wickets going down in this session for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They go to lunch on day 4 at 96 for 2. In the meantime, the West Indies women, they went down to England as well. So the English women getting the better of the West Indies, getting that modest total of 135. They got that inside 15 overs. That's the story. Beautiful day at the St. George's National Cricket Stadium. We will see you after lunch here. Thanks a lot for joining us.
Well, pleasant afternoon to you and welcome back once again to the Grenada National Stadium. And we are ready for the post-lunch session, day number 4. The Guyana Harpy Eagles looking to get 294 against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And this match still evenly poised. At lunch, we had about a 35 minutes delay because of rain this morning, interruption. But because the Guyana Harpy Eagles continue to look good in their innings and the Volcanoes picking up 2 wickets, we can still say it's even Stevens, anybody's game with 2 sessions to go. Clyde John alongside me, and we're going to bring you the action this afternoon as we resume promptly after lunch. But a little bit of cool conditions now, some clouds building up overhead. Hi, Clyde.
Good afternoon, John. As we're saying, good conditions, a little overcast here and there. But generally, we expect the weather to hold, and the weather should be fine for the remainder of this encounter. Yet to see, an advantage to any team. And so we're looking at how, both teams would assess this post-lunch period.
At lunch, Guyana Harpy Eagles, 96 for a loss of 2 from 41 overs. Johnson, the captain, on 18. And with him is the 19-year-old who's on strike now, Machu Nandu, holding form on 41. Harpy Eagles still 198 runs away from that victory target of 294. And if you look on the board, 71 overs remaining in the day. And if they're going to use those 71 overs to get 198, they'll have to score at the rate of just under 2.8 runs an over. And at this level, we've seen that this pitch, a very good pitch, we've seen already more than 100 runs being scored per session. I don't think that can be a big challenge, really.
No, I don't think that would be a big challenge on a field like this. What would determine the scoring rate, I guess, would be
the first run after lunch, as Darius Martin begins from the River Road, and it could possibly be the second, but Johnson is contented with just one. Slight misfield from Denver.
Yeah, I guess Denver had a nice heavy lunch, so the feet not really moving as yet. But as we were saying, it could mean the fact that we have seen, 100 runs in a session. If the bowlers put the ball in good areas, ask the right questions, then it would make it difficult. If the batsmen, begin to look at playing some more shots and actually getting more value for the good wicket that they're on, then we could see a different complexion. So it's really a wait and see contest going on here now. The patience of both the batsmen and the bowlers coming into play.
Martin from the River Road end, the southern end of the ground here at Grenada National Stadium. Johnson played a few shots before he went to lunch, but with the fast bowlers operating from the southern end of the ground, you're seeing some footmarks developing at that end. And then Demba, the off spinner coming from the northern end of the ground, the opposite end, extracting those footmarks, getting some bounce and turn, already with a wicket in his column, and he can be a handful because of his off spin to the number of left-handers in the Guyana lineup.
Yeah, I think that is one of the major factors that could bring, a different result. Could just swing, that pendulum towards the Volcanoes if they're able to utilize these footmarks, get that ball jumping and turning sharply, whether it's in or away from the batsman. It could pose that sort of challenge. So how they go about, as we say, is very, very important. And we wait to see, what tactics would be employed.
England women defeating West Indies women by 7 wickets with lots of balls to spare, 33 balls to spare. West Indies women 135 for 7 in their opening encounter in the ICC Women's T20 World Cup. England replied with 138 for 3. Cut away nicely by Johnson, but backward point is right back on the boundary. Demba. Johnson looks very positive. Looks like if he is probably going to get the runs himself, if that is the case.
Yeah, I'm looking at that shot, and the fact that he went at one earlier suggests that he wants to, begin to move the scoreboard a bit faster. The rate would be just under 3, and so it's important, to get the singles and so on.
Dot ball to end the over. First after lunch, 98 for the loss of 2 after the Harpy Eagles resumed on 96 for 2. Johnson is still there. He's on 19. Nandu's with him on 42.
Nandu again, as we keep saying, looking really good. He's definitely an occupier of the crease. Loves to be out in the middle batting for long, and so you're seeing it here again. A patient 42, coming off some 101 deliveries, so that tells you that he's not in a rush, but he's going to be steady and remain, positive, playing the ball in the right areas. So we look forward to see how he goes. Can he, get the ball off the square a little more and get the singles, get the rotation a little more, will be very important towards the Guyana Harpy Eagles and their end of this game.
He has already faced 101 deliveries. The last encounter against the Barbados Pride, he made 126 in the first innings, 16 in the second. So he has the appetite to bat long and get big scores. In the under 19 World Cup, where he was one of the 3 West Indies under 19 captain, he managed to get 128 against Papua New Guinea at Diego Martin in Trinidad and Tobago. So he has that ability and that appetite for big scoring, and we can see that was a 50-over game, so he can score quickly as well. Free-flowing shot from Johnson as Demba starts a new over. Demba will be the key.
Definitely, he will be the key. And I'm seeing him bowling to Captain Johnson. I think Captain Johnson will be a big key in terms of how Guyana go about getting the 196 required.
Nice slower delivery from Demba. Looking to use the flight as well, so you're going to bring in some variety. Right arm off spinner. Slip. City mid off. Driven exquisitely by Leon Johnson. And that was find the gap nicely on the offside. Is I feel it long off. I want to cover on the boundary, and it went between them nicely. And that is Leon Johnson taking the Guyana Harpy Eagles second inning score past the 100 mark. The 100 coming up, 2 wickets down off 255 balls.
Yeah, very good shot. Beautiful. Right to the pitch of that one. He didn't go across too much. He ensured that he could get his hands through that ball because it was full and got it through the gap. Beautiful shot.
It was against this very opposition and this very ground that Johnson scored his highest first-class score of 189 not out. So, fond memories. I would like to maybe get close to that again.
I think he will enjoy that.
Down the track, over the infield, and it will go over the ropes as well. 6 runs to Leon Johnson, and he is a man on a mission. Captain Johnson moves up quickly to 29. It's 108 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, definitely we see ship Harpy Eagles seem to be on that mode where, you're going to ensure that some speed, some momentum is picked up. Turning the sails, I guess, to the wind side. And he would be looking to make sure that momentum is, used to bring them home.
Johnson remains on 29. Over completed, the first from Demba. And like I said, Demba will be the key. Depends how well the Guyana Harpy Eagles go against Demba, or if they allow him to settle, we can see this game turning. So 108 for the loss of 2 at the end of Demba's first over after lunch.
Yeah, again, while Demba might be the key, I think Captain Anthony's would have to be very smart in terms of how he uses, the key. You do not want to push too much while at the same time having the fast bowlers who we see the wicket has been responding to not doing enough work. So definitely Demba is a good key, but we need to see how the others would roll.
Beautiful shot, elegantly played by Nandu. But that cover point fielder and Demba parading the boundary, doing very well to prevent the boundary. But that's a flowing cover drive. Looks so good, Nandu.
Really beautiful shot, and what I like about the shot is that he was there, as the ball pitched, he was right there just guiding it through the gap, not looking to hit it hard but to get placement out of it. Very good shot.
So Darius Martin, we didn't see him at all with the ball in the morning session. Drives beautifully again. Leon Johnson back past the bowler. The policeman pitching up and is punished. 4 runs. Johnson moves into the 30s. He's on to 33. 113 for 2.
All right, so I think now, John, I can definitely see the charge is on. Looking at the body language of Captain Johnson since he came out, flowing shot, back past the bowler, hit powerfully. Fielder just has to run to retrieve. So definitely he's in a bit of a more aggressive mode, looking to maybe bring that total closer to the 294 that is expected. So a lot would depend on how he goes. You have Anthony Bramble, who is another hard-hitting batsman in the hut to come.
Dropped. It goes between first and second slips, and Hodge looking at Athanaze looking at Hodge, and someone will have to go to the boundary to retrieve. Johnson given a life. On 33, he moved up to 37, but not in the most convincing of fashions. Well bowled, Darius Martin to get the edge.
Yeah, good healthy edge going. Oh my, what an awful miss there. Awful miss. I think this is a wicket that the Windward Volcanoes would have really loved to have. The opportunity was created, and it's gone a begging. What does that mean for the remainder of that game? We wait to see.
So Johnson given a life because it did carry to hand. First and second slip looking at each other after it passed. This time plays it in front of square. Good work from Greaves. A life for Johnson, and the 50 partnership is on the board in quick time between Johnson and Nandu. 77 balls in just about 50 minutes of batting together.
Yeah, definitely the wicket going a beg there means that the Volcanoes would have to work a lot harder, at this point in time. 50 of 77 balls, really good scoring, good rate. Captain Johnson has put some impetus in the Eagles batting.
Now we see that positivity transforming to Nandu. Nandu drives a ball that he previously would have allowed to go by. So he's collecting the singles and handing it back to his captain.
I think I mentioned in the earlier stint, John, after lunch, I think we will see, and definitely as predicted, you see a different mindset coming through from the Harpy Eagle batsmen. So very interesting encounter. How will it end? I guess we wait until the fat lady sings.
Yeah, I remember you saying that they will go until lunch and then they will assess and come back with the plan. So we can see the plan now for Johnson is to go for the runs. Just rides it down to backward point for an easy single. That's the end of the over. Darius Martin conceding some 12 runs in that over, and he had a chance going down. It's now 120 for 2.
Yeah, and you look at the run rate now moving up to 2.7 after it was, just around 2.3 thereabout for the first few sessions of the morning. So definitely there is that charge now to get that run rate up. And looking at this 12 run over, you realize that getting the runs will not be too difficult once there's wickets in hand.
Some of the golden arrowheads coming out. We're seeing some of the national flag. Yes, we can see you indeed, my friend. Something 6 on his back. And Shivnarine Chandapal wore number 6 for the West Indies for a long time. Demba starts a new over. But it's good to see the spectators coming out on a Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday afternoon, a lot is happening around. You have right next door some athletics taking place. So definitely the cricket lovers will be here, while the athletics fans would go over. But somebody who may have a child running but love the cricket may just decide to come in. So it would be good.
It's live on YouTube. You can also watch it any part of the world, even in the Kimani James Athletic Stadium. Single again to Leon Johnson. He's now into the 40s, getting closer to Matu Nandu, who's on 44. So Johnson, his best score of this season, 26 in the first innings against the Barbados Pride in Antigua. and 12 in the second inning. So seems to be on a mission, the captain of the Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, most definitely on a 40 from 48 deliveries tells you that they're looking to, get that score and overhaul that score as quick as possible.
5 fours and 1 6 already. And you can see they do not want them but to settle at all, because spinners tend to move with rhythm. And once they settle in on that line and length, they can be a handful. And more so, two left-handers are at the crease at the same time for the Harpy Eagles. Easy for them.
Yeah, it's good to see. I would love to see him looking to extract maybe a little bit more bounce. I think he's still bowling quite quickly, and maybe if he looks to turn and bounce that ball, maybe he will get something better. But again, good shot.
Good use of the feet, just getting close to the delivery, driving it for a single to end the over. Nandu will keep the strike. He's on 45, 122 for the loss of 2 wickets. The positive intent continues for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And we can say safely that looking at the conditions now at the Guyana National Stadium, with so many stoppages for rain already in this game, for the moment there's no immediate threat of rain.
No immediate threat of rain. We expect to have really good conditions for the remainder of the day.
Thank you very much for that.
If there is the possibility of a shower, it will just be a brief shower, maybe some passing clouds.
We want to see a good match. Martin starts a new over, and Johnson plays, in fact, Nandu plays over the wall. And there's Martin asking the umpire, how's that? Also asking Matthew Nandu to walk.
Oh my, okay. So it's not really threatening. It shouldn't threaten us much. Should be going across us. So I don't think we have anything to worry about.
Let it blow, let it blow, let it blow.
I know.
There's that childhood rhyme, rain, rain, go away. We want cricket to play. Come again another day.
Yes, I think with this encounter set
Quick
up the
single.
way it is. With this encounter set the way it is, we would really want that rain to go away, John.
Oh yeah.
Set up to be a really exciting finish here this afternoon.
Anthony is the young captain, will have to be a thinking captain. Second match in his first class career as captain. Through the first encounter. This one is set up nicely. Yeah, it's a bit cloudy overhead. But they're drifting very fast, those clouds. So Anthony is like some of the other players who are not performing, might be under the microscope as well, because as a captain, you may look at him and say he's not performing as a captain. You may want to give him less responsibilities. Let's see. Short ball. Short ball did send Chandrapal Hemraj out of the game. He was hit on his helmet, and he retired hurt on 3, and he was replaced by Akshay Prasad, who's a concussion substitute, and Prasad is slated to bat next. Left-handed batsman as well. Quite stylish, but just short of some runs, and now it will be his 6th opportunity in a first-class match. So unfortunate that Hemraj had to leave the game in that fashion. Pulled away, but it goes fine down the leg side to the wicketkeeper. And Walker does the rest, diving away to his right and takes it quite comfortably. Leon Johnson looking to pull a ball that was on the outside the line of his leg stump and just feathered it down to the keeper, who took it nicely down the leg side.
Again, John, the aggressive mode, looking to get that one, looking to get a bit more bat onto it. He could have just got in and tucked it around, but he went pulling at it, getting on the edge. Good catch by the wicketkeeper down the leg side. Captain Johnson goes. A very aggressive knock has come to an end. Again, we have a little sway in the tide of the game where the Volcanoes have responded to the attack of the Harpy Eagles, as we see the covers coming on.
Oh no, the players are leaving, rain coming, And the covers are coming on with Leon Johnson just caught by the wicketkeeper. 40 from 50 deliveries, 5-4 fours in that knock, 1-6. And now that he's dismissed, rain coming, maybe they'll have to rethink the strategy now with wicketkeeper batsman Anthony Bramble, who was almost at the middle, having to walk back into the dressing room. But I don't want to ask you about local knowledge and how long it will be, because we saw a stoppage earlier for 35 minutes, but the rain itself did not last long, just that the ground staff were a bit sloppy in getting things back to normal in a quick time.
Yeah, the rain will come, but right behind it, it has already starting to look a bit more favorable. As we say, the clouds are moving very quickly, but they look very heavy, and so definitely there will be a downpour. The groundsmen will certainly have their work cut out to make sure that they, get the covers off quickly and ensure that everything progresses smoothly. It's a very key point in the game, and they will not want to, waste time in terms of what they do.
So Leon Johnson dismissed at a very crucial time, caught down the leg side by wicketkeeper Walcott. A good diving catch to his right off the bowling of Darius Martin. It was pretty much not a good ball, so to speak, but Johnson, in that mood he is in, trying to be very positive, looking to pull, just got a faint edge. And there we see good work from the gloveman, really extending himself to his right, and look how much it means to him.
Yeah, it means a lot to them at this point, because getting the wicket of Captain Johnson means that the momentum could be slowed, but looking at who is coming in that of Anthony Bramble, who we know is a really hard-hitting batsman and loves to feel the ball on the bat, definitely it's no let up for the Volcanoes. They would have to keep the pressure. They would have to ensure that they bowl good areas and try to restrict Bramble as much as possible. Nandu, we saw, has gained a bit of confidence in terms of upping the scoring rate, batting along with Captain Johnson, so he would want to ensure that he remains there with Bramble, look to get Bramble back on strike, and they would have a good chase.
It is a dark cloud that is directly above the stadium right now that is causing all the trouble, because in the east, where the rains would come, it's clear, and the ground staff, they're bringing on the covers that will cover the bowler's run-up. We haven't seen this all day, and I guess the ground staff with local knowledge, realizing we can be in for a long haul because of the cloud that is overhead, but they're struggling with that big cover.
Yeah, the groundsmen not having the best of days for the last few days. I don't think they could do a bit better. I think they've given good effort. The outfield and everything is looking good. But I think their movements on and off with the cover is a bit lacking, and so definitely they would want to improve.
Alright, so the game is set up nicely with Leon Johnson after a brisk innings of 40 from 50 deliveries, 5 fours and 1 6 being dismissed. And right after his dismissal, rains here at the National Stadium in Grenada. Umpire Nigel Duguay, the third umpire, the reserved umpire, is there with his umbrella, supervising the covering of the pitch. And so far the ground staff, like you said, stuck with that big cover. Harpy Eagles 171 runs away still, and with Leon Johnson going down, maybe the strategy may change, but with Bramble coming out, you may see the same type of attack from the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Alright, it's still left to be seen. We'll take a break as well, because we do not want to be bringing broadcast of rain. We'll bring broadcast when we have some cricket action. Please do join us whenever that happens.
Well, good afternoon again to the viewers and from the National Cricket Stadium in Grenada. A delay that would have lasted just in excess of 25 minutes has brought us to this point. It's 1:25 local time in beautiful St. George's, Grenada, and the sun is back out. And we are hoping that we can get at least another hour and some just before we head to tea. But the story here at the Grenada National Stadium, the Guyana Harpy Eagles are 123 for 3. And Anthony Bramble is getting ready to come out to the crease to face the music. Matthew Nandu is there on 46, a patient 46. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles losing the ever-threatening wicket-keeper batsman. He was really, really threatening. And he went... the scores will come up in just a little bit, even on our scores monitor here in the studio. But the Guyana Harpy Eagles are about 171 runs in the deficit, and no doubt they will need to settle in themselves and really get some runs here this afternoon. With me is Junior Murray. Junior Murray.
Welcome back there, Jason. Very 25 minutes loss in that session here now, and Volcanoes are out there again. New batter, Bamber. A very interesting situation here now. Happened here, brilliant catch down the leg side by the keeper Walcott of the bowling of Darius Martin.
Leon Johnson, Captain Leon Johnson, caught by Walcott of the bowling of Martin. Yes,
Yeah,
brilliantly
caught down the leg side. It will be very, very interesting now to see what type of innings we'll see Anthony Bramble play at this moment.
Yeah.
Will he assess the situation? Will he assess the situation now and assess his innings, whether it be attacking or defensive? But I think he should have a look first and see what happens and take it from there.
Well, a lot will happen in this. A lot will depend on this session here. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, no doubt, are using pace from the River Road end in Darius Martin, and they're using Denbar from the Dabo end, pacing the ball, looking particularly at the rough outside the left-handers, right there down at the batting end close to River Road. So they're looking at that. So it will be a ticklish situation. Darius Martin will continue from the River Road end. And a short lifting. Welcome to the wicket, Anthony Bramble. That's what he is saying basically. Welcome to facing the music. It is not as smooth and as relaxing as it may seem.
Yeah, good start right after the break by Darius Martin, continuing where he left off before the break. Quick short ball, and they have the fielders fine leg and deep behind square set for the shot.
Yeah, so the Guyana Harpy Eagles are also looking to consolidate at this point, even if it is just for a brief moment. They would have lost the wicket of Johnson. Captain Leon Johnson was not in good form at all, really, coming into this game, and it would serve him well. It did serve him well, I think, to get 40 runs under his belt. Brings up the end of the over, just to 3 deliveries remaining, just before the rain interval. 123 for 3. Matthew Nandu is there on 46, eyeing another half century.
Yes, I think if I had assessed the situation right after lunch, the Happy Eagles batters came into the plan. They were very aggressive, rotating the strike nicely. But I think Martin had other ideas and got rid of the captain.
Yeah. Well, what are we seeing here now? Still pace from this end, because the Windward Islands have brought back Preston McSween into the attack from the Dabo end. He is yet to really get into the wickets column. So just one really. He got the wicket, I think it was of Imlak. He got the wicket of Imlak leg before. So just the one wicket for Preston McSween has been very threatening, of course. Oh, that's a gem right there. beaten all ends up. Clueless was Matthew Nandu to that one.
Well bowled by Preston McSween, just hitting that area nicely. And Nandu there fishing outside the off stump. Did a glove of workout. I think it's a very good ploy by Captain Martinez to bring back his main strike bowler, looking for wickets. And that's the only way if they want to get a victory. They got to get wickets.
This time he decides to come just a little closer to Nandu and engage Nandu a little bit. It was a really good delivery, the previous one. Matthew Nandu, no doubt, already set and would probably want to consider just coming across just a little bit more, just a tad more really, to negate that possibility of a thin outside edge. He probably was want to step across, use the back foot and get across just a little bit more, a tad more. And he has done that well by using the back foot coming across, and that brought him inside the line of this delivery this time, and he picked up 4 runs down 5 leg for it. Nice neat turn.
Preston McSween just straying a bit down the leg side, and we see
and
Nandu.
that brings up his 50 as well. Matthew Nandu, good shot.
As you see it here now, straying down the leg side, walks him along the corner. There's no one there at fine leg. 4 runs.
The 50 coming up from 111 balls from Matthew Nandu in 197 minutes. It seems as though he's been there for an eternity, really. But he has the potential to pick up the pace if he needs to, because he has played some good limited overs cricket as well. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles won't be too bothered by his slow pace at this stage of the game, Junior Murray.
I don't think so. Well played innings by Nandu. Been there for a while, and he looks very organized, loves his batting. And he's going to continue for as long as possible to set up nicely, probably a victory later on.
He knows how to take his time and stretch the innings out long, Matthew Nandu, doesn't he? He's batted for long periods, not just at this level, but even prior to when he was playing West Indies under-19 cricket. This time he is guiding this one nicely, neatly. A half a chance really for a diving what would have been a man somewhere between third slip and gully, but Nandu just waited for it and just at the very last moment kind of just angled it down, sort of reminiscent of Brian Lara in good form.
Yes, Preston must have been short a while outside the after Nandu just waited, delayed the shot a bit and run it down to third man for 4. He's really in a good space at the moment.
With the talent of batsmen like Nandu, you don't want to give them too many chances. That delivery from Preston McSween to start the over that beat the outside edge, you would love for that to take the outside edge, because giving batsmen like Nandu a second life could be really costly.
Really costly. So Preston McSween got to come get back to where he belongs, hitting those areas.
Oh, there's a mix-up here. This could be dangerous. And, oh, no. He was miles out of the wicket. The single was always on, really. Bramble was probably asleep on the non-striker's end. The single was always on. It was a quick single, but it was always on. And Nandu really lived. Let's look at it again. I mean, he was... Bramble was caught ball watching. He was caught ball watching. Anthony Bramble was caught ball watching. The ball is behind you. You've got to move. The call was always Matthew Nandu's call. He stroked the ball. The ball was up in front of him. He saw the call. He made...
Then but left. So you got to make the adjustment, to turn around, pick up and show. But he'll just fight another day.
Well, let's see what he will do now, because Matthew Nandu on 54 at the non-striker's end, and Bramble, who's faced 2 deliveries from Darius Martin, is yet to get off the mark. Yeah, the sink was always on, really, Junior Murray. There was no need to even look back. He just had to trust his mate and just dart for the end. Didn't do that. Well, he's living on now to carry on. He's got to make something of it now for the Harpy Eagles, really. But what was even more striking there is that Matthew Nandu was halfway down the wicket, and the fielder this time, I think the fielder was Darius Martin.
Denver.
Denver, sorry.
Was the fielder.
The throw to
Walcott,
Walcott
yes.
was he really made a mess of it, really.
Yes, I think a proper throw to the stumps or to the keeper's glove would have seen Nandu back in the hut, having a cold shower.
His pads would have been off already. Darius Martin is in a no-nonsense mode, really. He's been coming in and hitting the deck really hard, and I'm quite sure from all angles here, it looks as if he took this one on the chest.
Darius Martin is really enjoying himself for the moment, hitting the deck very hard. And you can see he's in a good space at the moment.
Well, while he's in a good space, the rain is in our space, and that will bring a space in the flow of play. So what we will do is that we will create some space at the commentary table. Look at the time. We're not sure because it may very well... the clouds are dark just up to the top. 131 for 3. The Guyana Harpy Eagles still require 163. Still very much gettable, depending on where we go. But the covers are on. There's a heavy drizzle coming down. Has the potential to get into something a little bit heavier when we look at the clouds coming over to our direction. There we see it at the very top. Just a light blue area there, but really and truly being dominated by some dark, heavy clouds, as you could see at the top right-hand corner of your screen. So we will be delayed again for a brief moment, clearly. And that delay will not really favor the batsmen. Anthony Bramble is yet to score, and Matthew Nandu is on 54. The rains are down, and as soon as we have good cricketing weather, we will come back here to you from the National Stadium in beautiful St. George's, Grenada. All right, well, the pictures on your screen suggest that the rain has disappeared and the cricketers are back out on the field, and the Windward Islands have the Guyana Harpy Eagles in a spot of concern at 131 for 3. Anthony Bramble is there. He's yet to get off the mark. Matthew Nandu is on 54, slow and steady. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles are still in search of 163 runs if they are to induce a victory here this afternoon. We've still got some time to play just before we head into tea, maybe just about another 40 minutes or so. And then, of course, we've got the final session of the day's play. But much of that will be hinged on the weather conditions. We've had another 35 or so minutes interruptions. Rain has played a significant part, and there were some other factors, of course, as you would notice on your screen, playing a role at some point. But with that being the case, play would resume. Darius Martin will operate from the River Road end. He's still got 3 deliveries left in this over, and he's going to be heading to Anthony Bramble. With me, of course, is Clyde John, Rondell Clyde John, Clyde Rondell John, and boy, are we in for something spectacular this afternoon.
Yes, we are in for something spectacular. We have a really nicely balanced, nicely poised game on hand. The weather playing its part, but there is what we would suppose a victory on the line. Who will it would go to? We're not too sure as yet, but as time goes by, we would see what happens.
Well, the victory could also go to rain because still there's some threatening dark clouds just coming over from the northeastern side. And he's off the mark this time. Anthony Bramble gets off the mark with a flourishing drive down to point. And he gets a single. Eases a little bit of pressure on him and gets off the single. But the Guyana Harpy Eagles really and truly still up against it.
Yeah, this is a really tense situation, I would put it. You look at what is going on. It means that if Guyana really wants to head for the victory, they have to up their scoring rate significantly. A lot more shots would have to come out, meaning a few chances may come the way of the Volcanoes, and if they take it, it could swing the game another way. So all to play for, a lot in store for this afternoon.
That's the end of the over. Matthew Nandu is there on 54, 131 for 3. His 54, as you'd see on the bottom of your screen, coming up in 114 deliveries. Got to the boundary about 6 times with some elegantly driven 4s. And with him, of course, is Anthony Bramble, not out on 1. Lost the wicket of, it was Leon Johnson. Captain Leon Johnson lost his wicket just before the rains came at the first interruption we had just after lunch. And he came out with a plan, really. Leon Johnson came and pushed the score on. And I think the Guyana Harpy Eagles were really looking to do that because a lot would hinge on this particular session here of the game, whether depending on how many wickets fall or how many runs are scored.
Yeah, a lot hinges right now on the few minutes remaining here, and then the possibility of the last session.
Yeah, the Guyana Harpy Eagles pressing on, looking to pick up the 1s and 2s. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, of course, will be gambling. They are gambling with about a 30-40 run window. So if it goes in favor of the Windwards, it means that they would pick up wickets by losing, just a few runs, really. But with the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they would love to not lose wicket and go well beyond picking up more than 40, 50 runs in this session. It will determine who has the carrot between these two bunnies and a carrot dangling.
Yeah, definitely. The carrot will be dangling. Who is able to take the first bite? We wait to see.
This time he's pitched up. Could have held it back just a little bit. Think he was looking for the Yorker there. Preston McSween pitched it up, but Matthew Nandu was really onto it in a flash and not hitting with too much power. He has not been hitting with too much power, really. He has been just trying to turn the ball over, tick the score, and just place it into the gap. Sensitive batting from Matthew Nandu, really.
Yeah, the batting will have to be sensible, as well as the bowling will have to be steady again. You notice that a few of the deliveries are being down the leg side of late so they've been moving away from that outside the off stump line that has gotten the success where Beaton and Joseph had the Windwards in trouble. I think the Windwards need to get there, ensure that they put a little pressure on Guyana and see how Guyana would respond. And definitely at this mode, Guyana will want to respond positively, and it may just bring wickets, or it may bring, a good character from the Guyanese batsmen.
Crafty, good playing, not much room for piercing a packed offside field, but if anyone knows how to go through the field and dissect the fielders, Matthew Nandu seems very capable of doing that.
Really good temperament for a young 19-year-old batsman. You can see technically he is sound. You look at that last shot, how he was able to rise with the bounce of the delivery and get it down.
So Anthony Bramble, he's been around for a while actually. Scored his maiden first-class century back in 2017. Since then, he's had some pretty good scores. That century, he went on to a highest score of 196, a highest first-class score of 196. So and 196 not out, mind you. So he's been pretty well. 300s to this point. So he's converted. When he goes on to 50, he has converted them, into really big scores. So he's capable of going the distance. That brings up the end of the Preston Maxwell over. The Guyana Harpy Eagles are still 158 runs behind, 136 for 3, and we'll have more pace coming up from the River Road end.
So Martin here would want to ensure that he bowls that line and length that we see he has been bowling, just outside that off stump and lifting. He has gotten some good lift.
Into the body of short, young Nandu, as you say, only 19 years old. He's not a big chap in stature at all, but he's got the temperament, twice his height, his size, and his age.
Yeah, definitely. He shows that he has a big appetite for batting long and staying out in the middle. And once you're out in the middle, runs will come.
Nicely struck, cleanly. A half stop there really took some pace off of it. It was always going to go for 4, but took some pace off of it. It was cleanly struck. He's timing the ball very well, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He's well set. I think he has been able to assess the pitch, and he understands that just getting the gaps and ensuring that he rotates the strike is basically what he needs to do. No need for overhitting or trying to power his way through, but good timing gives good results.
Timing again very well. He's he's got the timing belt of a brand new vehicle.
Yeah, I want to agree with you, Jason. Seems like a well-oiled machine out there. You know, being able to repeat that shot on the back foot and just punching through the offside and finding the gap, and knowing repeatedly, that says that the machine is oiled.
Bramble, on the other hand, wicket keeper Bramble, he would understand the pace of this wicket, if anything, more than anybody else, because he's been behind the stumps for an eternity. So it seemed, with the constant interruptions, the back and forth. So if anybody would understand the pace of this wicket and the true bounce of this wicket, Anthony Bramble really should.
Yeah, most definitely the number of interruptions within this game, you know, on and off and on and off and so on. It does take a lot, you know, to get going after these interruptions. As a bowler, you're into a good rhythm, you know, and that rhythm has to break. You have to rest. The body gets into that relaxed mode. Then you have to, you know, get up and get back. So again, for the batsmen, the wicket keepers, it's the same thing, you know. So it's pretty tough when you have these sort of breaks in the game where the body has to readjust. Hopefully the teams can do that and do that well.
Matthew Nandu there just looking up and saying, you know, he would have probably just wanted to get it just a little bit more right of the man at mid-off there, and just carve it down to mid-on, really. Long off, I meant to say, because he struck it and struck it well, but he struck it straight to the fielder. So the ball was full in length, probably thinking that if he had just you know, just come forward just a little bit sooner and get some more meat onto it, he would have gotten a boundary, because the path there was really clear.
Yeah, no, he played well in that it was going across him, and so he went across. Now, the better result would have been to try and get it straight towards closer to the wicket, but that would have taken him closing the face. You know, you would have had to close the face slightly, and you don't want that happening. So he just needed to get it a little straighter, maybe, and that would have resulted in some runs. You've seen good batsmen like Shiv. Shiv would have been able to come right there and just sort of close that face a little bit and get the direction of the ball to change. And so I know he patterns himself a lot after Shiv. So maybe, you know, as he develops, these would be some of the shots that he can add to his armory.
Preston McSween is nagging away, but Anthony Bramble is very watchful still.
Yeah, very watchful. Again, I don't want to be too critical of the field placing, but I would still love to see maybe an extra man in the offside, you know, remove somebody from the leg, bring him into the off, just put a little more pressure.
Danger there, and he's gone. Anthony Bramble really didn't look too settled, you know. He was fighting hard to settle himself in, but didn't work in his favor. So he was all over there. He was all over the place. Let's look at the replay. He was all over, really.
No, I think that was a brilliant piece of bowling from Preston McSween. If you look, when we see the replay, I think Bramble was playing for that ball to leave him, as the others did, but that one came back so it passed on the inside of the bat, taking the inside edge, right, and going through to the keeper. So I think that's a smart piece of bowling there by McSween.
He sliced him in half, diced him in a few, and then sent him back on his way. So Matthew Nandu is holding steady on 62. But what we're seeing now is Akashayo Prasad. That's Prasad. That's the replacement. Akshayo Prasad. That's the replacement for the injured Chandapal Hemorrhage. So he is coming into the crease now. Of course, the concussion rule does make provisions for that, because Chandapal Hemorrhage was hit firmly on the helmet by, I think it was Darius Martin, and as a result, he could have played no further part in this game. Guyana Harpy Eagles applied, made their submission based on the concussion rule, and once a player is struck on the head, that comes into play, and Prasad is the replacement. So Prasad will now bat. He's in at 140 for 4. Guyana in some serious tangles here. Preston McSween is operating in a nagging and drifting and moving and swinging operation coming in from the Darbo end, and the Windward Islands are favoring their chances now. What do you think?
Yeah, again, it's interesting, the position of this game is very, very interesting. One will want to beg the question, has Guyana left it too late, or are they really going to push towards the victory? Are the Windwards, really hungry enough to go after that victory there, because you've gotten some 4 wickets. The batsmen coming now seem to be in that mode where they want to get a score in, and they want to get to that target of 294. How they go about. So it's interesting.
Off the mark almost immediately, with one down to fine leg, 2 slips, a gully, cover, extra cover, mid-off. So Athens going on the attack for Prasad, he did, but McSween just trying to go a little too much into the body there, and opened up the opportunity for an easy single down to fine leg, and that brings Matthew Nandu, the well-set Matthew Nandu. You think Matthew Nandu would probably want to control most of the strike now, because he is the batsman that is set and in?
Well, I think from knowing how he plays, he would just continue to play his game. I think he trusts the other men to come. So definitely he would just continue playing his game.
Oh, chopped on the stumps. Chopped onto the stumps. Well, it's all happening here in St. George's, Grenada. Chopped onto the stumps, and a disappointed Matthew Nandu. He stood there for a minute as if to say, can we just get a next chance at this? It was wide. It was straightening, but he saw the opportunity to slice it through the offside. He went for it, and oh my goodness. Yeah. Bottom edge and chopped onto the stumps. Oh, what a disappointing end for Nandu. He was really disappointed with that.
Yeah, he must feel disappointed. He's been putting away deliveries like these whole day, and just that one getting back at him a little bit and forcing him to play a little later, but it was too late. It got the bottom edge back into the stumps. Preston McSween will be overjoyed. Another breakthrough for the Volcanoes. Harpy Eagles in a spot of bother. Maybe they need to change their approach now to ensure that they do not, succumb to the bowling of the Windward. So
he was really disappointed there. You can see the anguish on him as he stood there at the wicket, as if to say, oh no, what have I done? What have I gotten myself and my team into? But he batted really well for his 60 runs. I mean, he really held the Guyanese innings together to this point. So now Sinclair will be tasked with, the work. So basically, the Guyana Harpy Eagles have 2 new batsmen at the crease, really. One in Prasad, just facing the one delivery, and now Kevin Sinclair, who comes out. Wow, what a situation here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They are going to start probably looking to consolidate now, because with 5 wickets down, this is going to be dangerous.
Yeah, it's a dangerous position to be in. You definitely would want to look at your plan. you will want to restructure somewhat. The fact that the key batsmen in Johnson, Bramble, and now Nandu are back in the hut, it does call for a little restructuring. It does call for maybe an adjustment. Are they bold enough to, really carry on and look for the victory? We wait to see. But
well, we will wait to see. Preston McSween has 2 wickets in this over already, and he's still got a final delivery left. Let's see what will happen with Sinclair. He's right up in the block hole, right up there, right in the block hole. And Sinclair has very little options, if only just one, is to just play it right there, leave it alone, and do nothing more. Brings up a good over, a successful over from Preston McSween. 1 run coming off the over. More importantly, 2 wickets for the Windward Islands. And with Sinclair yet to get off the mark, and Prasad on a solitary run, 141 for 5, the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
it will be interesting to see the next few overs of play, how these batsmen will really adjust, how the Volcanoes are going to attack. It's interesting to see how they would attack. Again, Prasad not playing in the first inning, so definitely they have not had the chance to see him perform as yet in this game. So definitely they would have maybe some plan to bowl to him maybe from previous games, but not in this game as yet. So it's interesting.
Welcome to the wicket. That's the action, the suggested temperament from Darius Martin, telling Prasad, welcome to the wicket. Getting 1 off of it. He wouldn't mind that at all. He knows that he and his team, they're in a position now where they can employ some more pressure. This is probably what the Harpy Eagles would need now, to just look for the easy singles and keep the scoreboard ticking. No need to look for the lavishing drives. No, it couldn't be tempting to want to do that because you understand the situation. But this is where you've got to change and dictate your own narrative, so to speak.
Yeah, definitely with the time to go in the game, rotation of the strike, there's a possibility of picking up at least 6 runs over. The number of overs to go, you pick up singles. A single, at least maybe four singles in an over, could bring you close enough to that victory target. So there's a lot that can happen yet.
The score is still very gettable. Still very gettable. John Ramsing did a lot of the math, and to let us know what their required run rate would be. So based on everything that he has said, still within reach. He's going to give us the details, I'm quite sure. The Harpy Eagles still 151 runs away from the victory. They would still fancy their chances if they've got wickets going into the final session. The final session would determine a lot. It's 2:32. We could have the tea break in maybe after 2 or 3 overs. Oh, well, what a situation there. You can see Robinson was disappointed. You can see Athenaeus was in shock. everybody wonder why Denver didn't really step forward and take the catch, because the ball was cut away, and really it was a lofted chance to backward a point. He took 2 steps. He would have, if he only took 2 steps forward, he would have gobbled it up really easy. So Prasad lives on.
No, I'm questioning. This is the second time that I've noticed that a ball has gone in the air, maybe not going very high, but in that direction, and it seems like the fielders have a bit of problems picking it up. Maybe the trajectory of it, because Martin had a similar event earlier in the game.
I think he was just sleeping.
Well, it's time to wake up.
There's no sunlight coming in from there to bother you. The sun has not gotten to there yet. The sun would set in the west, and the sun is nowhere near that area there. It was covered with clouds, actually. So I think he was just napping. It just caught him by surprise. He was just napping. Beautiful view of the Dabo Hills. There you see it. Wonderful. Just, showing us the closeness of that community, the Dabo Hills. John Ramsing, you ever been up there? There's a road taking you straight up to the top of the Dabo Hills. You've never been up there? Oh, we're going to go up there this evening. I'm going to show you the view from up there. You're going to see what the folks up there are enjoying. I'm going to do that for you. Yeah, we're going to take a journey up there when the match is over. Good ball. Well played. Yeah. So Kenneth Denba was slightly asleep. A pillow and a quilt would have done him well at that point. But I'm quite sure he would make, or attempt to make, some amends for it. He will have his opportunity. No doubt, I'm sure. Preston McSween continues.
No, John, I'm looking here and I'm wondering, from the Team Happy Eagles standpoint, what would be the message that these two batsmen, relatively new batsmen to the crease, what would be the message? What is the message they're going out with? I'm looking here and I'm trying to look from their play what sort of mode, and so far it seems a consolidating mode coming through.
Good shot. Well, I don't think you were wondering. You actually said it. It was, one word could really come from the dressing room now for the Harpy Eagles. Just one word. Just one word. Stay. Stay. Meaning, stay there.
Stay there, but
stay. Just one word. Stay.
I still would want to say stay and score the runs.
Stay. Stay. If you've got wickets in hand going into the final session, you can have a lunge at it. It's just 149 runs in the deficit. You have 5 wickets going into the final session, and you're going to be chasing what in the final session? Even if you're chasing 140 runs with 5 wickets, and Guyana does in fact have deep batting. They've got a lot of left-handers, but more so they've got deep batting. With a run rate of what, Johnny? Just about 4 or 5 runs, and just about 3.5 runs and over. It is still very gettable once you've got wickets going into the final session. So it is not by any means over for them.
I quite agree.
Oh, swinging and going absolutely nowhere that he intended, just maybe 6 inches away from his leg stump. Another on the edge. So with the ball picking up on the edge, it means that the batsmen are playing way too early. They're getting way too early into the shot. Maybe a little bit too anxious, some anxiety kicking in. Need to take a chill pill.
Yeah, definitely. You want to make sure that you don't get too anxious. put away the balls, make sure you get good timing. Maxwin will definitely have other plans, to make sure that he captures the wicket. But it's a nicely poised and interesting game at this stage. Wickets, runs to be had, wickets to be had, results to be had.
Well, one way or the other, we're going to get a result, whether somebody wins or somebody draws. 148 still required in what could possibly be the last over before tea, or are they going to continue? They will take tea at 3:10. Just been informed that tea will come at 3:10. So if tea comes at 3:10, it therefore means this over from Darius Martin will be my last. I will have an early tea. I will leave John to tee it off for the rest of the innings. And Darius Martin will continue. Well left. Properly judged. Kevin Sinclair, watchful. Stay.
Definitely. Again, we cannot, preempt. We have to wait, until it gets to that point where you can definitely see. But all for now, it's really nicely poised, really a good game on hand. Does the Happy Eagle have the fortitude to, go after that runs, or will they hold back and, just play for the draw? Will the Volcanoes put some pressure and ensure that they get a victory? We just have to wait and see. It's good cricket, good cricket. This is interesting 4-day cricket.
Interesting, you say. Interesting it is. Oh, well, somebody needs to talk to somebody outside there. And as we say, the Harpy Eagles need to maybe take a chill pill, because too much is happening. Too much is happening outside there for them. Another mix-up there that could have been costly, but, well, all's well that ends well.
Yeah, very, very interesting there. It kind of brings the question, what is the mindset of the batsmen? What's really going on in their heads right now? How are they feeling out there? Are they, nervous to get the runs? Are they just willing to, spend some time, maybe put on a personal score? It's very, very, very interesting. I love the frame of mind that St. Clair is in. He's in that mode where if you bowl him bad deliveries, he's looking to put them away. Short delivery there, and he was able to climb into it. Unfortunately, he didn't get it past that mid-wicket fielder. But definitely he's in a positive frame of mind.
Well, in the other game taking place around the region, the Leeward Islands have been set 300 runs to win, and in just over a session to play. It's a good shot, hook, clean. Denbar does some tidying work. I think Darren Bravo would have gotten to another century. We're going to get some scores on that for you. So no doubt John Ramsing would give you the follow-up on that. Some good runs being scored by Darren Bravo. He's a young man in form these days. Final delivery of this Darius Martin's over. Trinidad 183 for 5 declared, setting the Leeward Islands what can be an impossible 300 runs to win. And the operative words they are can be. What can be? Never say never. Nothing is ever out of reach. Oh, again, playing too early. Was way through the shot before the ball came in. So, just about everything happening here. Junior Murray comes into the chair. Clyde John departs. I've got one. Or is John Ramsing will join me as well. So you'll hear some comments from Junior Murray, and John Ramsing will take us to tea in this most enthralling encounter. Johnny?
Thank you once again, Jason. It's good to be with the legend.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome in the chair, Johnny.
Half hour to go before tea, Junior. Lots can happen in that time and then the final session. So it's all to play for, really.
All to play for at this moment. The Volcanoes players, the tails are up. Happy Eagles batsmen are fighting on. Can't afford another wicket here before tea.
They were bowled out for 169 in their first innings. The Guyana Harpy Eagles now 148 for 5. The new player, Akshaya Prasad, is there with Sinclair, both on 4. A nice stubborn innings from Machu Nandu of 60. But
well played again by Prasad. He looks very organized player. First time I'm looking at him. Just a loose shot a couple overs ago, inside the off stump. Demba, a deep point, moving a bit late, and all the Volcano players' hands was in the air.
like Clyde John was alluding to, maybe sight is a problem on that side, because I saw when the Guyana Harpy Eagles were fielding as well, where Sammy Pamal was late to react to a ball when Ryan John was batting, and eventually he got there, but just could not hold on. So maybe there's something with this red ball as you look towards the
Western.
I'm looking to the Junior Murray and the Royal Lewis stand.
Probably there's something there's something happening there, but it seems that way because it happened twice in the game and the fielders reacted very lately. With Demba taking that catch there, Volcano bowlers will have been rejoicing and inching closer to victory.
Sinclair was there. He had a start in the first innings. Quite capable with the bat, you know. International experience, but with a white ball. That was a different format for him.
Yeah, looking at him in the first innings, I think he looks pretty good at the bat. He looks organized. But this tension in the game at the moment, anything is possible with him and young Prasad at the other end. Going to face up the person now. They need to apply themselves and fight along for the Happy Eagles.
Good shot, but good fielding as well. So the Ambris in the covers. So Darren Bravo indeed completing a second 100 of the match. So twin tons
It's good
for
to
the
see.
experienced Darren Bravo, the captain this year of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, it's really good to see Darren Bravo get on another 100. He's been around for a long time, so this is what we expect from him. He's a senior statesman of a team, the leader of the Red Force, so we expect those things from him. He's raising his hands. He want to get back with that in a test team.
There's an appeal for a caught at the wicket. Everybody going up except the man of the moment, Gregory Brathwaite. He calls over, and that's the end of Preston McSween's 16th over. 150 on the board now for the Harpy Eagles in their second innings. Still 144 runs away from victory.
Short ball outside the off stump from Maxwell. Purcell going to cut, missed, and Walker collect very cleanly. Living very dangerously there, Prasad.
He has a sound defensive technique so far. He's shown that he can pick the gaps, especially driving on the front foot. But it's when he tries to play those big shots, he looks a bit awkward.
Yeah, he looked out of place. He looked very organized defensively, but he looks a bit awkward, as you said, playing a big shot. So he need to know his game. He need to know what he's capable of doing, and do it to the best of his ability.
So over at North Sound, the Leeward Islands will begin their run chase in a short while because they're having tea. 300 runs to win. It's the final session in that game. I heard Jason saying it's impossible. It's not impossible, maybe just highly improbable.
Highly improbable, I would say myself.
Yeah. Junior, I know you had a stint with the Windward Islands women's side as the assistant coach to Samantha Lynch. So you're actually having a lot of time for the women's cricket right now. Western is losing this morning, but now it's a big game. Australia women against New Zealand women.
Yes, I had a bit of a stint in the regional tournament in Guyana. I think that's where we met, Johnny.
Yes. That's a good sweep shot to start a new over. Demba strained down the leg side immediately, and Kevin Sinclair into position, dispatching it for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot by Sinclair. Demba strained down the leg side, swept around the corner for 4. Yes, as we get back into the topic with the women's cricket, I think.
Australia, their first, well, after 20 overs, 173 for 9. New Zealand in reply, 7 for 2.
Wow, they're way behind the 8 ball at the moment, but it's a funny game. You know, someone got to put their hands up and stand some responsibility. It's very sad to see the West Indies women seeing a team losing this morning, but these things happen, and hope that Courtney Watch and his staff can go back to the drawing board and get it right, and because they cannot be too far behind the 8 ball in this tournament.
Test cricket tomorrow for the West Indies senior men's side against Zimbabwe in the second test match. Second and final test match at Bulawayo.
Yeah, I think guys will be looking forward to it. I think they had a good outing in the first test. The batters got some runs. Captain, young Shanna Paul got a double. So it's all to play for.
Demba bowling to the right-handed Sinclair, and bowling from the River Road end. We saw him getting some turn and bounce earlier when he was operating from the opposite end, the Darbo end.
Yeah, it's good to see him from the other end now, walking up his trade, and Sinclair's equal to the task. Look very busy there at the moment.
He can play spin very well, Sinclair, and Akshay Prasad is, of course, quite talented.
Lots of spin in Guyana.
Yeah, captain of Everest Cricket Club for his division side. Came through the ranks as a junior player, worked his way up.
That's pretty nice. So he knows what he's doing. He's very organized out there, and he's going to fight for his team. He's also a leader of his club side, so he knows what he got to do.
Towards the end of 2022, he actually took Everest to a title in the inaugural 10-10 tournament in the Georgetown Cricket Association tournament. So he can also up the ante when needed.
Yeah. He's an all-round player.
Very much so.
Lots of T10 around the region these days.
Yep.
Lots of T10 cricket, T20.
So that's the end of the over. Kenneth Demba started with a 4 because he was swept away, and then a single later. So 155 now for 5, 294. And if you look at what's happening, 39 overs still available.
Still a long way off.
It's Saturday.
It's Saturday. We can see on the screen a bit of spectators there, and in the stands. They're looking for a victory from the Volcanoes. You can hear the support over there. It's really a good sign to see.
Yeah, just a little gathering of spectators. By no means a crowd.
Yeah, I guess it's the people that love cricket a lot.
Yep. Next door we have some athletics as well going on, so attention being shared right here in this sporting complex. Kirani James Athletics Stadium right next door. Here we are at the National Cricket Ground, Cricket Stadium.
Yeah, there's a lot of action around the St. George's area this afternoon. You can go and have a look at the relay meet, John, after you finish your stint here. I think you will love it. There's a lot of young Q&A James coming along, a lot of young athletes showcasing their skills.
McSween out of the attack, giving way for Ryan John. McSween's last spell, 5 overs, 2 for 17. Very impressive.
Very impressive. He came out from this spell this morning. You could see him running in, enjoying his ball and having fun, hitting his lengths and lines consistently. Good to see from the vice captain, Preston McSween.
Yeah, he picked up the dangerous and hard-hitting wicketkeeper batsman Anthony Bramble, and then the set Matthew Nandu, who got 60. In fact, when Nandu got to 58, he tallied 200 runs this season. This one is helped away lots of bottom hand in that one. It's going to go straight to mid-wicket into the boundary for 4. And there you see Kevin Sinclair just greeting that one. It's a bit short, didn't come up much, but he pulled it all along the ground for 4.
Good shot there, shot outside the off stump. We can see here, and Sinclair just tugging at him to mid-wicket for a boundary all on the carpet. 4 runs.
Pulling on length because it was outside the off stump. He backed himself, however. Lots of bottom hand in that shot. So Nandu joins 3 other players with 200 runs this season. Captain Alicatanes, Kimani Milias, 2 from the Volcanoes, of course. Bravo, Twin Tons, already gone past that. And now Matthew Nandu getting into that 400 club. So runs galore.
The youngsters along with the veteran. It's good to see and hope that as the season progresses, they can continue in the same vein.
Those same batters I mentioned are the ones that get hundreds this season. So getting to 200 runs kind of makes it easy when you already have 100 already.
Yes.
So Ryan John with a 5-for at this venue in the last round. 5 for 18. Really bent his back, bowled economically well, created pressure, and then got the opportunity of wickets. Then Justin Greaves in the last innings, right here in this match, 5 for 24. And then Shamar Joseph, 5 for 41. So lots of wickets here as well.
I think the gunsmen could say they prepared some good surfaces for the first round and into the second round. As you can see, wickets and runs. So it just shows that the surface was well prepared.
Both sides will have lots of questions to ask and to answer because there is a break after this round. The action will resume on the 15th of March with round 3. Match is slated for Trinidad and Tobago, but according to Vice President of the Cricket West Indies, Dr. Kishore Shallow, he said some adjustments can be made. And they're in talks to host some matches in Guyana. This one's hit back over the head of Ryan John. Kevin Sinclair is in a no-nonsense mood. He gets up to 18 very quickly. 163 for 5.
There we see Ryan John looking for a bit of swing, going right up into that slot. And Sinclair hitting him straight back over his head. Couple bounces into the boundary for 4. Sinclair seems to be in a no-nonsense mood. He seems to take any opportunity to score. And still keeping the scoreboard ticking and still believe that they can get to that 294 that is required.
131 away, maybe a good partnership on either side of T can really help the Guyana Harpy Eagles to get close to 294. But it's important that they keep wickets in hand heading to the interval, which is just now some 14 minutes away. With Demba coming back into the attack, Passard on strike. It can be interesting, however.
Very interesting game. It's really poised nicely. I think when these two batters there bat to T with a bit of rotation and keep the scoreboard ticking, I think after T could be very, very interested.
Opting to play on the back foot, Passard, but that one slanting down leg.
Going down the leg side there, and umpire standard move.
Too close to cut now, so Passard just living a bit dangerous here as Kevin Sinclair, like a good partner, going down to have a word with Akshaya Passard.
Yeah, well done there. I think the senior pro is keeping the youngster keeping a bit settled, having like a chat, and see if they can fight it out till T.
opting not to leave one that came back with the arm. So the arm ball from Demba, breaking out his variety.
Good to see. Good to see a bit of flight from the spinners, from spinner Demba. Have young Passat thinking there.
Demba's a thinking bowler. You can tell that he's looking to create another opportunity for a wicket. Not bad at all.
Yeah, he is. He's a thinking bowler. Just train on there a bit on Passat leg stump, and Passat get tucking him along to square leg for 2 runs. You gotta be hitting these areas a bit more consistently, not strain among too much.
So if you're joining the broadcast for the first time, you're wondering why Akshay Prasad is playing now. He's actually the concussion substitute for Chandrapal Hemraj, who was hit in the head yesterday while trying to evade a bouncer from Darius Martin. He retired hurt in 3, and after the medical examination, the Guyana Harpy Eagles applied for the concussion substitute. They got through. So Hemraj taken no further part in this game since then. Good use of the feet for a single. End of the over. So now Akshay Prasad riding his luck. He's gone on to 8. Sinclair on to 19. 167 for 5.
Another over there by Kenneth Demba. Nice to see Sinclair using his feet. Chipping him, keeping the scoreboard ticking, keeping the rotation going along nicely. With him and Prasad, they need to stay there until tea.
One thing I like about the Caribbean spectators, they're always involved. You can see a gentleman there perhaps making some adjustments to the field, hoping that maybe Alec Atenes can hear him.
Yeah, we love cricket here, and a lot of captains in the stands. They know it more than the original captain on the field.
We were speaking about national relay meet, and I saw the guy that's responsible for the athletics meet that is supposed to be here in April on camera. So the national relay meet is really a big thing over here, isn't it?
It is a big thing. We all look forward to that meet. We all see all the youngsters, upcoming youngsters.
Driven hard into the ground by Sinclair. Sinclair had a start in the last innings. Got up to 23 before he was dismissed by Greaves. Greaves was on his way to a 5-wicket haul on that occasion. So Ryan John continues. John seems to be very fit this time around. I must admit that.
Yeah, he went back. He was a bit chubby. He went back and did some work, and he's a mean, lean machine now at the moment.
His story is quite interesting as well, because he came in as a late replacement into the 13-man squad for Nicholas Redhead, who was expected to play a big part in the first 2 rounds, but then he did not recover in time from a hamstring injury. And in came Ryan John with a bat 36, career best, then a 5-4 in the first innings, 3 in the second. And like the good poets would say, the rest is history.
The rest is history. I think Ryan John, he grabbed his opportunity with both hands, and I think at the moment the selectors have no chance. He has give them no chance. He put up his hand, performed with the ball, and got a best score of 51 with the bat, carry 51, and he's looking good, and he's always a strong, fit young man.
I think fitness is the key for the Volcanoes' success. And we can see now Akshay Prasad coming for his second run. He's now into double figures. He as well will want to ride this wave of luck and chance to really cement his place into the side.
I think it's an opportunity for young Prasad. He plays in the Hemraj with the concussion rule, and he should take this opportunity here to guide his team home to a victory.
.170, which is one more than what they got in the first innings, the Harpy Eagles. So they're 124 away. Steady stuff from Ryan John. We saw him doing that very consistently, creating pressure on the batters, and suddenly they make the mistake and he has a wicket.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Once you build pressure, the batsmen don't want to be batting maidens after maidens. So I think once you keep doing that, he will induce a rash shot from the batter who want to keep the scoreboard ticking. So he knows what he's about, and he's very consistent with what he's doing.
So players like on the fringe and those that are getting half opportunities and trying to make full use of them. Shot boy, elegantly played. Demba will have some work to do. He's going to half stop it, but will have to complete the job. Beautiful flowing drive from Prasad.
There we see Prasad with a lovely flowing drive through the covers, ran John into the slot area. And he was choking nicely through the cover for 2 runs. Well played.
Easy on the eyes.
Very, very easy. I love to see that.
Hails from the Cornelia Ida, the village of Cornelia Ida on the west coast of Demerara. Plays at the ground in Cornelia Ida that overlooks the Atlantic Ocean.
Never went to the side of Guyana.
I think you did, but you just haven't noticed. A dot ball to end the over, 172 for the loss of 5. The Harpy Eagles still afford 122 runs away from their victory target of 294.
Nice game here, shaping up nicely here. Batters hanging in there, trying to protect the wicket before lunch. And the Volcano players will have to change that. A good game at the moment.
I think in your time of playing regional cricket, you would have played at the Iflut Community Centre ground on the west coast of Demerara. You might have played at the Leonora Recreational Ground. Those are on the west coast of Demerara.
I played out in Burpees also, and on the old border.
Yeah.
That flat pitch and border there.
Historic border.
Historic border, yes.
Yeah, so if you played at Leonora or at Iflut, then you would have passed Cornelia Ida on the west coast of Demerara. Demba to continue. Sweeping a ball on the line of his leg stump. But backing himself, youthful exuberance, you'd say, from Kevin Sinclair.
Yeah, I think he wants to keep the scoreboard ticking. Any chance to score, I think he'll grab it with both hands. Demba just trailing a bit down the leg side there, and he was swept around the corner for a single.
So I was saying that after this round, because of that long break, and then coming back for round 3, 15th of March, some players may find themselves out of the team. Both Guyana Harpy Eagles, maybe the Volcanoes, and of course the other regional sides. And some players, because of spots may be available in the test side to South Africa. Some players may find themselves on a plane to South Africa.
Yeah, that would be lovely. So I think the players need to step up, live the game, and see if they can move on to bigger things.
And I'm sure persons with just 2 matches or maybe just 1 match may think that it's a bit too short of a window to judge them before they're dropped.
But sometimes some of the batters got 4 innings and still haven't passed 10. So they never put up their hands.
The Volcanoes bowling department will have some headaches because Sherman Lewis is fit again. Nicholas Redhead fit again. So I do not want to be in the seat of a selector,
I think
especially for the Volcanoes.
I think the selector's head will be very, very hot in the upcoming weeks to select that team to travel to Trinidad or Guyana.
I think the Guyana leg of matches will be in Guyana if everything go according to what we're hearing. The Guyana will have to play Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force, Jamaica Scorpions. There's an appeal for leg before. Anxious moments for Prasad as he was stretching forward. Quicker delivery from Demba to end the over.
Yeah, quicker delivery. Yeah, Prasad stretching long forward. Let's have a look here. I think there's a bit of bat there.
He had a good stride in as well, Prasad. Yeah.
You look at the top spinner there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you look at the top spinner there.
Overcalled nonetheless, and that's the end of 60 overs in the Harpy Eagles' second innings. 175 now for the loss of 5, and another bowling change from this day. Darbo end, the northern end of the ground, the same end we're operating from. And Hodge will come into the attack, left arm spin. So more spin as we head towards tee on day number 4.
Yeah, I think more spin. I think Captain Martinez been trying to get over here or 2 just before tee, just a few minutes to the tee time. So let's see what Hodge here can bring to the table.
So what time the national relay meet will go up to? Because I understand it just started as Hodge begins.
He started around 1:30, so probably by 7 o'clock.
Oh, it's into that time.
Yeah,
We don't have lights here at the Grenada National Stadium for cricket, but the athletics track there's floodlights, so you can look at the relay under the artificial light.
On the artificial light. So when we are finished here, Johnny, probably we can step over and have a look and see what the future look like to athletics.
Oh yes. In Guyana, there's the Alien Pompey Invitational, so that's a big meet as well in Guyana. At the Leonora Track and Field facility, so yes.
And what's happening? And this is the season for it now. I think it's good to see these games being back, after the pandemic. It's really good to see everybody out there having some fun now.
Edged away past the slip fielder, and it's going to run towards the boundary at third man. 4 runs, but a shot in the dark for Kevin Sinclair.
Kevin Sinclair living very dangerous today. Well close to his off turn, went back to cut. Diving at him at first slip, had no chance, and 4 runs to Sinclair.
Very close to that off stump, cutting away a ball that was on his stump.
Living very dangerous today. He should check the time and see it's a couple balls to tee. You don't want to go in and spoil his tee. You want to go and enjoy his tee. Come back out after and continue in the same vein.
Confident on drive again, so he's looking very confident, Sinclair.
Yeah, very confident over Johnny. He's keeping that scoreboard ticking nicely.
So I was saying that Guyana will have to play the Red Force, the Trans-Tobago Red Force, Jamaica Scorpions and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. So remember they finished already with Barbados Pride and now playing the Volcanoes. So those 3 other matches may be played in Guyana, and the other matches will be played in Trinidad and Tobago. So the Volcanoes most likely will fly to the Twin Island Republic, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will leave those games to be played there and go across to the land of many waters.
I think the Happy Eagles will love that. I think they are playing at home, and I know how dangerous they play at home. So I think it's tea time now.
Yeah, the players are walking off. Umpire Gregory Bradford lift the bails at the northern end and says, "Let's have tea, gentlemen." The Guyana Harpy Eagles won 81 for the loss of 5 at tea, and do remember they're chasing a target of 294 to win. So not yet out of the woods. This game can have a result either way. So at tea, and we have some more of the Guyanese spectators in the crowd. So at tea, Junior Murray, the Guyana Harpy Eagles with 5 wickets in hand need a further 113 runs to win. Sinclair is looking positive. He's on 14. Akshaya Prasad is with him, riding his luck on 14.
I think we are well poised for the game in the last session. Sun is out in his glory. So I think after tea, the Happy Eagles should back themselves to get out to run, to get outdoors to run. But I think the nice partnership here of 40 is building up nicely between the batters here. It's really good to see what happens after tea.
So we had a few stoppages for rain today, but heading to tea, we had some beautiful sunshine, and play went to tea quite easily. Lunch was taken at 96 for 2 when they came back. Johnson on 18, Nandu 41. They were trailing by 198 at that point in time. Leon Johnson carried on to 40 before he was caught at a wicket off the bowling of Martin. He went for 40 at 123 for 3. Anthony Bramble did not last too long. Caught at a wicket off McSween for 3, 140 for 4. 2 deliveries later, Matthew Nandu was playing on to McSween for 60. It was 5 for 141 at that stage, and now a 40-run partnership between Akshaya Prasad, who is a concussion substitute for Chandrapal Hemraj. He's on 14. Kevin Sinclair on 27. 113 runs away from victory. T, 181 for the loss of 5. McSween, 3 wickets so far for him. 3 for 45, 1 each to Darius Martin and Kenneth Demba. 1 for 39 and 1 for 36 respectively. So that's T on day number 4. We'll come back to you in about 15 minutes time for the final session, not only on day 4, but the final session of this match and the round here in Grenada at the National Stadium. So until then, bye-bye.
Back at beautiful St. George's, Grenada, the National Cricket Stadium, with the stands showing off the Devon Smith Players Pavilion, the Junior Murray and Royal Lewis stands. And how things shape here, well, 34 overs remaining in the day's play. This is how the final session is set up, really. The Guyana Harpy Eagles still needing 113 runs to win. They've got 5 wickets in hand, and this is where things are going to get interesting. They were set an initial 294 runs to win, and they've chipped away at it slowly but surely. Picked up some wickets, the Windward Islands, they did. And now Kevin Sinclair is set on 27. Prasad is there with him on 14. Kavim Hodge is operating from one end, but coming up from this end, it is Greaves, Justin Greaves. So, all to play for in this final session. Yep, who will push their nose in front first? With me, of course, is Clyde John, and a really, really enthralling encounter anticipated here in the final session.
Yes, most definitely. Interesting. How both teams intend to play this final session is very, very important as to the result of the game. And definitely both teams would look to push ahead. The most successful one pushing, it's almost like the shot put. The one who's able to throw that massive throw will make it, to the victory podium. So Volcanoes, I think they have a bit of a momentum in terms of getting wickets. They would want to continue that. Let's see how the Harpy Eagles adjust.
Oh, there's a tick. We heard something, or we thought we did something. But, wow, maybe it was wishful thinking. But let me tell you this. Justin Greaves is steaming in. He is looking like a man on a mission. And, Prasad living dangerously. Pitched up.
Yeah, good delivery, pitching, leaving Prasad a bit.
Oh.
And not in a good position. He's actually off the ground trying to play at that delivery. So definitely he didn't have a base or anything to really back him. And luckily for him, he missed completely.
Well, he has to find ways to score, if nothing else. Better ball this time, struck it firmly. He's trying to sort out the gap. There's a very packed offside field, just 2 men on the onside, a man deep on the mid-wicket boundary, and a man just a few steps in on the mid-off boundary. So, this is interesting. They're telling Prasad, if you want to score runs, you've got to turn it behind you or pierce the offside field. And pierce it he does, but only to the outer circle, where looks like Kenneth Denbar is there and does the tidying work. The left-hand, right-hand combination. Prasad being the lefty and Kevin Sinclair, the right-hander, on 27.
So very, very interesting yet. Scoreboard just ticking over. Definitely you will want the scoreboard to tick over as if you're the Guyana Harpy Eagles, Windward Volcanoes. They would want to plug every gap possible just to probably build some pressure and ensure that they get another wicket, which would further set back the Harpy Eagles.
End of the first over after tea, just the one coming off of it from Justin Greaves. The Guyana Harpy Eagles still require 112. A possible 33 overs remaining in the final session. Somebody needs to lunge forward here, and I'm thinking that the lunging forward would really depend on the Harpy Eagles. They've got to show that, make some clear intentions whether they want to go for this 112 runs or not.
Yeah, well, definitely the notion at this stage would tell you that the momentum should be with the team that is batting. Something about cricket that there always seems to be a favor to the batsmen, but the bowlers would have to come up trumps.
So Kavim Hodge will continue. Oh, this one coming back in to the left-hander, Prasad. Prasad would want to use this opportunity here to pick himself for the next game.
I quite agree with you, Jason. We've seen, men getting the opportunity and raising the bar, making sure that they're picked for the next game. So he definitely would want to ensure that he has a spot. Even if they're going on a break after this round, but he would want to, put in a performance where the selectors would have to consider him and the form that he's in, to really decide the next team.
He's a good batsman, of course. I heard John Ramsing speaking about him. He's no slouch. He can really bat. It's just that he was left out of the squad this time around. I mean, the Guyana Harpy Eagles really and truly does have a good batting order, and it is really packed at the top.
Yeah, and they bat very deep. So definitely, you have to take every opportunity that comes your way in order for you to make that first 11. And so with him staying there and putting his hand up, maybe bringing home the victory, definitely he would be in consideration.
Some runs here. Two runs coming off the over already. The Guyana Harpy Eagles are looking at a possible 3.5 runs per over. So anything is possible if we play out the remaining overs, which itself is probably unlikely. Well, that's the end of that over. 184 for 5. Still 110 runs needed. Are they going to have a go for it? Prasad is on 16 and St. Clair's on 28.
Yeah, I believe they're going to have a go at it. The momentum is with them. They're already coming off a victory in the first game that they've played. And so definitely they may have a setback, but the possibility of a win is still out there. So it goes down to the wire, Jason.
Full ball. Sure, he'll be very disappointed, St. Clair, that he didn't do more with that. It was full and outside the off stump. Really should have done more with it than just a single. Would be slightly disappointed there.
Well, looking at it from here, I think he did well to get bat on it, because I find he was stretching a bit. Somehow I believe that might have been a slower delivery that he was able to pick. He sort of lunged far forward, trying to reach at that delivery, and was able to get the gap.
Close up. So a wide first slip. A gully. There's a man at point. There are two men outside there on the offside. A wideish third man and a man on the cover boundary. Long off. Oh, it's ballooned into the air and dropping just short of, it looks like Ryan John, just short of Ryan John. He mistimed it totally. Could have been a slower delivery. And Prasad mistimed it. Oh, he is living dangerously. He's getting a whole lot of chances, and these chances not being taken could be very costly for the Windward Islands.
Definitely. Prasad seemed to have something going here for him. The luck of the Irish, maybe. I don't know, but he has some sort of luck going with him. Still early days. Let's see if he can settle in, and really ride that luck that he has.
The luck of the Demerara. Sinclair a little bit disappointed there again, thinking, he really should have just waited just a little bit longer, just a tad longer, and carved it just wide of a gully.
Yeah, I think he got onto it a bit earlier than anticipated, and so he played it forward a square more than back. So definitely some tactics by the bowler.
This time he's looking for the opening on the onside, and picking up just one when there should have been two. He's not thrilled with his partner at all. Two was always on. Don't know why Prasad opted for the single, but two was always on. They completed the first run even before the ball got to the fielder. So, and the two was always on.
Yeah, definitely two was on there. Martin had a lot of ground to cover to come in to get to that delivery, and I don't know, maybe he just wasn't confident enough to come back.
Shah Prasad is solid in defense. Solid in defense to Justin Greaves. 3 runs coming off the over. The Guyana Harpy Eagles are 187 for 5. Current run rate of just under 3 runs per over. They need to get that up, and they need to get it up quickly because it is climbing. And the Windward Islands really looking to see how much they can chip away with just 107 runs needed by the Harpy Eagles. So they're getting the scoreboard to take over. That's a good thing. There have been 1 or 2 occasions where one could have easily turned into 2 with a whole lot of time and space, and they didn't take it. If you check those runs, it may turn out to be the deciding factor with this game, looking as if it's going down to the wire.
Yeah, good observation there. Again, you see another single being gotten. So they're definitely just chipping away. Slowly you look at the scoreboard and you realize, hey, these guys have already put on some 47 runs partnership, which doesn't seem...
Well, the 50-run partnership is up now, actually.
Right? It doesn't seem as if they're doing that, big hitting, but they're just chipping away.
Yeah, the 50-run partnership is up now. It's drifting down a leg. Remember, they came together with Prasad on 1 and Sinclair just walking in after, I think it was Bramble got out at the wicket, caught Walcott, bowled by Praxton McSween. Nandu, sorry. After Nandu lost his wicket, Matthew Nandu was bowled by McSween for 60, and then Sinclair came to the wicket. Nandu played a ball on. Remember, he came onto the front foot and chopped it onto the stumps, and that brought Sinclair to the wicket. So a fairly new pair they started as. This time he's sweeping, will run away to the boundary. That's the only other running that will take place. Will be someone running all the way around to collect it. It looks like Martin. Not too sure from here. Can't see it from here, but can't make him out too clearly from here. But nobody there. It was vacant acreage.
Yeah, good shot.
Picked the spot wisely. End of the over. 193 for 5. Kevin Sinclair on 35 and Akshaya Prasad on 18. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, 101 required.
Yeah, very much gettable. 183 deliveries to get 101. Pretty simple. Yeah, 186 deliveries, yeah.
Wide and moving away, and Prasad would wisely decide against going after it. I mean, he has gone after some wide deliveries and created some unnecessary chances against him. And this time he wisely decided to allow it to go through to Walcott. Trying hard to pierce the offside field.
Yeah, Graves just going a little bit wider and asking Prasad just to get back onto it, hoping that he can induce an edge.
Greaves coming a little closer to Prasad, knowing that he has the tendency to flash hard at those wide balls outside the off stump. So Greaves opting to just come a little closer, smartly so, to the batsman to try and get him into the action.
Yeah, forcing him to want to go after the deliveries. This so far is the third delivery in the over, and he hasn't really gotten, runs off that over, so you'll want to get something going.
This time he's playing and ball just dropping short of him, and captain Alec Athenaeus just doing the tidy work there and trying to work on a shine. He understands that his pieces are getting some lateral movement through the air, and then when the ball is dropping on the seam, he's also getting some movement off the turf. So he's working diligently on a side there, trying to keep the ball shine to one side, aiding in the swing. Well, he's played it straight to the fielder, so he wants to consider maybe playing it a little later or a little earlier, just left or right.
Yeah, I think it's a deliberate ploy by the bowler to get him, reaching for some of these deliveries, and he hasn't been able to have a stable base when playing some of these because he has to try to get across to it. So I'm definitely a ploy there, hoping that he will get a nick.
Yeah, the Windward Islands are fancying their chances here. 193 for 5. They're fancying their chances to pick up 5 wickets in this session. It would require a lot. And just the one run coming off the over, bringing up the end of the over. 194 for 5. Here at the St. George's National Cricket Stadium in Grenada. Over in Antigua, 59 for 1 are the Leeward Islands, hunting for an even 300 against Trinidad and Tobago, looking to sort out a win. I hear Johnny saying, trying to identify the difference between impossible and a slight probability. I will still stick with impossible.
Yeah, well, impossible in this game is something that we cannot say, until maybe it's really uncalculable.
Well,
If you cannot calculate it, that's the only how, because remember, it only takes one ball to get a wicket.
I'm backing myself on this. I'm backing myself on this. Hodge will continue. There's a good, sharp, quick, decent, smart single. And there are lots of those singles available, really, if they just sort out the gaps, put their minds to it, and this would build the pressure on both sides. So there are lots of those singles available, really.
Yeah, definitely. They just have to play smart cricket. As they've been going along, the partnership has been growing really well. No big chances per se. They're ticking the scoreboard ever so often. So it's really a good setup.
To Hodge, there's only one slip, so there are runs between point and first slip. There are runs just wide of cover, to the right of cover. There are runs vacant in mid-off. The field has been spread basically, and there are runs on the onside, which he just got. So there are lots of singles and twos, ones and twos available. Now that the field is spread, Alec Athene is deciding to just go a little bit defensive. How long he will go defensive for, we don't know. But now that the field is spread and it has become a little bit more defensive, there are more ones and twos available.
Yeah, lots easy going. I think the batsmen realize that it doesn't take big hitting at this stage. They have more balls than runs, so definitely you just chip away and you bring that score down by the ones and twos.
Well, we just spoke about the availability of a single at mid-off, and Sinclair just picked it out, used it, got a single. Oh, good tidy work there, acrobatic work by Alec Athenes. Spectators fielding, so to speak. He's at first slip. Some good work there by Athenes. So the way things are set up here at good running again between the wickets by the Harpy Eagles. So they're picking out the spots. They're picking it out, and they're chipping away at it. It's the end of the over. Under 100 runs now required. 96 runs required. They are 199 for 5.
Yeah, good temperament out there. Good pacing. The batsmen seem to be comfortable enough, with the ones and twos. They're not flustered in any way, and so they are sticking to the plan. I'm suspecting the plan is just to, chip away, because you have enough overs to be bowled in which you possibly can get these runs. The only thing that could change that now will be the weather and maybe the light.
Greaves is in, and Prasad is forward, and a single is gotten. Yeah, I'm thinking that the Harpy Eagles, part of their strategy could very well be continue to knock it around, pick up the ones and twos. They're going to keep their eyes on the clock, of course, because that is going to be a determining factor. The 200 comes up for them of 392 balls in 52 minutes. Now, you're thinking that they would want to, keep the scoreboard ticking, keep it going, and with just about an hour before the end of the day's play, before the scheduled end of the day's play, if they still got these 5 wickets in hand, then they can make a lunge for it when they're in a position where they know for sure they can retreat if they need to save the game.
Well, at this point in time, I'm not considering a retreat. As it stands, the singles could get them home, so there's no need to, really panic. They can bat as normal and pick up the ones and twos, and that would definitely get them in. So Volcanoes will have a lot of work to do to keep some pressure on these batsmen.
Oh, naughty there. Absolutely no reason to go that wide outside the off stump looking for it. That's a, can I please get out shot? by Kevin Sinclair. No need to go there. It was wide, and Justin Greaves, he and all was disappointed with that delivery.
No, I'm thinking this is the approach. You want the batsmen to be reaching, once they're not stable in terms of playing the deliveries, I think this is what you want. It's easier for you to get an edge or maybe get them to hit the ball straight to the fielder.
Better delivery, sorting out the single.
Yeah, you notice that one was a little closer, so it's easier for him to get there, open the face, get it through the gap. So the further away from the batsman, I think this is what the bowlers are trying to do, to get the ball at what we will call a more negative line. Yeah, so that they have to reach, they have to go after it, and not really the bowlers coming to them. So how would that work? Let's look and see. But as it stands, they're chipping away singles, can do the job.
Well, that was John's perspective from the bowler. He's a fast bowler, so he would always back the fast bowlers. He loves running in with the ball in his hand. I, on the other hand, would look at it from the batsman's perspective. No need to play a get-out shot, John. No need to. You've got time on your hands. You've got wicket. You've got wickets in hand. And the total is very gettable if you stay there and do the smart thing. Well played, well left alone. 2 runs from the over still 2 deliveries remaining. Justin Greaves is known to be getting some movement once he brings the ball right there in that corridor of uncertainty, just holding it back just short of a good length. And so pitching wide outside the off stump is really not where he wants to be. There's nothing there for him, really.
Well, there is hope. I think this is what he's going on. He's going on hope.
Hope and Marquee, John Ramsing, are 2 villages just up to one of the more northern parishes, St. Andrew. When you live in Hope, they say you're close to Marquee.
Yeah, again, the intent. And so as you see, Passad getting connection, but unable to really pick the gap. And this is what the bowler is hoping, that he may just skew one to the fieldsman in trying to pick the gap, and he can have a wicket.
Slow delivery, well read. Good batting. Persad, an accomplished batsman, brings up the end of the over. Just 2 runs coming off of it. 201 for 5. Still a further 93 runs required. And the Windward Islands holding on to the steering wheel just a little bit tighter at this stage, you would think.
Yes, they are holding on to the steering wheel, trying to steer that ship towards a volcano victory. Will take a bit of work. I think the momentum is somehow moving with the Happy Eagles. That partnership of 60 seemed to be setting them on course, and so definitely some breakthrough, somewhere they would need to break this partnership and maybe start again in terms of having the Happy Eagle rebuild the innings.
Hodge to Sinclair. Oh! The wicketkeeper seems very sure that he got an edge. Sinclair is standing, resting on his bat. Doesn't look too bothered. The appeal went up, and everyone around the bat was sure there was something there. But the only hand that didn't go up, there was the hand of umpire Gregory Brathwaite. And as the most important finger, The play will continue. Let's see.
We look again, a little bit of turn, a little bit of bounce, and it's not
Daylight.
conclusive here.
Daylight between bat and ball. It was just hopeful exuberance. You like to use the word hope. It was just hopeful exuberance from Hodge and Walcott and Athenaeus. Still no runs coming off the over. A bit of excitement there. Appealing for a caught at the wicket. Brathwaite not easily shaken, not moved. This time they get one. Yeah, the replay shows that there's bat and daylight between ball and bat. Just 2 runs coming off the over. 203 for 5. The Guyana Harpy Eagles. Trinidad and Tobago in battle with the Leeward Islands. The Leeward Islands are 61 for 1. The Leewards still requiring a further 239 runs with just under 2 hours remaining. The field is spread here at the National Stadium. Alec Athenaeus going a little bit defensive, trying to stem the flow of runs. This will be my final over for a while in this stint. Slower delivery again. Well negotiated for 1. After this over, the Grenadian by commentary. We've got a citizenship by investment program. We've got a citizenship by commentary program in the booth here. John Ramsing, he will join us.
So I'm observing, Jason, that Passad has the mentality that he does not want, to be bobbed down. He's ever so often trying to ensure that very early he gets a single, and so in his mind, he knows, he's confident that he can bring this thing home.
Good shot, just holding it back a little later. Just left to the man at point, and the right-hander Sinclair picks up a single. He has moved on quietly to 41. He's building a nice innings for himself here. You mentioned Passad. Passad is a thinking batsman, and Sinclair, in the meantime, crafting the 1s and 2s. So Sinclair's on 41, Passad is on 24. So a nice partnership building here. 64 runs coming from the partnership already.
Yeah, this partnership could, really define where this game goes.
Local time is just 4 minutes after 4 o'clock, so barring any rain interruptions, we could play for another 2 hours if necessary. To our left, just to the northeastern region, we see some dark clouds coming over. Oh, this time he's gotten him. This time he's gotten him. You could have heard the tick from all up the way in the Granatang Mountains. This time he got him, and Passad comes to an end, flashing outside the off stump at a ball that was lifting, and the wicketkeeper Walcott making absolutely no mistake. And Jonathan Blades has no other option than to raise his finger, and Passad goes for 24, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles in some serious trouble now at 205 for 6.
Again, we look at the delivery, pitching, going across him, leaving him, no way in control. You know, you look at that leg, you know, being off the ground because he's trying to put enough power into that shot to get it away, and definitely deploy. As I said, Jason has worked. He was in hope, and he's definitely staying in hope.
But what was interesting there is that delivery was pitched just outside there, just short of a good length. So more around the corridor of uncertainty. And of course, he just got the edge. In comes Versami Permol. Permol is a guy that sticks around as well. So no doubt the word from the camp, from the Guyana Harpy Eagles, will be to tell Permol, you've got to go there and see this through, because there's absolutely no way 4s and 6s are necessary. 1s and 2s can bring this home. So that could very well be the message given to Permol. The Harpy Eagles still need 89 runs, and the partnership has been broken after 64 runs. So a new batsman is at the crease versus Sammy Permol, another short in stature and well-grounded and rounded batsman, the veteran at this stage of the game. He's been around, and if it is one thing he knows is what is required, he understands the game in its present context. And one of the things that they'll be looking at too is the weather.
Yeah, definitely the weather. And again, you look at Greaves, and Greaves, you know, that line outside, wide outside the off stump, asking the batsman to come after him. And so the ploy seemed to be bringing rewards. How much of a reward it would bring? Will they be able to, you know, get the remaining 4 wickets? We'll wait to see.
Slower delivery, and Greaves picking up the movement of the batsman, walking across his stumps long before the ball was delivered. That brings up the end of the over. 205 for 6. The Harpy Eagles in some serious points of concern now, as they still require a further 89 runs for victory, and the Harpy Eagles in a spot of concern. John Ramsing is here, and some comments from Clyde John, and then John Ramsing will take us through the next 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, so again, very interesting position of this game. We know Permol, he stuck around, got some runs in the first innings. He will fancy himself to remain out there and ensure a Harpy Eagle victory. Kavim Hodge might have something else to say.
After career best 24 from Akshay Prasad, the concussion substitute, now it's time for rebuild. The Volcanoes picking up wickets at regular intervals, really keeping themselves in the hunt for full points here in this game. It's very important that you utilize home advantage as well. So the Volcanoes are at home. You do not want to give away home advantage, you know, Clyde.
Yeah, most definitely. You want to, you know, at least make sure that in your backyard you are the strongest. And so they really, you know, pegging away at this total that they've set, trying to ensure that they take regular wickets, and they've been doing a good job at it so far.
Clipped away nicely by the right-handed Permol. He's off the mark. Should come back for the third. Sinclair is very quick, and he's challenging the arm of the fielder. So yes, 3 runs taken easily. So the Harpy Eagles now chipping away, 1 over at a time, so to speak. After this, 25 overs will be remaining in the day's play. So still lots of time to get the required runs for victory.
Yeah, still a lot of time. Still a lot of time, weather permitting, light permitting. So
It's under 4 runs and over as required from here on. 4 wickets in hand as well, so that's very important, especially from the Volcanoes standpoint.
Yeah, very important. You will want to get these remaining 4 wickets, to have your victory. You will not want them to stick around and draw that game after reaching so close. Another wicket here could be, something that would really put them on course. But Sinclair is batting well. He's on 42. And so he would have a different thought in his mind as to the outcome of this game.
So end of the over. 209 for the loss of 6. Sinclair is looking very good on 42. He has a first-class half-century already to his name, 58. So he knows exactly how to compose and compile innings. In fact, when he played club cricket at a youth level, was a top-order batsman in Berbice. So he knows a lot about batting. When he started to play international cricket, he started as an off-spinner who can bat. He was part of the emerging players that won the 2019 Super 50 Cup in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, so definitely he understands the art of batting and has looked very well, played very well for his 42. He would just want to ensure that Pamal, accompanies him to the end.
He had a start of 20-something in the first innings, while Pamal top scored at 53, so lots of batting. Sinclair 23 in the first innings, and Pamal 53, the top scorer. So they know about batting indeed, both from Berbice in the east of Guyana. Hello to everyone in Berbice, whether you're heading across the Berbice River Bridge, whether you're in the river, the fisher folk. Hello to Blackbush Polder. That's a very huge area in Berbice itself. Just walking across his stump like we saw him doing in the first innings, Pamal. Was trying to get closer to that ball and also exposing his stumps.
Yeah, definitely trying to get close to the delivery from Graves. Graves is just trying to make sure that he draws him into that shot where he's off balance, not much control, the feet trying to get across. So it means that he would be on the move while playing that shot. So good tactic by Graves. Hopefully it will bring another because it has already brought success.
It fell short of the keeper. Looks like it was the under edge. Graves with a 5-wicket haul in the first innings. Working up some pace here late on day number 4.
Again,
we will have a look at that one because it was very close to being a wicket. You can see the wicket keeper and first slipping captain Anthony is getting excited.
As we look at it there now, going across again, as we say, reaching for it and just happened to get that on the edge, carrying it down, and as it bounces before the keeper.
The keepers are having really good games. Both wicket keepers with lots of dismissals. That one almost chopped on. Bramble had 5 dismissals in the second innings. And now we're seeing Walcott with 3 already in this innings. So they both of the glove men doing very well in this game.
Yeah, it tells you that the bowlers have bowled some really good lines and length. Getting 5 catches coming to you, it means that the bowlers have done a good job also.
Yeah, Walcott had 3 as well in the Guyana Harpy first innings, while Bramble had 2. So yes, showing that they're very important behind the wicket. Not only taking the catches, but saving some runs. That's driven nicely by Pamal. Still on 3. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles second innings looking to get 294 for victory. Hemraj retired hurt yesterday and then was replaced today by Akshay Prasad. Hemraj, before he was hit on his head, had 3. Nandu today 60 to go with 100 in the last game. Imlak 25, Savory 7, Johnson 40, Bramble 3, Akshay Prasad, the concussion substitute, 24. Steers it past the field at backward point. So he will keep the strike at the start of the new over Pramal. 110 now for the loss of 6. Some 84 runs still to go.
Yeah, 84 with a lot more deliveries. Again, no need to panic. Happy Eagles, they can take their time and just ensure that they pick up the ones, the twos, and really make that push towards the victory. Definitely Volcanoes will want to pick up some wickets. They will not want to be on the losing end of this game, and so their work and their strategy will have to be spot on.
Hodge will continue. We saw some spectators passing the brown bag around. The goodies aren't there. Here's Hodge again. Pramal long forward, killing the spin. What's in that bag? With your local knowledge.
I think it just might be some maybe fries or something that they've pushed this, maybe some KFC or something, and they're just making sure that they share.
The breadfruit fries are very good over here, so maybe fries passing through.
Yeah, there's actually some breadfruit up at the stands, Can get some fried breadfruit up there.
How's that? And I think he's bold. Yes, he is bold. We were sighted for a moment, but Pramal playing over delivery might be the inside edge as well, and he is bold. Kavim Hodge celebrates in a big way his first wicket in the second innings, Hodge, but it's a big one as well. Pramal, the vice captain, who's bowled by Hodge. 207 now, 210 now for the loss of 8.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely playing for a bit more spin, and that one it did turn, but it didn't turn very far, and it was able to knock off the off stump. Pramal goes, and so makes the game even more interesting. You have a batsman setting Sinclair out there. Will he run out of partners, or will the remaining two batsmen be able to hold their nerve and stay with him? So good going there by the Volcanoes. They're just sniffing ahead, hoping, and I guess they're wishing there now that they can keep this pressure. But I know, looking at Joseph in the first innings, he's no more with the bat, and so definitely they will have their work cut out.
So here's some people bowled by Hodge for 4 from 13 balls. So Hodge really showing how much that wicket means to him and to his team. Celebrating in a grand style. Pramal, the vice captain, half century in the first innings, missing out here in the second innings, but it makes way for Shamar Joseph, who will be brimming with confidence after that 5-wicket haul. Yes, and you did say right that he shows that he has the ability to hang around with the bat.
That is middle.
Just need to build a partnership now with Kevin Sinclair if the Guyana Harpy Eagles will get close to 294, 84 runs away.
Yeah.
3 deliveries left in this over.
Shamar Joseph left-handed, 5 for 4-1 when he bowled in the Volcanoes' second innings. Very important figures for him. With the bat in the first innings, just got 5, but he's a much better batsman than 5.
Yeah. Again, you see the man with the helmet coming in to play. Another left-hander coming into the crease, so it means that that little rough could, pose a little concern if Hodge may be able to get one dropping and turning sharply back into Joseph. Could probably get his wicket.
Bowled him! Leaving alone, and he's bowled! Shamar Joseph, all the talk about being able to stick around and show his ability did not last very long. Opted to leave a delivery that was pitched outside his off stump, but came back in very sharp from Hodge, and Shamar Joseph, the 23-year-old, is bowled without scoring. And now the Guyana Harpy Eagles sinking further, 210 for the loss of 8.
Yeah, just as I was describing, that rough outside there will pose a challenge to these batsmen. Unlike Demba, who gets the ball to go away, Hodge would get it to come back, and as we just saw, leaving alone, that ball hitting the rough out there and coming sharply back in. That's the end of Joseph. Definitely head down, a bit disappointed. Would have really loved to stick around there to help his team to what they've been working on so smartly of our Happy Eagles victory.
The golden arrowhead from Guyana still fluttering in the stands, but Niall Smith now will have to really come. First of all, we'll have to avoid the bowler getting a hat-trick, because Kavim Hodge had 2 deliveries to go in this over is certainly on a hat-trick. He went wicketless in 6 overs before this, but he bowled Sami Pamal, and now Shamar Joseph with successive deliveries. If he gets this 3rd wicket in his 3rd successive ball, it will be a hat-trick. And we've been following the tournament this year. We haven't had any of those just yet.
Yeah, although we've had some fifers, we have not had a hat-trick. So definitely Hodge will, fancy his chances here. A bit of pressure being applied. You see the helmet is still out there. The man at short leg is still there.
Jelani Robinson with the helmet. He's gonna go down under that helmet and see Niall Smith, right-handed batter, taking his guard. But I want to make the point that when Alec Athanaze won the toss on the opening day, I honestly did not expect him to bat, because there was last week preparation moisture and the Volcanoes were pegged back early, and that I thought was going to happen again. But when Athanaze opted to bat, I realized that he did not want to bat last on the track, knowing it can wear and tear. That's what home advantage can do for you. Hat-trick ball. Hat-trick averted. Smith long forward.
Yeah, I think as a bowler here now, I definitely seen that ball turn so sharply from the foot marks. I would go around the wicket and I would have targeted that area there. It's bowling wicket to wicket, but just to bring some different dynamic where Smith might have had to play around his legs to the one that is coming back, I would have gone around the wicket.
210 for 8. A double wicket maiden from Kavim Hodge coming to an end. Harpy Eagles now in a very difficult position. 84 to get. Set batsman and Kevin Sinclair on 42. But with just Niall Smith and Ransford beaten pretty much available to him, what will be the approach, Clyde John?
Well, definitely the approach is still there. Sinclair, being the informed batsman, would have to ensure that he hogs the strike as much as possible. Maybe look to get the twos and the odd boundary here now. He will not want to really pick up the singles, the twos and fours. Maybe the odd 6 here and there will ensure that he retains the strike, and so he can control the game from that standpoint and maybe help to bring the Happy Eagles the victory. I do think that they would go down fighting. I don't think that they would, give in here now. At least that's not the hope. But we know that the Volcanoes, they would try to ensure that they get a victory.
Greaves 1 for 32 continues. So we're getting closer not only to the end of the game, but could be the end of the careers of some of these players, because not able to live up to the billing at this level, some may very well lose their places. Without calling any names, I'm sure some of them know who they are already.
Yeah, definitely. Some of them know, based on if you go on performance, and this is what you really want to use to judge, a place in the first 11. Some players know definitely that they will have to give way based on these performances. So while they may not be out of the team, but they will have to give way to the first 11, because once you have a good bench, as we would put it in basketball, it means your starters must be working.
Chipped away, and will take the single. So he's not looking to farm the strike here, Kevin Sinclair. But I tell you what, Niall Smith has a very good defensive technique. He can hang around. But as if he's gonna go for to play some shots, might be in some trouble. So it looks as if it's gonna be maybe a Volcano victory or a draw.
Well, it certainly has two results to come. Looking at what Graves has done, I can tell you he will be asking Smith to play some shots. I do not see him pitching that ball towards the body of Smith, but asking him to go outside there wide again, hoping that he can induce an edge, maybe off a rash shot. So let's see how Smith, what's his intention, maybe.
Smith didn't stick around too long in the first innings. Got a single from 5 deliveries faced, but it was Ransford Beaton, who was there for a long time. 41 deliveries for his 10. So, maybe there's something in the tank there for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Like I said, maybe hanging on for a draw.
Yeah, that is a big possibility. Again, we look at the time remaining. It's 4:26, maybe an hour again, and things might be different. So,
Bold! Clean bowl. Justin Greaves gets his second wicket of the day, and it's Niall Smith. Clean bowl without scoring, and now the tail not wagging for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They're looking down the barrel of defeat. 9 wickets down now for 211. Well bowled, Justin Greaves.
yeah, definitely. Ooh, there you go. That ball pitching and moving back. And you look at it from our monitors here, and definitely, if you look at your screen, you could have seen that ball. She tailing back in and pitching and still tailing in further in between bat and pad. Comprehensively bowled. Well thought out delivery there by Greaves. Really well thought out. He was getting that ball to move the other way a lot, and this one just came back. It swung a bit in the air and off the pitch. Very good delivery. Well thought out wicket by Justin Greaves.
At one time, the Guyana Harpy Eagles in their second innings were 205 for the loss of 5. Suddenly, 205 for 6. 210 for 7, 210 for 8, and now 211 for 9. So they've lost their last 4 wickets for 6 runs. Last 4 wickets for 6 runs. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, and like I said, two possible outcomes to this game: draw or the Volcanoes victory. And I'm going to change that to 1.
You're changing to 1.
The Volcanoes victory.
Um,
Draw out of the equation now. Still 83 runs required. Last pair at the crease.
well,
It will take a miracle.
It will take a miracle, but if you look outside, while the area for rain seems to be clear, there's a bit of cloud cover. So you never know.
So the heavens may open on the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Possibility just exists.
I would love to see a game played
Nah.
to the end.
And then I'm still working with you. 40-something balls for 5 runs. Ransford Beaton means that he can hold his end. He can block, and that's what you actually need here now.
1 run and a wicket in Justin Greaves. Last over, so he is really looking impressive now. 19 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 33. Justin Greaves, good support to Preston McSween, 3 for 45. Hodge, 2 for 25. 1 apiece to Demba, 1 for 36. And Martin, 1 for 39. Very good bowling effort so far by the Volcanoes in their second innings. And there you see some of the spectators following, no doubt, live on YouTube. Really interested in this match, and they're having a good time in that stand.
Yeah, it's Saturday, it's the weekend. Definitely, as we say, looking at the games being played during the week, you would not have had that sort of crowd, coming in. But it's weekend, people looking for somewhere to go. So, definitely, I think Cricket West Indies may need to really look into, the way the games are staged, so that you can have, because we want to see the crowds back in.
Sinclair on 43, awaits Hodge. Matching that broad brim Guyana Harpy Eagles hat. That reminds me of a cricketer. When I see those hats.
It reminds me a lot of Carl Hooper.
Carl Llewellyn Hooper.
And again now, John, the approach of Sinclair will change, as you rightly seen. Earlier he would have just tried to turn this one for the single, but again, his approach will change. When does he go for the single is what is important.
5 overs after this before the final hour of 15 overs. So lots of time still. Slower delivery, well bowled, Kavim Hodge. And I can understand why Hodge is into the attack because of the number of right-handers he had to bowl to. Because the left-handers for the Guyana Harpy Eagles were pretty much at the top of the order, when Demba would have been a little bit more effective. But now Hodge is called upon, and he's doing a very good job. Quicker delivery, targeting the stump, start-stop situation in terms of the running. In the end, runs for beaten, gets home. He's a fast bowler, should be able to run fast between the wickets as well.
Yeah, should be able to run fast. Maybe his deliveries might be faster than him, but he should know how to, especially when you have to sprint in as a fast bowler to get that momentum into the wicket. So definitely he would understand running fast, but he will not want to run fast from the stumps. He would want to ensure that he blocks everything that comes his way to give the Happy Eagles an opportunity maybe to pull out a draw.
The appeal for a leg before. Umpire Brathwaite says not out. Umpire says over. And that's the end of that over. Single in the over to Sinclair. He keeps the strike. It's now 44 to him. 212 for a loss of 9. And those 4 wickets in quick succession, turning the sails in favor of the Volcanoes in a big way.
Yeah, definitely.
There we see the appeal. That ball definitely missing leg.
Yeah, definitely not turning much. Maybe, if he could have gotten it a bit straighter, then the appeal the umpire might have considered. But as it stands now, the Volcanoes, their tails are up. They're looking to pull out a victory. They've worked a bit, to make sure that they're into this position. They've worked hard. Happy Eagles had that opportunity, and now they're staring down the barrel. I think it will take a lot for them to really draw this game, but at the same time, the Volcanoes, they must keep their foot on that pedal and make sure that they speed their way into it. They do not want to have too much of a lag, and the weather may be coming into play and all sorts of things. So they definitely will want to keep that pressure and that momentum.
Barbados Pride already completing victory in this round. Looks as if Leeward Islands Hurricanes and TNT Red Force may play to a draw. And this game heading into the wire right now. 212 for a loss of 9. The Guyana Harpy Eagles set a target of 294. 82 runs away. So this is the last round before a break. Round 3 will begin on the 15th of March. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will lock horns with the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Jamaica Scorpions will take on the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Leeward Islands Hurricanes will take on Barbados Pride. 1 week later will be round number 4. Smart bowling from Greaves. Just hiding that ball outside the off stump. Sinclair not able to get to the pitch. So round 4. TNT Red Force against Barbados Pride. Guyana Harpy Eagles against Jamaica Scorpions. Leeward Islands Hurricanes against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Round 5, the final preliminary round in this year's tournament. March 29 to April 1. TNT Red Force against Jamaica Scorpions. Guyana Harpy Eagles against Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Barbados Pride against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Then we'll have a champion being crowned, whether it's going to be Barbados Pride again or will there be a new champion. We have to wait and see. So lots of time in this year's tournament. Second test, West Indies against Zimbabwe, begins tomorrow. And then after that they go across to South Africa for all format tour. 2 test matches, 3 one-day internationals, 2 T20s. Lots of cricket for these players. You never know when you switch on your television set or go to YouTube who you'll be seeing playing cricket for West Indies or for the franchise. But lots of cricket, and that's what these cricketers have signed up to do.
Yeah, definitely. If you want to be the best at what you do, you have to be out there, doing your job.
So Clyde John, I just glanced across to my left and I'm seeing the ground staff going towards the covers. That is not a good sign at all for this match, because we know that light in the afternoon becomes a factor, a major factor as well, with play not going beyond 5:23 in this match so far. And then the ground staff usually take a minimum of 35 minutes to get the covers on and off, even if it's not raining for a long time, a minimum of 35. So we can really add another twist to this tail if it begins to rain. Edge and it drops. How is that? And there's a big appeal. It looks as if it's going to have a consultation between the umpires, because it dropped. It moved from one player to the other. I get the impression the field at second slip, maybe just hit it on the half volley, and it went in the air, and the wicketkeeper Walcott collected it. Let's have a look just to confirm.
Yeah, definitely a bomb ball there, but good effort by Atenes.
He knew that it bombed the captain. Atenes, not quite part of the celebration. The wicketkeeper, not knowing that it bumped before, thought he had it on the full. Yeah, but it's good umpiring again. Umpires were unmoved. These umpires have eyes like hawks. But it was a good delivery from Greaves to induce the edge, but dot ball to end the over. 213 for the loss of 9. The last pair hanging on. Sinclair is on 45. Runs were beaten, yet to get off the mark from 3 deliveries faced.
Yeah, very interesting. Very, very interesting. As I said, we do not want to take out the weather, but it's looking good so far. Definitely the Volcanoes will want to speed to victory, not take anything to chance. So this over, I think, from Hodge will be very, very important. So you see this field is spread, hoping that Sinclair will take the single and get beaten on strike. Can there be another twist?
But right at the moment, the ground staff, they're close to the covers. Maybe they're getting close to watch the match as well. Could be getting a better vantage point. That's in the south. That's overlooking the Cemetery Hill. Good defense from Sinclair. Sinclair's calling him as Carlo in the cricketing circle. Last year, while making his debut for the West Indies in one-day internationals against New Zealand, there was an incident. He grew up with his grandfather, and his grandfather left his home to go watch his grandson make his debut. And while watching that game, he got a message saying, "Big Carlo, your home is on fire." He said, "Leave that. My grandson is playing. That's gone. This is the future."
Well, very brave, very brave of him. That support for his grandson is unwavering.
And upon return, his grandson pledged to build a brand new home for his grandfather. And now I'm sure Big Carlo was watching this YouTube feed from his brand new home. Big appeal, umpire Gregory Brathwaite. How is that? Not out, as you can hear umpire Brathwaite saying. And these are anxious moments, especially for the Volcanoes. 214 for the loss of 9.
Let's just look at it again. Delivery quite full. Oh, pitching just the wrong leg stumper. Not enough time for it to turn back to hit the wicket. Maybe if it was a little shorter and it could have gripped a bit, but definitely that angle will carry down.
When the ball hits, you are seeing middle and off stump. So definitely it will miss
Yeah.
the leg with the angle. So good umpiring again from Brathwaite. Umpire Brathwaite, the international, continues to have a good game along with Jonathan Blades. 214 for 9, but definitely some anxious moments. I can understand why the ground staff getting close to the action. They want to see what's happening. Greaves to continue. Denied the single, although that ball went very close to the boundary. A deep extra cover.
Yeah, I think Sinclair understands the importance of him remaining on strike, and so definitely he will not take the single this early in the over. Volcanoes will have to work hard to ensure that he remains on strike throughout this over.
So Jelani Robinson, slight misfield, a little bit of fumbling, but the batters are committed to remaining firmly in their ground. There's Sinclair asking umpire Gregory Brathwaite something that perhaps just bothering him a little bit. We've had a wonderful game nonetheless, full of excitement despite the rain. Rain is part of cricket, so you have to factor that in at some point. So we had lots of stoppages throughout this match and really add to the entire match.
Yeah, I think the rain even brought something to the game. Lots of action, if rain or not, we had a lot of action, and so definitely a good game. How it would end is what still we wait to see.
Game watched by Vice President of Cricket West Indies, Dr. Kishore Shallow. Persons from the Windward Volcanoes, including President of Grenada Cricket Association, who is the host. We also had Dominica Cricket Association President in the house, Glenn Joseph. Miles Bascom, Technical Director, Windward Islands Cricket. So some of the big names as well, because it is a big, important occasion. Cricket returning to Grenada. The Volcanoes in a very good position now to win this game. They drew a game last week against TNT Red Force. Gone are the days when you just show up to a first-class game against the Windward Island side and know that you're going to be leaving either with first innings points or maximum points against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And I must say it again, seems as if the Volcanoes have turned that corner in their cricket. Doing very well at this regional level. Look at the players putting their hands up. Captain Athenaeus, 200 runs already in the season. Kimani Milius, 192. 5-wicket haul. Ryan John, Justin Greaves, 87 not out from the wicketkeeper Tevin Walcott. Career best 51 not out from the number 8 batter in Ryan John. So lots of encouraging signs for the Volcanoes, especially now after 22 years, no Devon Smith.
Yeah, definitely turning a corner. It's good to see the responsibility of the some of the younger players, they're really stepping up and ensuring that they carry on, the mantle and maybe even begin to impress the change that the Volcanoes needed.
So 3 overs to go before the final over of 15. So 18 overs overall, still to be bowled. So umpire Brathwaite just giving Kavim Hodge a little bit of advice maybe. Running away from the wicket. What is he telling him? What might be telling him?
Yeah, I think he's just explaining to him the timing remaining and maybe the light as it fades and so on.
Might be that last decision. That was a big appeal for a leg before to Ransford beaten.
Also possible.
Justin Greaves leaving the field. And he was also telling the umpire that he's struggling, so he's going to go off. Greaves doing very well with the ball. 21 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 35. Asks lots and lots of questions from the River Road end, picking up 2 very important wickets. That of Akshay Prasad and Niall Smith.
Yeah, good day for Graves. Bowled really well, ensured that he kept the pressure and able to penetrate just at the right time.
215 for 9, top score so far for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 19-year-old Matthew Nandu. Leon Johnson, the captain, made 40. This one is in the air, tipped away. Could it be the half century for Sinclair? It is the half century. 4 runs to get it past 50. It's now on to 51, and he punches the air. 51 from 82 deliveries for Kevin Sinclair, and that is his 6th 4. Well played to the young man. 180 minutes of batting, almost 2 hours there at the crease.
Yeah, well played, Sinclair. Really, doing a good job for the Happy Eagles. They lost some quick wickets, while he was there, but he kept his focus and ensured that he continues to fight. Came out, at a time when they lost some quick wickets, and so he needed to, consolidate. But he went on the offensive, and definitely, himself and Prasad did a good job in terms of rebuilding.
Got to the crease with a score in 141 for 5. And he really needed
That's
to hang
over.
around.
Time for a drink, gents.
Time for a drink. Umpire Brathwaite over is called to 220 now for the loss of 9. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, with Sinclair putting up a good fight. And Guyana Harpy Eagles 220 for 9, looking to get 294 runs to win. And if you do the maths, it tells you that they're 74 runs away from victory here on the final afternoon in fading light as the shadows continue to stretch across the Grenada National Stadium. Still bright. The Darbo Hills in the background. Lots of real estate in that area. Not sure how much it is, but I'd love to have one of those overlooking this beautiful venue. As we welcome back local living legend himself, Junior Randolph Murray, MBE.
Yeah.
Junior, this game was at one time was dicey. Now it seems to heading in one direction.
Yes, that's what I've seen so far. It's really good. I think the Volcano bowlers are doing a fantastic job on this lovely flat pitch over there, bowling in the areas, putting the batters under a lot of pressure. And we can see Sinclair there fighting for the Happy Eagles also. So at least the Volcano looking pretty well in the game. They're looking close to the finish line, but I think the batters will have more to say about that.
17 overs still to go in the day's play. Whether light will permit that is left to be seen. But at the moment it's very bright, and it is enough light for us to continue. Hemraj, he had to be replaced because was hit on his head yesterday by Darius Martin. So he did not take part any further in the game. Went for 3, retired hurt then replaced Nandu. His partner, 60. Tiffany Black, 25. Savory, 7. Johnson, 40. Bramble, 3. Akshay Prasad, who replaced Hemraj, he made 24. Previous best at this level, 21. Pamal, who had a half century in the first innings, was bowled by Hodge. Next ball, Shamar Joseph, bowled by Hodge, no score. Niall Smith, bowled by Greaves, no score. There was a bit of a collapse there. 4 wickets fallen for just 6 runs. And good bowling by Preston McSween, 16 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 45. Darius Martin, 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 39. Ryan John, a bit on the ball, you may say. 9 overs only, 2 maidens, none for 31. Justin Greaves, who just left the field, 21 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 35. Demba, also on the board, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 36 on Kavim Hodge. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 32. All in all, it's been a very good effort by the Volcanoes utilizing home conditions effectively.
Yeah, they utilized it very well. They bowl lovely in partnership. And one thing that is good in their favor now is 1 over to the new ball. 79 overs gone.
Oh, yeah.
The new ball is due after this over, so I think Skipper Arteners wouldn't waste any time in taking that new ball and wrap it up.
That's a very good observation from the Ninja himself. Yeah. How did you get that name, Ninja? I'll leave you to answer that, and then you'll have Jason Skeet joining you.
I think I got the name Ninja probably because of my quick movements behind the stumps, standing up to fast bowlers, looking for stumpings. It was something I love doing, and it paid off in the end. And probably to my fantastic catches behind the stumps. I think that's the reason why I got the name Ninja.
Well, the name Ninja, Johnny, came even before he made the West Indies team. One of our local Calypsonians here, Adrian Persuader Thomas, who is now a Minister of Government, who was also a prolific calypso writer, wrote a song entitled Selectors Call Him Up. And we still believe somewhere in the region that that song traveled throughout the Windward Islands and the greater part of the Caribbean. And so it aided in putting a little pressure on the selectors to take a deeper, further, faster look at Junior Morian. So that happened, and now this is happening. The Windward Islands Volcanoes on the verge of what would be no doubt considered a historic victory. They played the entire season last year without picking up a victory. Winning is a habit. So once you get into that frame of mind and you get into that habit, it can continue. And so they would love that. 220 for 9 are the Harpy Eagles. Ball just going outside the off stump, and he's beaten. Sinclair is beaten with a slower ball, this time from Ryan John. Ryan John not been among the wickets. You would love to get this one. Is that the true story of the Ninja song, Junior?
I think it is a true story. I think Persuader did a fantastic job with that song. And I think I always told him if he want to win a Calypso Crown again, he got to sing that song over again.
How many years ago was that?
Jeez, it's a lot of years ago, probably over 30 years.
About 30 years ago. I remember those days clearly because about 35 years ago when I started my broadcasting career, I was in the heat of the battle as a young broadcaster when that song came out. Speaking about broadcasters who transformed into a deep cricket commentary, we were mentioning yesterday Trevor Thwaites and Ray Roberts, Ox Johnson. He wasn't a broadcaster by any means, but he was a professional scorer, really. So he was always up to date with stats. And even though he was really big on playing football, he was also an ardent cricket fan. Here in Grenada, Tyrone Sampat Harbin, many of you around the older ones around the Windward Islands would remember that name.
Also Kenny Hobson.
Bruce Bain.
These are some names that have loved the cricket, give it their all. One person I know would have been in this time making noise at this moment. It would have been Trevor Thwaites. My late friend, may his soul rest in peace.
Yeah, you would have been able to hear Trevor Thwaites from since he was approaching the Green Bridge, yes, coming into the stadium.
He loves his cricket. He's very passionate about his cricket. And it's a pity he's not around to really enjoy this game at the moment.
Trevor Thwaites from that historic village that we were speaking of, Johnny and Junior, Montgelou. Ryan John with the final delivery of this over to Beaton. And Beaton just carelessly just tucks it into the offside as to say, no bother, no, I'm not the typical number 9. And that brings up the over. 221 for 9. A further 73 required. 16 overs remaining in the day's play. Whether or not we will get that, well, that's a different story. No real threat of rain just yet. There were some dark clouds just over, but the breeze has blown them away more to the eastern side of the island. So no real threat there for the moment.
Yeah, I don't think we'll receive any more rain at the moment. The skies are looking very clear, blue skies. I can see the umpires think the new ball has been taken. And let's see what Kevin Hodge is going to be bowling the new ball.
All right, well, the Kavim Hodge taking the new ball, not so much for him, I would think, but more so what would possibly be able to come from the other end, if that is the case. But we'll wait and see.
Yeah, let's see what Captain Atenez has up his sleeve.
So the Harpy Eagles still require a further 73 runs. Good afternoon to our friends in Guyana. Thanks a lot for spending time with us here on the YouTube channel. Your Harpy Eagles are trying to stave off the Windward Islands attack. So far, Kevin Sinclair has done very well in rotating the strike at the critical intervals in the over.
Yeah,
He's done very well.
He's been fighting very hard for the Happy Eagles. Here he is driving through the covers, full ball by Kevin Hodge, through the covers nicely, 4 runs.
Well, I'm quite sure that the Windward Islands would not mind him picking up 4 there. They've got runs to play with. Runs is not the issue. What they would love to do is to just hold him on strike for a little bit longer. It's only the 3rd delivery of the over now. Yeah, so our friends in Guyana, thanks a lot again for loaning us John Ramsing. He has been nothing short of magnificent.
Is the end of the word to describe him, Jason?
Heroic.
I think he deserves all the good names. He has done a fantastic job up here at the box.
Mentorship. All the adjectives that we can find to describe him. Positive adjectives, mind you.
Very positive.
He has also enjoyed a lot of the Grenadian cuisine. He has had himself the seafood oil down. And for those of you in Guyana, pay attention to the oil down you see and the photos you see from Grenada. From Grenada. I want to add that in. From Grenada. Good work there in the field in mid-off.
Preston McSween diving to his right. His left, sorry.
His left. He's done a lot of work today, hasn't he?
Yes, he's a senior fast bowler, vice captain of a team. He's showing what it's like to be in the leadership role, the lead from the front.
That's a smart delivery there from Kevin Hodge. Just pushed it wide of Sinclair, making him having no chance really of getting it. So now that opens up the door with a new ball, because it means now that Ransford Beaton will have to face the music, and the music will come from the River Road end.
Seems like Ryan John.
It looks like Ryan John. Yeah. Ryan John will have some loud music coming down at Ransford Beaton. So this is some good technical smart bowling here from Kavim Hodge, just pushing it wide of Sinclair so that he has no further part to play in this current over. He's there on 57. Ransford Beaton is yet to get off the mark. This some tense moments here now, because the inner circle has closed in, and just 3 men really on the onside. A very short mid-wicket. There's a man at mid-on and a man down on the fine leg boundary. Everyone else is really on the offside, packed around. So really looking to put Beaton under some pressure here now. The Windward Islands, they smell blood, and they will go for it, Junior Murray.
Yeah, I think so. I think Ryan John, he has 10 overs for 32 runs, 2 maidens. I think he would like to join the other teammates and put something in the last column
Oh, this one is just turning into the batsman and letting him off the hook. This one just coming through and just drifting down the leg side. And Beaton more than happy to offer the leg buys, get the leg buys, and just move off strike and say, Kevin Sinclair, she's all yours.
Yes, he's rotating the strike nicely there, Ryan John, straight on the leg side a bit, making it a bit easy for Beaton to just walk him around the corner and bring back his senior batsman Sinclair on strike. But I think Sinclair will love.
226 for 9. Ryan John will continue from the River Road end. Tense moment. It's like Tanty Merlin, the Oval one-day cricket style now. Oh, naughty shot there from Kevin Sinclair. Was following it like something with a huge magnetic field, and Ryan John lured him into looking for something that was never there, really.
Yes, he's Sinclair, like he thinking about using his feet coming on the wicket a bit to Ryan John, and Ryan John getting this one to out swing nicely into the gloves of wicketkeeper Walcott.
So, no doubt the Windward Islands Volcanoes looking to pick up the victory. Wouldn't get the wicket with a ball that was always going down leg.
Yes.
So you'd want to consider just coming in a little bit more and engaging the batsman, making him play a little bit.
His body line on the leg side. Sinclair tend to use his feet. He tend to be chipping into Ryan John. Probably Ryan could think about giving him something upstairs to keep him a bit quiet at the moment.
This time he's better played coming forward. That will leave Ransford beaten to negotiate a pair. Junior Murray was saying Ryan John should look for something, ask a question somewhere by the bow tie area.
I think he's brand new ball in his hand, running in hard at number 11. I think he should give him a check and see what he's made up of.
All right, check the air pressure in his tire. Well, Ransford beaten will face the music. And the bow tie area coming into effect. More of the top hat, really.
I think Ryan heard what was said. He gave him a check, bounce a bit over his head. Well played again by Beaton. Need to get it lined up properly.
Well, with the bouncer coming into play, just maybe we might see Ryan John looking for the Yorker now. It's always a smart ploy by the fast bowler. You shake the batsman up with the bouncer and then you look for the Yorker. Let's see what will happen here. Oh, yes, but this time it was angling down the leg side. So, yeah, Kevin Sinclair will hold strike. That brings us to the end of the over. Ryan Ransford beaten, stays there. He's on 1, 227 for 9. Time not really an issue just yet. The weather not really an issue just yet. And I'm using the word really in inverted commas here. But the Harpy Eagles are 67 runs out. And the Volcanoes are 1 wicket out. And more fast bowling,
Yes.
more pace now being generated, coming from the Darbo end in Vice Captain Preston McSween.
Good sign, good change by Captain Anthony's. They make his senior fast bowler. He's looking to clean it up, and come out here with a victory today.
So far, Preston McSween has picked up 3 wickets in his spell. He's into his 17th over now. He has 2 maidens for 45 runs, 3 wickets. So pretty decent from him, really. He's much better than this, even though those bowling figures are not bad.
Yeah, I think he had a good day. I think he really enjoyed his day. And there he's starting hitting his length and line right away.
He has the natural movement of a left-hander with the new ball, particularly. So 1 slip, there's a gully, there's a man down on the long off boundary that looks like Denbar, and there's a man in the extra cover. Ambrose, is that extra cover? And this time he's leaving close enough to the off stump, but not really threatening, just over the fourth stump, really. And so he's watchful,
Yeah, I
watchful 7th St. Clair.
It's good bowling there by Preston. You know, he can get the ball to go both ways. So hoping that he will try and set up Sinclair. Two went away. Probably he will think about bringing back in one. See what Sinclair is made up of.
Is he capable of bowling the short one? Does he really have that consistently in his armory now?
I think he has it, but I don't think he used it enough. And I think that now is a good time to give the batters their check. You are close to the finish line. You want to get a job done.
Well, light not being the issue, really. What you're seeing on your screen, because of the huge mass of the top of the stands, really, that creates a shadow that just comes halfway across the wicket. So no real threat of light, really. He's chipping down. Fancies his chances against Preston McSween, isn't he? Yeah. So no real threat of light. Just a shadow being cast, just coming across the ground, as you can see, but nothing to worry about, really.
Nothing to worry about. It's a lovely afternoon. The sun is out still in all its glory. Happy Eagles batters fighting along, trying to save this game, and the Volcano both players trying to get a victory.
Well, the only bowler who would have bowled more than Preston McSween would have been Justin Greaves. Preston McSween is into his 17th over. McSween would have bowled 21 already. Greaves would have bowled 21 already. McSween is into his 17th. So really the hard work being done by Justin Greaves and Preston McSween. Greaves has picked up 2 wickets for 35 runs. 2 wickets for 35 runs, 4 maidens, so he has been pretty tidy.
Yeah, he's having a good game with the ball. He's hit his areas nicely during that period of this game.
Good shot. It will run away to the boundary for 4, and not a problem there, because at the end of the over it means that Kevin St. Clair will stay on strike. No wonder why the fielder is taking an eternity to go for the ball, because really and truly you don't want Kevin St. Clair to be at the next end. So that opens up Ransford Beaton, who will have to answer questions from Ryan John. So the score moves on to 231 for 9. The lead gets smaller. The required runs diminish. They're at 63 now. 63 needed. 13 overs remaining in the day's play. 7 minutes after 5 o'clock, we could go up to 5:45, light permitting. So time not being the issue, really. But Ryan John, he would be thinking otherwise, because he's heading to Ransford Beaton. Oh. That was just wide of the wide, and well, you see what happened there on your screen. Denbar deciding it's better to give up 4 byes than to have the batsman cross for a single.
It's all part of the game. At least you want to be bowling to your number 11.
Wicketkeeper did well to even get a hand on it.
Wide on the leg side. Denbar just stepped over it for 4 byes. I wonder if Walker to be happy with that. His byes against his name. But it's all for the team.
Byes against your name or the team picking up a wicket, the byes wouldn't count. They wouldn't matter. Oh, and Beaton is beaten. And beaten badly, is he?
Well bowled by Ryan John there, hitting that area nicely. Nice carry to wicketkeeper Walcott.
played by Ronsford Beaton. Better played this time. The ball was coming into him. A more accomplished batsman would have gotten inside the line of it just a little bit more and just turned it into the onside and picked up one or two. But the Harpy Eagles will be quite content with Ronsford Beaton just doing exactly what he did.
Yeah, it's all about survival now. Trying to stay there with a senior batter on the other end.
Some serious words of encouragement there being sent down to Ryan John. A lot really being expected of him. He has a lot of weight on his shoulders now because he has not picked up a wicket in this innings just yet, and he would love to do that. He wouldn't want to go wicketless, not in this innings. Oh, beaten is not just beaten, but this time he is badly beaten, and a tense Windward Islands dressing room you can see there. Just two sitting, and I'm quite sure sitting might just be therapeutic in a condition like this.
Yeah, you can see the tension there. They're all hoping and waiting for that wicket to celebrate their victory. But the Happy Eagle batters have different ideas. They probably want to spoil the plans, spoil the celebration.
Well, that brings up the end of the over. A good over from Ryan John. 235 for 9 are the Harpy Eagles. And a tense Windward Islands dressing room. They've got a lot riding. They would love to have a victory. They've not had a victory in eons, really. And remember, they finished the entire season last year without winning a game. So a win here would be really good for them.
I think that Captain Anthony's probably could look at Martin from the Riverwood end.
The last win for the Windward Islands was
since 2015 they played 12 times.
Oh yeah, since 2015 they've played 12 matches. Guyana winning 9, 2 drawn, and just two tied. Yeah, one tie, 2 drawn. So Guyana has history and stats in their favor.
But I think looking at this stage here now, I think it's not about stats now. It's all about pulling off a victory. You start off a new season, and you want to start on a good note.
Stats always comes into play because it's a psychological advantage. Preston McSween is continuing. Oh, he's driving to extra cover. Yeah, I mean, it's a psychological advantage for the team that is always winning, especially in a situation like this. The Windward Islands, of course, in a position where they are highly favored now. All the odds in their favor, really. But winning is a habit, and so too is losing. So it takes that extra to get over the hurdle.
Yes, that's so true. Happy Eagles are making it very difficult. You see Sinclair there using his feet to press and picking up a line, letting it go by to keep a world cut.
I remember one time I played table tennis for an entire year without winning a match in competition. An entire year, and by all standards, folks were still shocked. But
I wonder why were they shocked.
You know better. Trying to be cheeky on serious notes, but I can name some incidents where people were shocked as well. Anyhow, 235 for 9. Kevin Sinclair's on 62. He's really put his head down and had a good fight for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. He's not been carried away and looking to do anything outside of the ordinary. He has driven in his lane practically and not going outside of it, not left or right. He has maintained a steady, calm head. Kevin Sinclair He still has 2 more deliveries to negotiate from Preston McSween. What will he do now? He is probably thinking about looking for the single. Preston McSween keeps him there. We were just speaking about the short bow tie area from Preston McSween, and he showed us in the commentary booth that he still has it.
Yeah, I think he knows when to use it. I think Sinclair now, who's having a lovely innings, he'll be looking for Singer here to get on to strike again. And during that process, anything is possible. You can get a quick run out also. So the fielders should be on the toes, looking for anything at this moment.
And he does get the single. So he will keep the strike. 235 for 9 after 85 overs and 11 overs remaining in the day's play. We can still have those 11 overs bowled. It's now 15 after 5 o'clock. And Ransford Beaton is there. Ransford Beaton is sitting on one. Still was just trying to make sure, just a jaw-dropping movement there. Still on 1, and Kevin Sinclair is on 63. Yeah, had me pausing there for a minute. Just was seeing 1, but just wanted to make sure. So the quiet time you saw there had to do with me taking off the glasses, cleaning it, looking at it, making sure, putting it back on, and then realizing it is 1.
I think he's all about survival for
runs are not important now for him. Runs are not important now for the Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, it's all about survival. It's all about staying over there and bat as long as possible and protect the wicket.
Shaping away.
You can see Sinclair tend to use his feet a bit, trying to get to that swing.
Yeah, so Junior, we were saying once you're having a bad time or a bad season, it's kind of difficult to get out of it. You have to, kind of will yourself out of it. And the Volcanoes are at that juncture right now where even though it is right there for the taking, you need to, climb and will yourself out of it, and because it is not something that will just be handed to you, especially when other teams know that coming, as John said, coming in to play the Windward Islands meant that you were either heading for a draw, first innings points, or a victory.
The Volcanoes used to be the Cinderella of the first class season, but I think with the changes, the new Windwards, the new mindset, the different attitude of the players, I think you can see that there's a will to win, and they're close there. They're close to the finish line, and you can see them fighting along. As you can see, Sinclair getting a knock on his finger, trying to waste a bit of time, doing whatever he can, to delay the process. But it's all part of the game, and you can see the physio to give him some attention.
That's the point, really. When you understand what is required to induce the defeat, you know all the little tactics to use and everything. So it's part of what we are discussing. It's part of that that serious mindset conversation that we're having. Getting over this hurdle, because it is not going to be handed to you. We understand. That's the nature of sports, really. The grit and the determination that is required to win is something that that no one hands to you. You've got to reach out and take it.
Yeah.
And the Windward Islands are at a position now where they really need to reach out and take it. It's not just it's there, but it's not easy because there's still some factors involved.
Yeah, they gotta get out there and take it. It's not going to be given to them very easily.
So Kevin Sinclair opts to stay on strike, smartly so.
I think Captain Attinger should be looking at his senior fast bowler in Martin to see what he can come and do with this pair of the wicket now.
was hoping for the single there to maybe leave Ransford beaten to negotiate two, but was well fielded at mid-on. Looks like
Martin.
looks like Darius Martin down there at mid-on. And this time he gets the single. So Ransford beaten has one to negotiate, 58 required, 2-6-2-36 for 9.
Good game going down to the wire here. Happy Eagle batters. We're not going to give it to the Volcanoes like that. They're going to fight and fight, protect the wickets, and they're doing a good job at it so far. A nice little partnership here, Jason, of 26 so far.
Well played by Ransford beaten. Yeah, and even though the partnership is 26 runs, what would be more interesting is the length of time that these two would have been together. I think from the Guyana dressing room, that would be the concern, the length of time they're together and how long, if they can stay. 57 runs required. By no means now are they going to go for those 57 runs. Right now it's about preserving the final wicket, and if Kevin Sinclair can really stay there for the Harpy Eagles and just keep rotating the strike at the critical intervals, then it will, put some pressure. But McSween is trying to wrap things up now from the Dabo end.
See Preston McSween going into pitching between mid and leg, going down the leg side. Well stopped there by the keeper Walcott.
Does he really want to go down leg side right now, Junior Murray? I mean, look at the field that is before him. He's got a short mid wicket, and there's a man down on the fine leg boundary. There's a mid on, that's a little bit straight, but other than that, everything is on the offside.
Yeah, I think he needed to get back in those areas again.
And that straight mid on comes into play now.
See young Teddy Bishop on the field for someone.
For Greaves, he's on the field for Greaves. Greaves, who left. I heard you talking about Greaves should be brought into the attack, but the only attack he will be attacking now is from the dressing room. He kind of limped off, seemingly groin. We're not sure yet. No word coming in, but he kind of gingerly walked off. So that might be some concern there for the Windward's camp.
Yeah, I hope that all is well with him. I think the physio will fix him up as quickly as possible. I think after this game, I think they got a period of time to rest and recover, recuperate, and come back stronger.
I think the rain interruptions has a lot to do with where we're at right now, because those interruptions yesterday, we had 11 interruptions yesterday in total in the match. 11 in the match. Yesterday we had about 8 actually. 8 interruptions yesterday, a total of 11 interruptions in the match, and that would have played a significant role, and also the time in getting the covers off the field more than anything else would have played a role, because a lot of time was lost in and between there.
Yeah, a lot of time was lost, and I think it as I said, it had a part to play in what's happening now. But I think kudos to the Volcano bowlers. I think they bowled well after tea and came back with and firing all cylinders.
Oh, kudos to this pair as well, because this pair has staved off what can only be considered a very tactful attack by Captain Alec Athenes. He has taken the new ball and brought on his quicks, but Kevin Sinclair and Ransford beaten have been equal to the task for the Harpy Eagles to this point.
Yeah, I think Sinclair will be looking for a single here to get down at the other end. and face for whoever fast bowler is coming on the other end.
Well, the field is in, preventing the singles. McSween opts to go down leg side, nothing on it. So a disappointed Sinclair. You can see him just showing disappointment with himself that he didn't get at something onto it. And he is going to remain there on 64. It means that Ransford Beaton will be on strike, and Ryan John is already standing at the top of the bowler's mark, and he is going to fire down as soon as he has the opportunity. 237 for 9 are the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and time is not, well, time is the factor, really. Runs are not the issue. They still need 57 runs, but they're not really going to go after those runs, clearly. It is more of preserving this wicket. A little bit more from Junior Murray, and then John Ramsing will come in and take us home.
As you can see here, the Happy Eagles are fighting along nicely, trying to preserve the wicket, batting for a bit of time here. But I think Ryan John might have other ideas and trying to get a wicket here for his team and pull off what I think is a magnificent victory. Welcome back to the chair, John.
Thank you very much, Junior. After this, just 8 overs to go. Whether light will permit, we'll have to wait and see. 1 wicket for the Volcanoes to create history. Got away movement. So working up some pace late in the final afternoon of this match. And you must give the Volcanoes some credit. 4 tough days of cricket. And here we see Ryan John McSween running in very hard. You must give them some credit.
Give them some credit. As I told you before, it's one of the fittest franchises, I think.
New Windwards.
New Windwards. The strength and conditioning coach is doing a fantastic job with the guys, and you can see it's paying off.
And the new Beaton is equal to the task.
Beaton there just biding his time, just enjoying his batting, not too much short play, just batting for time, as you can say.
So the other match that was still on today, Leeward Islands Hurricanes against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, ending in a draw. Scores in that game, TNT Red Force 418 for 9, 183 for 5 declared. Leeward Islands 302 all out, and looking to get look at the win with 300. 72 for the loss of 1. That game ending in a draw. Badly affected by rain, no doubt that result was on the table.
Yes, as you can see, Captain Bravo had a good game and got 100 in both innings. And I think because of the weather, badly affected. That's the reason why probably in a team draw.
I was looking at some stats. Well, you can look back at some previous tournaments, the regional 4-day tournaments. And that's why I managed to share that bit of information with Jason moments ago. The last 12 times these teams met, Guyana won 9 times. 2 ended in draw. The last time these two teams played right here, that game ended in a draw. And then one game at Providence was an exciting tied match.
So Guyana should have the upper hand based on stats.
Yep.
But at this moment, I think the Volcano was just there, trying to change it a bit of a stats there. But Beaton at the other end there is half of the ideas.
Survives another over, runs for Beaton. Still 8 overs to go in the day's play.
Beaton they're hanging in there, not a shot being played, just walking the ball around the corner, just enjoying his batting. The man Sinclair himself just biding the time, 7 overs in the day's play. And they're really enjoying it and fighting hard for the country.
Nice Saturday afternoon. Build up of spectators.
Yeah, it's good to see some spectators in the stands. Yes, see some of the groundsmen, they're enjoying themselves in the stands there, and they're really having a good time.
So I guess that's how Mashamani in Guyana started. Celebration after hard work, because they were pulling covers all day and doing a lot of work on the outfield. Now they're celebrating.
They're celebrating.
Mashamani on the 23rd of Guyana. Celebration after hard work.
They're having their favorite drink, I wonder what that drink is.
Tanya Nog. Could be. Preston McSween.
I don't think it's Tanya Log.
Tanya Log. That's
I
right.
don't think it's Tanya Log, John. I think it's something hotter than Tanya Log.
Mm.
It's either the Clark's Court or the Rivers.
Mm.
These are two of the favorite drink you find out there on the streets these days. The guys love it.
Native to Grenada, I must say. So, last 22 matches right here at the Grenada National Stadium. 8 wins for the Volcanoes, 8 defeats as well, 6 ending in draw. Oh, that one went over the stumps, very close.
Nicely bowled by Preston McSween, hitting those lengths and ball in swinging back into Sinclair. He was equal to the task and taken behind nicely by the keeper Walcott.
It was last year that a 10th wicket partnership held up the Guyana Harpy Eagles in Trinidad and Tobago, and then eventually they won by 1 wicket, the Harpy Eagles. So this time around, the last pair hanging on again.
And they're doing a very good job of it so far. They're really, really fighting, and it's really good to see.
They got together in the 74th over, and now it's the 89th over, so 15 overs of batting together.
Not bad at all for the tail. Beaten, he's hanging on with his partner who was all set and seeing the ball as big as it is.
After this, teams will take a break. Round 3 will begin on the 15th of March. Short deliveries. He's trying it full, trying short, but still Sinclair not being able to really try to get that ball through. He's not able to get the ball through.
Yeah, Preston is working very, very hard, hitting the deck hard. This late stage of the game, I can see lean, mean machine. Preston running in hard, trying to get a victory here for his team. But Sinclair is there on the other end, fighting for his Happy Eagles.
Quick single. Chance for run out as well. Upon the resumption for round 3, TNT Red Force and the Guyana Harpy Eagles will play. The Windward Islands Volcanoes will take on Jamaica Scorpions. Scorpions were badly beaten inside 3 days by the Barbados Pride. And then the Leeward Islands Hurricanes take on the Barbados Pride. So that will be upon the resumption in March. According to Dr. Kishore Shallow, plans are being finalized for some matches to be played in Guyana. So initially it was said that matches will be played in Trinidad and Tobago like it happened last season. So some adjustments can be made to that, and I'm sure everyone at home in Guyana looking forward to some first class action.
You'll be there, John. Looking forward to that also.
God's willing.
God's willing.
Ransford Beaton survives. That's his 24th delivery. Of those 24, 23 are dot balls. 238 for the loss of 9. And if you look at the scoreboard, 7 overs remaining in the day's play.
And it's really a hard work by the Volcano bowlers, Happy Eagle batters, enjoying themselves, just fighting for the country. They're not going to give it up as easy. They're going to go there and fight, and they're doing a good job of it so far.
When you look at the batting, Himraj had to retire hurt in 3, but look at the others. Nandu 60, Imlak 25. You can say quite an experienced player now, Imlak. Savory, second match for him, 7. Johnson, the captain, 40. Anthony Bramble, loads of experience, 3. Akshay Prasad, the concussion substitute, 24. Parmal, half century in the first innings, vice captain, 4. Shamar Joseph, second match, first ball duck. Niall Smith, fourth ball duck. So, some low scores there.
Some low scores there. But good to see Beaton there, fighting along with his senior batter in Sinclair.
We're asking for Martin. Here he is.
Good to see Martin is back. Senior fast bowler, fresh, well rested for the day, and he should be able to come and give his captain at least a couple 3-4 overs of genuine pace.
So 5 overs to go after this. This one was pulled away nicely in front of square from a short ball that was served up nicely by Darius Martin. Sinclair helping himself to a boundary.
Short ball outside of sub. And Sinclair just swivel on his back foot, as you can see it here now. Short ball, swivel on his back foot, and just pull him to mid wicket for 4. Good to see.
The partnership goes up to 31. So earlier when we saw the roof of the stand coming across, covering the pitch, now we're seeing the opening between the seats and the roof on the pitch. So you're seeing some light now on the pitch.
Some light on the pitch now, some light peeping through there at the moment. And with this exciting game taking place here.
Yeah, the guys at Everest, they're really looking at this game. They're really looking with the fingers and toes crossed, hoping for a miracle. Nice bounce and carry, but that's one thing, Junior Murray. The National Stadium here, the pitch remains a very good pitch. Look at that. Late in day number 4, nice bounce and carry.
Yes, I think the Gunsman did a fantastic job. Chief Gunsman, Holas and his crew did a fantastic job preparing a good pitch, good 4-day pitch. You can see him on the 4th day, and the ball is still carried nicely to the wicketkeeper.
Martin again. Powerful drive, confident drive as well, but straight to the fielder. That had 4 written all over it, but good work in the outfield.
Yeah, lovely shot pitched up. Sinclair driving structure cover well stopped there by substitute fielder Kotoy. As you know, Kotoy is one of the best fielders around.
One of the live wires, yeah.
Live wires around. And he had a fantastic stop there at the moment.
Does not throw Darius Martin. Could have easily had his man, but I wouldn't mind throwing at this stage.
I wouldn't want nobody to throw the ball
Nothing to lose.
Nothing
But
to
you
lose
really need a wicket.
You need a wicket to try. I think Beaton was way down. Just give it a try. Nothing to lose.
But the first maybe sign of miscommunication between the pair. Generally, they've been doing very well.
Miscommunication there a bit. You know, that the nerves are tingling there at the moment.
Yeah, she always around, isn't she? Miscommunication.
Miscommunication.
Sinclair on 69. This is a much better performance than the first innings by the Harpy Eagles. They got 169 in their first innings, 242 for 9. Steering it, but just short of the field, and they'll scamper a run.
You can see all sorts of things happening. A short ball by Darius Martin. And you can see Beaton is down after this quick single there. You can see ball falling short of first slip and scampering there for a quick single.
Oh, that was very close.
Very, very close. And you can see like Beaton and the Gunga probably looking for some attention. Probably had pulled a hamstring there, it looked like.
He's down.
He's down.
Could be genuine, could be trying to waste some time. We will never know. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite is right over the physio and Ransford Beaton supervising what's happened. I saw Gregory Brathwaite saying to the physio, "Do not come, nobody has called for you," but she's there. Angelica Holder giving Beaton some attention. Looks like his hamstring indeed.
Yeah, he look at the hamstring muscle. He's a big guy, and you can see getting a bit of a stretch on the hamstring there now, and hoping nothing too serious.
Well, I'm not a medical doctor, I cannot say. Yeah, so I know the physio's there. She has the best seat in the house. The umpires are looking on very closely.
So he looks as if he's in a bit of discomfort there at the moment. But as you said before, we don't know whether it's an injury or not, or just tactics to waste a bit of time.
Yeah. So the top score so far of the innings, 70 from Sinclair, the target 294. Guyana had lots of time to get there, but the day badly affected by rain. Derek number 6, I can see the name now. Derek number 6. And some support for the visiting Guyana Harpy Eagles.
I can see the Guyana flag there is flying very high there. Johnny should be very proud of that colorful flag.
The golden arrowhead. Right, so like I said, the top scorer so far runs Kevin Sinclair on 70, Matthew Nandu made 60, Tevin Imlak 25, Leon Johnson 40, Savory 7, Akshay Prasad 24, Anthony Bramble, the wicketkeeper batsman 3, Pramal 4, Joseph no score, Niall Smith no score. Leaving it now to the number 11 batsman Ransford Beaton to hang on with Sinclair the all-rounder, with 6 overs still to go in fading light here in Grenada.
Yeah, I see. As you can see, Beaton is up on his feet now, having a drink. Let's hope that he's fit and ready to go now. See, so he's having a bit of some tablets there, but to kill the pain. He should be fine.
So McSween as well was supervising the repair work. He's eager to run in again.
He's eager to run in. Probably having a few words with this fellow fast bowler Beaton.
It is getting a bit dark now, Junior, but on the field itself, some of the light shining through still.
Yeah, it's
Dark in some parts.
Getting a bit dark. It's now going 20 to 6. I think Harpy Eagles batters really fighting, trying to prevent this defeat.
Here's McSween. Hello to everyone in Enmore on the east coast of Demerara as well. You might have played at the Enmore Community Centre Cricket
Yes.
Club ground. That's a really fast outfield it used to be.
Fast outfield and flat wicket.
Yeah.
Very flat wicket. I want to say hello to my friends in Guyana also. Got some friends in Guyana also. So hope I know you're tuning.
That this game is finishing today, no, Junior.
I know
If
it's
you
today.
will start calling your friends, we'll have to wait another day or so.
Yes, I'll need an extra day or two.
Yes. The timeless 4-day match. Here's McSween. Slow delivery. Kevin Sinclair showing good pedigree here as a batsman. This is now his highest first class score. Previous best 58. He's gone past that. And had he had more partners, sure, would have been closing in on 3 figures.
Yeah, I think he have a good knock. He's enjoying his knock. He played a bit of wild ball cricket for the West Indies team, so he should be a senior player in this team, and it's good to see him out there fighting for the Harpy Eagles.
2 slips still there. Committed to the front foot, and that's very important to see that Sinclair still trying to get in front to look at the ball very close as well.
Yes, he's really fighting along. This one coming into him a bit, just try to tuck it around the corner. No one's there.
Tomorrow, West Indies and Zimbabwe. Looking forward to that one, Junior.
Yeah, looking forward to that. And get up early and have a look at it and see the boys put in a good show again.
Half-hearted appeal with that one. Missing leg.
I can see that one going on the leg side. Close call there for Sinclair.
A little bit more of time wasting on both sides because the batters are going to have a little mid-pitch discussion. Then the fielder throwing down the stumps, giving the umpire some extra work.
Both teams are hungry.
Yeah. Had it not been for those intervals because of rain, those stoppages, I think this game would have been long over, one way or the other. There he goes, hitting him over long on. Just a few steps down the track, got to the pitch of it, and there's Sinclair getting a maximum. 6 runs to him.
Preston McSween just get into that slot. And Sinclair in that mood, in that vein of form, just lifted him over long on for 6. I think Preston may have other ideas. I know what his captain is thinking, but something has to be done here sooner or later.
Volcanoes 294 in their first innings. The highlight 141 from Captain Alec Atenes. 4 for 70 from Pamal. Drives through the covers now. This one is going to go very close to the boundary. The chase is on. It may very well stop just in front of the ropes, just in front of the ground staff. It looks as if it's going to stop there. Yes, will not get to the boundary. And Darius Martin just puts his big size 14s in front of it. Ensure it doesn't get to the boundary as well. So over completed. And 250 on the board now for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, who batted some 63 overs on one ball in their first innings for 169, with Pramal getting 53. 5 wickets to Justin Greaves, 5 for 24. The Volcanoes in their second innings with a lead of 125, 168 all out. The top scorer, Justin Greaves, with 27. 5 for 41 from Shamar Joseph. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles batting a second time with a target in mind, 294. At the moment, 250 for a loss of 9. Dying stages of day number 4. Final session is on. And lots of strategies being employed now at the moment. We just saw umpire Nigel Duguid, third umpire, with the light meter. And the light meter is being placed on the stumps here now. And Gregory Brathwaite puts back on the bail, so it means that they will continue playing here today.
Very interesting things happening here at the moment.
So the top score so far is Sinclair on 77. We had 60 from Machunad in just his second game, and we got 100 in the first game. Half century this game. Now one of 4 batters to be in the 200 plus club. 40 from Leon Johnson, and he felt he should have carried on a little bit longer. Bowling so far for the Volcanoes, 3 wickets to Preston McSween, 3 for 58 from 21 overs, 2 each to Justin Greaves and Kavim Hodge. Greaves 2 for 35 and Hodge 2 for 36. 1 apiece to Kenneth Demba, 1 for 36, and Darius Martin 1 for 44. Umpire Jonathan Blades and Gregory Brathwaite, they're consulting again. And it seems as if they're gonna go off. Junior, what do you make of this?
It seems as though the light is not in favor of the batters. Seemed like they were making a serious decision there, checking his time there. You can see umpire Buffett is going on.
And they're hugging.
And it's going on 10 minutes.
They're hugging. They've offered them the lights and they've accepted. Yeah. So a draw here is like a victory for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And we can see the spectators supporting the Guyana Harpy Eagles also celebrating this draw. It means so much to young Kevin Sinclair, unbeaten half century, and what an innings it has been. Really made a big difference with the Guyana Harpy Eagles suffering a defeat and holding on for a draw. You must feel it for the Windward Islands Volcanoes at home here in Grenada. They wanted to take maximum points. They've done everything in their hands possible, but it was just not to be. 2 matches here in Grenada, 2 game ending in draw. Had we not had those rain intervals, that could have been a big difference. In the end, 250 for 9, the Guyana Harpy Eagles in their 4th innings, 44 runs away from victory. That doesn't matter. 1 wicket was needed by the Volcanoes for a long time, and they did not get it in the end. A drawn encounter, Junior.
Yeah, what a game, what a game. I think both teams have played, gave the few spectators in the stands good footage of cricket. I think we saw some good bowling, some good batting, and I think all in all it was a good 4 days. The Volcanoes were striving for a victory, close to the finish line, but the Happy Eagle batters stood out there and fight all the way, and you can see the game ended in a team draw.
An exciting draw for me, Junior. Anytime I'll take that. 77 from 138 deliveries, 9 fours and 1 6. But the man at the other end runs for beaten, just a single, 24 balls, and loads of time he took getting that single, but showing good support and giving good application as well to Sinclair in that last wicket partnership, that match-saving partnership.
The partnership of 39, I think it was one of the partnership of the game, and beaten. Wasn't concerned about runs. He was just trying to stay with his partner Sinclair, and I think he did a fantastic job of it. And at the end, the game ended in a team draw.
He's maintaining that word team.
Yes.
Many persons had their hearts in their mouths, especially with those anxious moments coming down towards the end. But light indeed. This is the latest we have played. 5:48. We have played in all 4 days in this match, and I can see even the umpires were trying desperately to get the result one way or the other. It was not to be. In the end, Guyana Harpy Eagles 250 for 9 from 91 overs. There were still 5 overs remaining in the day's play, but it was very difficult to get those in. And in the end, the Guyana Harpy Eagles holding on for a draw. And that draw, like I said, is like a victory for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Jason Skeet wants some of the action as Junior Murray vacates the seat. So, Jason, it was an interesting battle, and it went down to the wire in fading light.
See, I've been making the point earlier on that winning is a habit, and so too is losing, and it would take something extra to always get over the hurdle. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, with the experience of winning, no stranger to winning, really what they would have done is use the opportunity to pull out all the little stops that were there, all the little tricks in the trade. They used it, and they used it well. This is the nature of the game, and we would have loved to see a little bit more cricket. You're right in that a lot of the rain intervals really interfered with the game, but it is what it is. I mean, give the Windward Islands credit. They did very well under normal circumstances. We know the Windward Islands and their fighting spirit, or their lack of a fighting spirit over the years, but they have basically turned that proverbial corner, as you said. So now we're seeing a lot more grit, a lot more determination from the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and that they could count this as a win, really, if they really if the Windwards are really serious about continuous development. This could be counted as a victory for them, in the true sense of the word.
77 not out from Kevin Sinclair. 9 fours, 1 6, 138 deliveries faced. Runs were beaten. 1 from 24 deliveries. 39 run partnership for the final wicket, and that really is a match winning, well, you can say a match saving partnership for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Bowling for the Volcanoes, Preston McSween, 21 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 58. Darius Martin, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 44. Ryan John, 14 overs, 4 maidens, none for 35. Justin Greaves, 21 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 35. Kenneth Demba, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 36. Kavim Hodge, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 36. The bowlers used. In the end, we expected more from Demba, maybe a little more from Ryan John as well. It was not to be. What is for you is for you, Jason.
Yeah, well, congratulations, of course, to the Guyana Harpy Eagles, because they batted well, especially for the last partnership. The last partnership really, stuck together. They weren't really interested in runs. They weren't interested in anything else other than sticking around and going the distance. Preston McSween, as you said, bowled pretty well. He worked his soul case out, looking to induce a victory. Darius Martin was consistent. All the Windward Islands bowlers were really consistent. But as you say, the real high point of the innings was Kevin Sinclair, not out on 77, is highest first-class score.
So the Volcanoes in two tournaments, still searching for their first win. 4 defeats last season, 1 draw. 2023 now, 2 draws so far. How and when will they get that win?
Well, they had it right there in front of them, but it was just not to be. I don't think they did anything badly, really. I mean, the Volcanoes, they played well. I can't fault them to say, well, they should have done this or they should have done that. A lot hinged on it, the rain delays and whatnot. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles really, fought things out. So it's not that the Windwards did anything badly, right? So all credit to them. They can walk away knowing that they did their best, and the Harpy Eagles were just a little bit better in this circumstance.
The tournament will take a break and will resume on the 15th of March with 3 more matches. Guyana Harpy Eagles will battle Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Windward Islands Volcanoes will take on Jamaica Scorpions. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes will battle defending champions Barbados Pride, who won their second encounter, rebounding from from a defeat in the first round. And based on some rough calculations, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, with this drawn encounter, will remain on top of the points table heading into this break, awaiting the start of the third round in March.
Yeah, well, they've been at the top of the table before, so they would know what is required. And of course, they know that the Barbados Pride is right there, thinking about, their chances as well. They never count out the heart of a champion, so they know that. So, as you say, but the Guyana Harpy Eagles are at the top of the table and now heading into familiar territory because, yes, even though they're going to be in Trinidad, Trinidad and Guyana are pretty much very familiar territories for them. They've been playing some good cricket as a team. So, they would fancy their chances over the next two rounds of matches. They've got some changes to make, I believe, in their batting. Some induced, some forced, some naturally. But all in all, I think they're going to be all right.
All right, so that's it. Scores in the match again in this round 2 match of Cricket West Indies regional 4-day game here in St. George's, Grenada. The Windward Islands Volcanoes 294. Harpy Eagles in their first innings 169, batting a second time. The Volcanoes 168, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles looking to get 294 to win, finished on 250 for the loss of 9. The game ending in a draw late on day number 4. So that's how we're going to end our broadcast. I want to thank you very much for your company over the last 4 days for this encounter. Thank you on behalf of Clyde John, Junior Murray, Jason Skeet, the entire technical team from TNR Comms. My name is John Ramsing, wishing you well. I want to thank Grenada, thank the Volcanoes for the hospitality as well.
We have to thank you as well, John, because you came in here and you really, took us and carried us and supported us along the way in your commentary and bringing us to this point. So we too here, we got you a little gift and we just want to say thank you. I know it wasn't something that you were expecting, but of course when you come into familiar territory or when you come into territories like this, we like to treat our guests with gratitude and respect. So we just want to say thank you as well. So we got something for you here from from the three of us who you would have worked with. We hope we got your size. It says Grenada, no problem, right? So yes, this looks like your size. It's not too big, and thank you, Carl. Don't open it live on air because you don't want anyone to see what's inside of it. But we just want to say thank you. And
so guys, no problem.
Yes.
You're welcome, and together teamwork makes the dream
work.
And that's how we're going to end our broadcast here today. Until next time, guys, goodbye.
All right. Thank you very much. Bye, everybody.